Dear apps, and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot with tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect a gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good Sunday morning to ya. Good morning, man. Oh, wow, man. Had a busy day yesterday, y'all. I was busy running around, man. Oh, man, doing so much stuff for the family. But got it taken care of. Got everything taken care of. I got to listen to Rico sometimes. Rico's out of his mind sometimes, but sometimes, man, he hits the nail right on the head. And he said, Clarence, man, you can't just work yourself into the grave, man. You gotta You know what I'm saying? You got to spend some time with your family. You want to do this, but you got to give yourself some time off from the YouTube stuff, man. Go do your thing, man. So I finally listened to him, because I love it so much, man. I love interacting with all my people here, man, on this page, and I just love it. And so sometimes I overdo it, and but I love my family too, and I love interacting with them as well. But you know how it is, you kind of take them for granted because you already got them. And these other people, you're new, it's a new thing. We all new, getting to know each other and everything. So it's exciting. But I gotta balance it all out. So yesterday I did the balancing. I was at the house, man, and prepping for the fourth, and what we're gonna me and my sons are gonna cook out, and I was showing one of my sons. I said, "You probably gonna be doing this when I'm not here. You probably gonna be the one on the grill." So I was advising him on some stuff. It was pretty cool, man. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Man, but anyway, man, yeah, glad everybody's here today, man. Hope you guys had a beautiful week, man. And let's plan for the next week. So I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm gonna do today. After I get off from the show today, I'm gonna plan out my week for the next week, man. Okay. So we got 6 more months in this year. We have to plan out for the next 6 months, right? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna do it? How are we gonna get it done? So that's what we have to do, y'all. So let's plan it out. Let's get it together. I said, okay, my last 2 weeks, I said, those are my excuse weeks. I gave myself in good excuses why I couldn't get anything done. Now I'm said, okay, it's time to move forward, man. So, you guys think about it, man. We got 6 more months for this year. We got to get moving. So, and we got backpacks to give away. We got a computer to give away, and another computer we got to get to give away. So we got a lot of work to do. So Brother Clarence is putting his life back on track so we can get all this stuff done. All right. So anyway, let's thank Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life, better known as Chill. For the music, somebody asked me, "Hey man, why you got that gangster music? You talking about God, and then you got gangster music?" And I said, I was trying to tell this person that this is the way the music is structured is from the vantage point of a person that's done a lot of street time, right? But we can all relate to it, right? We can all relate to the struggles that this person is talking about. He's struggling with the bad stuff that he was used to doing. He's struggling with it, and but yet he wants to be a better person, but yet that stuff is there, and he's struggling with not doing that. But at the same time, he wants to live a righteous life, and so we all have that struggle, right? We don't want to be liars, but sometimes we lie. Sometimes we do different things that we shouldn't do, but we're struggling with that. But at the same time, we want to be a good person. We want to be thought of as a good person. So that's why. Oh, Clarence, you play that gangster music. It's not about being a gangster. It's about if you really look past the outside and the cursory look at the music, when you start looking at the message inside the music, you'll see, okay, this is something that anybody can relate to, struggling to just try to be a better person, man. So shout out to Brother Eric. Appreciate you, man. Go over there, check out Brother Eric at 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. Check him out. Got funny clips, funny videos, videos about the prison life. Brother Eric was supposed to do life, right? Yes, then we all can relapse. And that's relatable to anybody, right? So Brother Eric was supposed to do he was supposed to do life in prison, but he ended up doing 24 years because he started saying, man, you know what? He started looking at the situation saying, if I want to act, if I get some sense in my head, I can get out of here. And he started, reading up on how to talk to the parole board, how to do this, and he ended up getting out. So shout out to Brother Eric. Did 24 years out there, stood tall out there in California in the penal system. Shout out to him. All right, man. But go check the brother out, man. Glad to have him donating to the cause here. All right, that's Brother Eric, and we got a lot to get to today, y'all. We got a lot to get to. I mean, it's yeah, man. That right there, that alone, Vaughn, that line right there. Dear God, please don't let me relapse, right? All of us who can't relate to that. Who can't? If you can't relate to that, then I don't know. You must not be a real person, because everybody should be able to relate to that, right? Everybody should be able to relate to that. All right. So let us. Well, the first thing, let's do this, man. Let's check everybody in, man. Everybody wants to get checked in. Let's check in Sim Simma. Shout out to Sim. Say, great question. Is the ring worth it now? Yeah, we asking a question, man. When is it time to break camp? You know what I'm saying? When it's time to break camp. When you marry and you know, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, for everything like that, and then something happens. Something happens. When is your obligation to to break the vows that you had, or walk away from the situation? When is that deemed okay? We're gonna talk about that later on today. He says Steve Harvey in the photo look like he's saying, "Come on, dog. Come on, dog." Probably is, man. He probably is, man. I mean, I know Steve probably feels terrible about the situation, man. You know, brother here, he thought he was doing a good thing by introducing these people to each other, and he brought the woman into the dungeon and left her with Dracula, right? He brought Shirley into the dungeon and left her with Dracula, man. Dracula, Frankenstein, and Mr. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, man. Holy smokes. I know, man, Steve, if you really care about Shirley, and my assumption is that he does, I'm sure he feels awful about this situation, right? But yeah, shout out to Brother Sim. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man. Sim is one of them dudes, man, that's always going to give you some tips, man. He didn't give me so many tips. I forget them, right? I forget them, man. I need you to stay on me, Sim, because I'll be forgetting. Like, you know, Sim has a lot of information. If you really want to get your site together, man, maybe you should pay Sim a visit and you know, get that brother's help on you, man, because that brother's got a lot of ideas, man, good ideas to help you get moving. Who else in the building? Sister Eddie. Sister Eddie's in the building. Excuse me, right? Shout out to Sister Eddie, man. Always making sure I'm staying on the porch. Clarence, you got to stay on the porch. Clarence, you got to stay on the porch, man. I'd be like, I'm on the porch, Sister Eddie. I'm not going nowhere. You know what I mean? And if I do, I'll let y'all know. Y'all could tell me not to go or what to, you know what I'm saying? I listen to y'all advice. Sister Eddie, man, my tour sister's in the building. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you in the building. My sister, very valuable person that come through. Who else? She say, thank you, Rico, for staying on Brother Clarence. Yeah, man, Rico. All of y'all stay on me, man, but Rico just a more flamboyant person, right? Rico be cussing me out, man. God dang. And then, you know, when I go in on Rico about something he did, oh yeah, well, that's over with. You know, he'll end that quick. Yeah, okay. Anyway, let's you want to go in on me for 45 minutes. Right? But shout out to Rico, man. Shout out to Rico Young, man. Good dude, man. Good dude, man. That's a good dude, man, right there, Brother Rico. Who else in the building? As well as Sister Eddie's a good sister, man. Who else in the building? Von Bryant is in the building, man. He says, greeting, fam. Shout out to Von Bryant. Another good brother in the building, man. Another good brother. Man, very valuable helper, man. If you're trying to get some money, man, Von Bryant is a dude you want to work with. For sure. For sure. Who else in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let's see. Sister Annie said, that's a tough question, because if you made a commitment to God, there's a spiritual struggle. That's what we're going to talk about, Sister Annie. We're going to discuss that. When is it time to cut the cord on somebody, right? Especially when you're married to them, right? You're married to them. When is it time to cut the cord? When is it time to, when is it time to hang in there, right? And sometimes you can hang, you took a vow to hang in there under all circumstances, right? Then a circumstance come up, but then certain circumstances come up. I mean, but I think it's a way to hang in there, but you don't have to, let yourself be pulled down to the ground. So we're going to talk about all of that. We're going to talk about all that today. Shout out to Brother Marcus in the building, man. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody. Stanley said Von Bryan and Brother Clarence sometimes tries to build and extend the porch. So yeah. No, I don't, Sister Eddie. I stay on the porch. I may lean a little more. But I try to stay on the porch. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Who else in the building, man? Brother Von Eric is in the building, man. Shout out to you, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We're going to talk about this situation with Shirley Strawberry. And not only her, man. I mean, it's been lots of wives that's been caught in a bunch of stuff, right? A lot of husbands been caught, right? A lot of wives, right? Eddie Long's wife was caught up in that drama with Eddie Long, right? Ugly mess, man. Ugly mess. That's that situation with Eddie Long. Who else? Tammy Faye Baker was caught up with Jim Baker, right? A lot of wives, right? A lot of husbands, right? Right now, you got the no jumper guy, Adam 22. His wife is just saying, she's a prawn star, right? And she's trying to say, hey, she told the man straight out, hey, I will leave the prawn business and just be a mommy to these children. He told her, no, go ahead and be in the prawn business. Can you even imagine? Shout out to Brother Bolo, by the way, man. If you haven't already subscribed to The Village, man, Bolo TV and The Village, man, get on over there and subscribe to them, man. They got some really good information over there, man. And whatever we get wrong here, in terms of the word, you can go over to Bolo TV and The Village, man, and it'll get straightened out. You can ask Bolo, hey, Bolo, Clarence and them said, Clarence and Eddie and Vaughn said this. They said this means this. And Bolo can say, well, sort of. Let me give you the full context, man. So you want to double check what we talking about over here, man, go over to Bolo the Village, man. Plus, if you just want to be someplace, man, where the vibe is good and, they want to tell you the truth, that's the place to go, man. That's the place to go, man. The Village is absolutely, I don't recommend too many places, but the Village I definitely recommend if you want to deal with people who just having good vibes and stuff. All right, let's see. Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that's in the building, y'all. So let's get right to work. You know what? Y'all hold on one second, man. Let me open up the door for somebody real quick. I'll be right. All right, y'all. Y'all know I open the building up on Sunday, so I'll see somebody coming, but I'll leave it locked, right? Because I'm not gonna just have that door open and I don't know who's coming through. This is I am definitely in the hood, right? I'm definitely in the hood. All right, let's see. Let's get moving, man. Let's get right to work, y'all. Let's see. We gotta so it's a Sunday show, right? So we're gonna do the hit parade, the Black History Minute, trying to save Black people. I was trying to save the Black family or saving Black children, Black boys in particular. And so today we're gonna finish up a little bit more of Shahrazad Ali. right? No, Vaughn, that's you that's down the street from the hood. I'm going to admit that I'm in the hood. Vaughn is in down the street from the hood, man. He don't he don't claim the hood like I claim. I just claim it, right? Now he claims Chicago, but for some reason he don't want to claim the hood out here in LA. I don't know, for whatever reason Vaughn has that issue. I don't know what's going on with him with that, right? All right, man. This is another ugly one, y'all. This is another ugly one. All right, man. Let's take a look at this one. What does this one say? Holy smokes. Okay, this is the let's put the give me the right banner here. The hit parade. Okay. All right. Why you do the hit parade, Clarence? Because you guys need to know, man. These people are out here. These creepos, man. They out here, and they can be anybody. They can transform into anybody, man. They can do anything, man. So, you know what I'm saying? They could transform themselves into be whatever that they think that people need them to be, man. So they can maneuver through the people, right? Undetected. Anyway, let's read the article. Former California deputy arrested on SEX misconduct allegations stemming from 2022. A Placer County Sheriff's Office announced the arrest of John Persinger on its Facebook page Wednesday night. Okay, Placer County is up north, California, Northern California, right? Kind of like hillbilly town. I don't know, hillbilly, but it's very, let me say it how they say it on the news, very rural, right? Not too many of the brotherhood up there, right? Anyway, let's listen to their thing here.
Good leaders challenge people to be their best. They care. They listen.
I'm too bummed that this happened, like I said, in this neighborhood plaza, and nothing ever happened.
That all changed Sunday afternoon. Armed with a long knife in one hand, lighter fluid in the other, this intruder drags his little dog through the Allegro Pizza kitchen, stalking the cook.
It's always open, and everybody comes into the door, the neighbors.
It was broad daylight, 1:45 p.m. The place was closed, and the cook was prepping the pie.
Man, I messed up. This is a whole nother thing. It's not even got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's move forward. A Placer County, California deputy was arrested Wednesday after an investigation revealed he was allegedly involved in several acts of sexual misconduct in 2022. Former Placer County Sheriff's Office Deputy John Persinger of Rockland was arrested by detectives with the department on allegations of soliciting prostitution while on and off duty and accessing law enforcement telecommunications data unlawfully. The department announced that the arrest on its Facebook page Wednesday night, saying that the sheriff's office asked the Placer County District Attorney to conduct a joint investigation on January 12th, 2023, after learning about sexual misconduct allegations brought against Persinger. The suspect was placed on administrative leave during the investigation. According to the sheriff's office, investigators learned that Persinger was allegedly involved with several incidents involving sexual misconduct between September and November of 2022. Persinger, who was employed with the sheriff's office for 4 years, was immediately terminated from his position. We have no tolerance for law enforcement misconduct on or off duty, Sheriff Wayne Wu said. We have reported the allegations to the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Trainings under Senate Bill 2. And I think that's everything. Okay, so what's the point? Hey, these dudes is out here, man, and they impersonating real people, right? They impersonating real people. One here say, let's talk about black life, bro. See, you're protected by Allah, and you are a black Bruce Lee. I don't know, man, but I sure do believe in the God, man. I sure believe in Allah. I sure believe in God, man, and and I hope that He protect us and make us safe if that's his will. If his will is for us to do it, then that's what we do. But if it's not, then that's his will. We fight for his will, right? We like Isaac. Oh, there's no ram, there's no lamb. I'm the lamb. You gotta sacrifice me so that your God's words can go forward. Then that's what we got to do, right? That's what we got to do. But I appreciate you, brother Von Eric. Thank you so much, man. Brother Sim says, salutes to everybody. Bro, see, last show did some good numbers. Yeah, it was pretty good, man. It was pretty good. I wasn't expecting that, man. But it's a team effort here, man. We got our chat is not a crazy place where people can ask questions and stuff like that, but it ain't no place where they hurling insults at each other and throwing disrespect at each other. And I know a lot of places, most Black people like that stuff, right? They like to see that contention, but we have contention in a controlled manner, right? We had a contention in a controlled manner. Thank you, Brother Von Eric. Appreciate you, man. We have contention in a controlled manner, right? We have control. Everybody, we might all disagree like we did on the last show, right? We all disagreed, but it wasn't disrespectful or nothing like that. It was just, it was just a chess game of who can present the best argument. And that's the real highest form of communication, is who can present the best argument, not who can scream and holler. Unfortunately, we as Black people, we think that's what matters. Well, we got that off of the dominant society, where it's not about who's telling the truth, it's who's yelling the loudest, right? who's yelling the loudest and who can impose their will on the other person. That's what might makes right, like the animal kingdom, right? Might makes right. If I'm bigger than you my dinner, right? But that's not how things supposed to be in a civilized society, right? Because civilized society ain't gonna last when it's just you just letting the most the strongest people are always that it's the law has to be the top thing, the law, not the mightiest person, right? There's a book out there called The Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh. I suggest you guys go read that book. It's a real easy read, but it describes a person that thought like that, where he thought, hey, I'm the biggest, I'm the strongest, I'm the fastest, I'm the best looking, nobody can whoop me, nobody can stop me, I could just do what I want to do. And so he just, once he got, remember Terminator, when all the computers became self-aware, they said, hey, we running this thing. What do we need these people for, right? We're the ones making this stuff happen, man. We don't need these people. And we can make robots to go and do everything that the people are doing. So what do we need people for, right? But anyway, so when you have a society where might makes right all the time, is a reason why the male lions don't last that long. They may last for about 4 or 5 years, right? Because in a society where might is the thing, there's always going to be a change of regime. There's always going to be a new regime, always a new regime coming in. But if you have the law, doesn't matter who comes in, the law is what's the paramount, the law, right? And so that's way a civilized society should run, but we still run it off of, the European system where might makes right? So we got to change, man. We got to change that. Quantum said the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, you know it, Quantum, huh? Yeah, don't give it away to them, Quantum, but they need to read that book, man. You want to really see somebody that went way over the line, right? You want to see somebody that said, you know what? Hey, can't nobody whoop me. Can't nobody do nothing to me, man. That dude got so crazy, right, Quantum? He got so crazy. He was like, shoot, hey, anybody get married, I got to take your wife's virginity, right? They're like, what? But nobody could whoop him. Nobody could do nothing with him, right? So they had to submit to him, right? But hey, read the book. You'll see how it all ends up and what's going on with the book. But anyway, shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building, sis. All right, yeah, man. So I just want to tell y'all these creepos are out here, man. Watch out. Keep your, there was a comedian, man, that unfortunately passed away before his time, named Robin Harris. And Robin Harris had an old joke. He said, when you go into New York, they have signs, hey, keep your eye on your luggage. Keep your eyes on your luggage. Black boy, what? Keep your eye on luggage, right? Well, that's how you have to do with these children. Keep your eyes on your children. Keep your eyes on your children. Now you got to keep your eyes on your children, man. Right? You can't turn your back. You can't just drop your children off nowhere no more, right? You got to watch them, make sure they get off everything, and you got to watch them. Got to watch these children, man. These children, man, they get caught up quick because they so used to, the public and what they can, they think they're getting information from the public that's gonna work for them. And sometimes these people don't mean your children well, and it's all a ruse to get them in, right? Some of these coaches, some of these doctors. Oh, let me interview you in this room by ourselves over here. Nah, especially if you have a girl. Well, I don't say if you have a boy or a girl, your doctor shouldn't be looking at your child if they're under the age of 18. All you got to do is go in the room, and if the child is like, they start tripping about what, maybe 12 or 13. Okay, so you go in there and you turn it the other way, but you in the room. You ain't in the, you ain't out the room where you can't, kind of see what's going on, and just your presence being there, especially fathers. Father, you got to be there. You know what I mean? Especially as a father, you got to be there. That will turn off. I told y'all, man, it turns off these traumas, man. A sexual turnoff for them is the father being involved in the kid's life, man. That just really turns them off. So if we know that's going to turn them off, let's do it. Let's get back into. Oh, but Clarence, I don't even live in the same state. That's okay. You can check in with see if you keep checking in and putting your presence and putting your mentality into this child every day or every other day or whatever, the child is gonna get more of you in them, and then when they go out talking, they're gonna say little code words that that these creepos are not gonna, when the creepo is trying to talk to them, hey, when's the last time you talked to your father? Yesterday. What did he say? He said to watch out for creepos, man. There's a lot of creepos out here. Right? When they hear that, they're gonna be like, oh, this ain't the one. This ain't the one, right? Man, Kwame said eyes and the Lord's eyes on these children. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's a sad situation, man, but it's the truth. See, I could say, oh, it's not supposed to be like that. Well, it ain't supposed to be like that, but it is like that. How it ain't supposed to be and what it actually is two different things, right? So we can't talk about what it ain't like, what it ain't supposed to be like. It is like that right now. And so, because this world is so wicked, there's so many wicked people, and they looking for new people to infect with that wickedness, and they looking for your child and my children and our children. They looking to infect them. They're ready to infect Black children. Not because they're Black, but because they're more susceptible to the infection because of the dysfunction that we are collectively have a lot of times, right? And because we have the least amount of protection with the court system. That's just a fact. That's not me. Oh man, you can blame the white man. I'm not blaming them. I'm telling you the facts. Who's to blame is who's to blame. Whoever's to blame is irrelevant to the facts of the situation. Fact is, we get the least amount of justice out of this quote unquote justice system, right? Okay. You see, the lady with the scales supposed to be blind, right? She's supposed to have a blindfold on. Not exactly all the time, right? Not exactly all the time. But anyway, man, I always do the hit parade because I want y'all to know that these creepos is out here, man. I don't want y'all to forget about that. I got a granddaughter and I got to watch everything, man. I don't let my wife take, if you can't sit with her while she there, then you can't take her and she can't go. And my wife is pretty much the same way. I mean, I was like, I don't have to stress that to her. She already know because she's the same way. But we just like, hey, if somebody can't be sitting there, not somebody, if one of us can't be sitting there, because my son is so crazy, he'll walk out of there trying to answer the phone call, and next thing you know, something happened when he ain't looking. So we can't trust him. Unfortunately, he ain't there yet mentally. He ain't there. He doesn't understand that everyone's a threat, right? Everyone's a threat. You can't leave your children with hardly anyone, right? But he'll pick that up sooner or later. But anyway, yeah, man, can't leave your children. So watch your children, watch yourself. Don't let yourself get put into, especially you females, don't let yourself be put into these different little situations, right? Where a doctor want to do certain things to you, and if they want to do something to you below the waist and above the knee, then you need to have somebody else in that room with you. You dig what I'm saying? Same thing with you, men. If you feel like, hey, I need, but we as men, that typically don't happen. But with women, it happens a lot, man. Where, I'm gonna do this examination on you. Oh, you are? Okay, let's bring in nurse so and so then. You can request that. These people work for you. You can request whatever you want to request. If they say no, you say, okay, just go get you a doctor. I got Kaiser. You just go get you another doctor. You just request it. You ain't got to tell the doctor nothing. You say, okay, I'm just going to call them up and say, I want another doctor. They're supposed to do what you asking them to do. These people work for you. I know a lot of times, especially, well, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to say that, but I'm going to say this. Some of these doctors that aren't black will sometimes try to get you to believe that you working for them. Like you're their employee, right? I told you, this is appointment time. I told you to be here, right? I ain't got to be here. You got to be here. I'm paying you. You ain't paying me. I'm paying you, right? I'm paying your salary. So these doctors don't work for you. I mean, you don't work for these doctors. So if the doctor do something you don't like, hey, see, this would be a red flag. If you tell a doctor, hey, especially a female, you tell the doctor, and you got a male doctor, right? And you say, hey, I got this condition, this little situation, and it's below the waist and above the knee, right? I need somebody to check that out. I need you to check that out. If the doctor don't say, okay, hold on, let me get a nurse in here to help me out with this, right? That's what you should hear. If you don't hear that, you should say, wait a minute. Aren't you gonna bring somebody else in to double check you? Nah, we don't need to do that. Hold on, boss. You know what? I just changed my mind. I just thought about something. I got something to do. Get rid of that doctor immediately, right? And get out of there and immediately get rid of that doctor, right? Anyway, let me get off of that, man, because we gotta go. We gotta go, y'all. We gotta go, y'all. I think I made myself clear on that point. Okay, so now what we gonna do? We gonna go after the black family, right? Say black boys, but we gonna go after the black family, which is basically the black boys, right? We're gonna watch about 10 minutes of Shahrazad Ali, man. We're gonna watch a little bit of Shahrazad Ali. Now, I'm going to qualify this by saying, I'm not I support the sister in the things I believe in what she say. She says some things I'm not 100% in agreement with everything but Sister Shahrazad Ali said, but that's okay. I don't have no problems with her. I don't hate her, nothing like that. I just disagree with some of her positions, and I don't think they're rooted in some of her positions. They're not rooted in realistic reality. But that's the core issue that we have that we do agree on is that the black family is under attack. So let's get to Sister Shahrazad Ali. Okay, so I forgot to tell y'all. This is continuing the 7 attributes of a good black woman. We were watching this last weekend. We watched maybe 5 minutes, not 10, because I don't think we got time for 10 minutes. We'll watch about 5 minutes.
We can take the sisters The sisters are in a position to take all of the charge and sexual energy out of the black community by just dressing differently. We have the power and control over that. That don't stop you from being beautiful. That don't stop you from getting a man. And it certainly puts things on the right perspective so some other judgments can be made other than physical. It don't take no knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to have a sexual reaction. That's the most base. We spend less time doing that than anything else we do. So, that doesn't always have to be the forefront issue. We know we are capable of that. The good black woman has intelligence, meaning that she knows how to behave properly in the streets. She's not in the wrong place. Some of our women don't know what else to do other than go to the bar. They need some activities. Some of our women thinking that staying home on the weekend is some kind of sin. Some of our women think that if they don't have a new outfit to wear every day, that they're going to self-destruct. We have a lot of that kind of nonsense going. Every time we buy new outfits and clothes or whatever, all we're doing is sending money out of our community. We don't own no clothing store. If the white man closed the shoe factory, we'd all be here barefooted tonight. We don't own no shoe factories. Very base things that we don't own, that we put our money into and demand we have to have them. A lot of times our men look at us and know that he ain't never going to be able to make enough money to give us all of the things we say we want. And don't no man want to be with no woman who he constantly got to deny her the things that she says she wants. And that represents failure to him, to have to always, not be able to provide us with what we ask for. One of the ways we can do that is to start being satisfied with less. The good black woman is clean. Now that's a hard one. The good black woman try to keep the house clean. Good black woman is clean by her own body. A lot of those things we kind of take for granted, but all of our people don't know about that. There are people who are angry with me because I even described the fact that some of us as sisters don't have the proper personal hygiene, as if that don't exist. We have too much falsehood and pretense going about our condition. Everybody that's dressed up ain't clean. That's just the truth. We have to look at our condition in the light of truth. Stop reacting emotionally and pretending that just because we don't want to do. One of the most difficult things that I deal with out here is trying to teach our people the difference between an actual fact and an opinion. Our people think that they can accept or reject truth based on how they feel about it. Your feelings don't change the truth. The truth is just going to be there. You can feel any kind of way you want to feel about it. Those kind of emotions have kept us from growing, because anything we don't like, we just reject that and say, well, I don't believe that. That don't mean that it's not the truth. It just makes you a disbeliever. The good black woman practices non-possessive loving. Now, y'all know that's a hard one. Now, envy is wanting what someone else has. And jealousy, of course, is just selfishness. Non-possessive loving is not an easy one for us to practice. And of course, I have a lot of sisters and some brothers who are in disagreement with me saying that. But the actual fact is that our men are outnumbered about 5-1. And nature is going to require that the men take responsibility for more than one woman and her children. Most of our men have children by more than one woman anyway.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What do y'all think about that? If you want to come up and talk about it later, come on up and talk about it, man. Say, hey, I disagree with the sister. Or I agree with her. Here's why I agree with her. Oh man. Shout out to the Harris Tribe. I was watching a little bit of Cerebro Saturday yesterday, man. Shout out. I forgot the name of the movie you was watching, Mr. He said. Dog. He said, this is my favorite movie, right? If you guys get a chance to go to check out the Harris Tribe, man, check them out, man. Good content creators, man. Good content creators, man. Shout out to the Harris Tribe. Go check them out and go subscribe. Go subscribe to them, man. Mr. He Said and Miss She Said. I think Miss She Said is still doing Shameful Sundays, man, where she's trying to rally the sisters together. Oh man, Mr. Harris said, why don't you agree with that Sister Ali speaks about? She's dead right. Well, it's not. This is not one of the things I disagree with her with, Mr. Harris. Some of the things that she has written in her books, like as far as using violence to motivate people to motivate their wives to do things, I think I don't agree with that part. I think that's unfortunately not a good thing. And she has endorsed, well, in the past, maybe she's changed, but in the past, in her books, she has endorsed using violence to motivate women to do things that black men want to get done. That kind of like was Whoopi Goldberg's character in Sophia? No, not Sophia. I forgot the Whoopi Goldberg character in the name of that movie with Danny Glover and all of the rest of them, right? And Oprah Winfrey, Color Purple. And remember when Harpo went to talk to Oprah Winfrey? She was out in the field, and he said, "She don't do nothing I say. She don't do nothing I want her to do." And Whoopi Goldberg said, "Beat her." Yeah, man. And then Oprah came stomping out there in the garden like, "You told this man to go beat me? What's the matter with you?" Right? Yeah, I don't agree with that. And then some of her Islamic positions I don't agree with. But that's it. I mean, I don't have nothing against the sister. I just have different of opinion with her on a couple different things. I would say 90% of what she say, I agree with. You know what I mean? So, it's just, I don't feel like beating a woman is ever going to be something that's going to be a good thing in the long run. You know what I mean? In the long run, it's going to build resentment in a woman to want to have in my opinion, in the long run, this is going to build resentment in a woman, and the woman is going to eventually strike back passive aggressively or straightforward, some type of way, right? And we were talking about this earlier, Mr. Harris. Well, not this live stream, but other live streams where I discussed why the government made people who make antifreeze, the antifreeze that goes in your car, the government made them put something in there that has a strong taste and a strong odor. Now, if you take an antifreeze off and you pop the casing, it's going to have a strong odor, right? It didn't used to have that before because, and so what the white women in particular was doing was the husband was whooping on them or whatever, they would just or cheating on them or whatever. They would just put antifreeze in their food, right? They make their food, put antifreeze in it. They couldn't taste it or smell it. They was eating it. Next thing you know, 6 months later, they did, right? Right? And so the government said, "Hey, man, these white women, they killing too many men with this antifreeze. You got to put something in it," right? So, but see, that built up over time. And I don't care how fearful a woman is. At a certain point, her fear is going to go away, right? If you keep beating on her, her fear is going to go away, and eventually she's going to strike back. Now, the only question is she going to do it passive aggressively by poisoning your food, or is she going to do it directly by directly attacking you? Who knows? Doing like Al Green, they just throw the hot grits on you. Who knows? Right? But why put ourselves in that situation? That's my opinion. I haven't seen no good relationship where the woman's getting beat all the time. I haven't seen that. In my opinion, I haven't seen that. But that's a major issue I disagree with her about. Well, one of the major issues. I think there's another one where, we have a disagreement about certain things about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and in the inner workings of the Nation of Islam. We have certain disagreements about that, but the general public disagreement I have is the beating of the women, and where she had said previously that is a good option for black men to take if the woman won't listen, and I disagree with that. All right, let's get back to it. Sister said, "Wait, Brother Clarence, I kind of took something different from her position when she talked about violence." Well, if you have a different understanding, come up here and tell me, or put it in the chat and tell me. My understanding was that if her position was, if you get resistance from black women from trying to deal with them, then violence is definitely an option on the table. And so that's my understanding of what she previously was talking about. So I don't know if she still stands by that, but that's the major disagreement I have with her, because I don't believe that that's going to get you anywhere in the long run, except a Colombian necktie, right? You're gonna be on your way out quick at some point, right? So that was the issue I had with her, right? Outside of the internal Nation of Islam issues that I had, disagreements I had with her, but other than that, I don't have nothing against the sister. I like I said, 90, probably I would even say 95. I would go as far as 95% of what she say. I'm right with you, Mr. Harris. I'm right there, dead on. But it's just a couple of different things. And does that mean I hate the sister? I don't like her. No, I don't. I wouldn't. No, I just have a disagreement with her about that. Anyway, y'all, let's get a few more minutes of our sister Shahrazad Ali, and then we're gonna move on.
So I don't know why that was such a surprise, allegedly, when I said that. The black man has not been waiting on me to tell him he could have more than one woman. I'm in agreement with the rest of y'all. I don't think he should do that, but I feel like you did. There are some things perhaps about the nature of our man that we have been given some definitions about that are not true. There are some things he can do that we call him a dog. We do not have the same capabilities as a man. I am not talking about fornication and adultery. That's something else. I'm talking about actual responsibility of fatherhood and husbandhood of another family. That's quite different from fornication and adultery. We don't have the same capabilities of them. That's right. A man can have 2 homes, 2 sets of in-laws. He can eat dinner at 2 houses, 2 sets of children, 2 garages, 2 separate sets of friends attached to that woman. He can have all of that. We can't do that. We can't cook dinner at 2 houses. We can't sleep with one man 4 nights a week and another one 3. Ain't no man gonna agree with that. We can't have 1 set of children we leave in one place and go and stay in another place and take care of another set. It doesn't work for us. Now that does not mean that we can't have sex with more than 1 man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just taking responsibility for your children. Now certainly every man can't take financial responsibility for all of his children. He can do something. But a man who is spending time with a child is going to do something for it. Because then they'll find out what we have since we've been taking care of them by ourselves. You don't like to always say, no, I can't do it. No, I ain't got it.
All right, y'all. What do you think? Does a black man have an innate ability to be able to manage more than 1 woman responsibly? Should he do it? The numbers clearly show that black men are clearly outnumbered. Black men are clearly outnumbered. Then if you start classing black men, when you say these kind of black men that have we call it livable wages, they are really in the minority, right? Black men who have livable wages that are trying to just live their life. Those men are really in high demand and in their low supply, right? They're going to way far exceed the number of women looking for that kind of guy, right? Then on top of that, if you put, you talking about black men with livable wages that are very attractive, that's the even smaller group, right? That's an even smaller group of men, right? Of black men. Compared to the amount of women that's looking, every woman is looking for a good-looking black man with money in his pocket, right? So what am I saying? Since these men are outnumbered, it's going to be much easier for men to be able to manage multiple women than women to manage multiple men. Now, are they men out there that are willing to be managed by women and be one of the many? There are some. There's always going to be some men out there like that, right? They just don't know no better, right? But most men don't want to be one of the many. If I'm going to invest my time, I'm going to invest my money, I'm going to invest my assets, I'm going to invest my everything into you, then I want to be the only one, crawling in the bed with you. I want to be the only one. If I'm not the only one, then why would you ask me to invest everything into you? That's the paradox, because a lot of women say, well, I want you to invest everything you have into me, right? You take me out on a date, I want you to take me out on a $300 steak dinner date every time, or $2,000 or what, and they want you to spend your whole check on them. Why? Because they really don't think anything of you. If they did, they wouldn't ask you to do that, right? A woman that really wants to build something with you is not going to try to break you, right? Because she needs you to have that money for later, right? She's not going to try to break you. But a woman that doesn't care nothing about you, she'll break you all day. Yeah, let's go shopping. She'll say, let's go shopping. Right there, that kind of woman is not going to. Why would you invest anything in a woman like that? I don't get that. And the women out there that have found a dude or two that has done something stupid like that, they think that all men are like that, and they're not. Especially the better looking men are not going to be like that, because they don't have to be. They don't have to be. They got women coming at them left and right. Right? They can discriminate. Shout out to brother Shahid. Shahid used to tell us, you got to discriminate with extreme prejudice. Extreme prejudice, right? Got to discriminate with extreme prejudice, man. You can't, what I'm saying? You got to look at the situation and say, hey, I don't have to deal with this. I can, especially those type of guys, man, don't have to worry. They can be extremely, they can discriminate with extreme prejudice, right? Quantum said a man can manage it if there's no baby mama drama. It's been proven. Yeah, man. Even if it is babies, men can manage that better than women can. Depending on the women that you can. Now, if you get a woman that's very more self-centered, then yeah, you're not gonna be able to do this. But the numbers make it so that this can happen. Unfortunately, the mathematics is what actually makes this happen. So, and unfortunately, we're at this time now, right? A lot of single moms are out there right now, right? And they could use some financial help. They could use some spiritual help. They could use another man's help in their life, right? Would they be willing to be? We kind of clown sisters that's came in after the first wife, right? We call them side chicks, right? But is it worth being a side chick to have some help? It depends on your perspective, right? Depends on your perspective. I say, man, it depends on you as a person, right? Me personally, if I was forced to do it, I probably could do it, but I don't have the desire to do it. Let me say it like that. I don't have the desire to do something like that. I put so much into one person that it'll be difficult. But I mean, I'm sure I could learn how to do it. But most men want to do this, but they don't understand the responsibility that comes with being with more than one woman, man. It's a lot of responsibility, especially if she has children. It's a lot of responsibility, man. A lot of things. So it's double the responsibility. Like you running from the responsibility from one woman, and then you running right into another situation where there's a lot of responsibility. You know, it's tough because I don't want to make it seem like having more than one woman, having multiple women in your life is going to be easy. It is not easy. It's not easy at all. Sim said, no disrespect to what she said, but I think that's BS. Her statement is for desperate, want to be saved woman that thought she was talking to a passport pros for me. Nah, Sim, nah, Sim. She ain't really talking about, well, put like this. I know that's a part of the group she's talking to, but she's really talking to the general public. She's talking to the general public out here. A lot of women have good jobs, good homes. They got everything except for a man. They don't have a man. And some of our sisters don't want a full-time man. They don't want somebody there all the time. They don't need somebody there all the time. They just need somebody to help out with these children, help out with these finances, help out with the spiritual thing. And they don't need somebody there on the property, 24/7. Some women do need that and want that. They feel better. But some women don't need that. They've gotten through life some kind of way on their own. And now they're just looking for somebody to kind of guide them through this portion of their life. They want some form of companionship, right? So it just depends on what they're looking for. I personally don't think it's BS because we know that men are out here doing it. Men and women are out here doing it, especially in the Black community. They're doing it, right? People having side pieces, side chicks, side dudes. People are doing it. So it's a fact that it's happening, but it's like, what's the purpose? Right? What's the purpose? Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember the governor of California, right? Remember him? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Why did he get a divorce from his wife? Why did he get a divorce from who? Besides her, she kind of really man. I wouldn't say she hit the wall. She was just very she was not that appealing anymore, I would say. She was like, whoo. But why did he end up getting divorced from his wife? Why did he get that divorce? Well, he had a housekeeper there, like they have housekeepers. They have the security and everything like that. So anyway, this housekeeper had a son, right? So she used to bring her son to Arnold Schwarzenegger's house. As a matter of fact, I think they had a place in the back for her. She lived on the property, right? So her son used to be around when she would be cleaning up and stuff like that, right? So he was a baby, right? No big deal, right? Because the wife she was working for NBC at the time. She was going here, going there. She was always busy. So she really wasn't paying attention. Well, the son got older and older. He got to be 5 years old. And they started looking at him saying, this cat looks kind of familiar. Then he got to be about 10 years old. He said, man, he looks kind of familiar. Then he got to be about 13. And the boy looked just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is the housekeeper's son, right? The boy looked just like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And finally, man, the wife was like, hey, this boy looked just like you. What the hell is going on around here, right? finally the whole thing came out, right? She asked the housekeeper, she asked Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they, everybody, the whole thing came out, right? That was Arnold Schwarzenegger's son the whole time, right? They Arnold Schwarzenegger and the lady, they had everybody fooled thinking, oh, well, this is not Arnold's son. But they couldn't deny it no more, right? When he got to about 13, man, he looked just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They couldn't deny it no more. They couldn't deny it no more. So people are doing this, man. People are living this way, right? Or they're taking care of two women, or they're being with two women. They're doing it. The question is, are we going to put women that actually could benefit from this arrangement? Are we going to put them in a bad light? That's really the question, right? So that's something to think about, man. That's something to think about. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Sister Annie said that behavior is very odd. I don't know what particular behavior you're talking about, Sister Annie. But anyway, Sim said, excuse me, how many men are in and out of two homes approved by both women, and the kids grew up to be a plus in society? Well, many kings and queens have done, not queens, excuse me, many kings have done this, right? We know Solomon had many, many wives. Most of the men in the Bible had multiple wives, right? Most of them. It's not that same thing in the Quran. Even though the Quran suggests that you don't do it, but it does give a provision for you to do it, right? But because they know times are gonna get to the point, man, where the women gonna outnumber the men, just based off of wars, just based off of women are much more born at a greater rate than men. So women are always gonna outnumber men in births. They're always gonna outnumber men, and so there's always gonna be a great disparity between the amount of number of available women and the number of available men. There's always going to be way more available women, especially now. See, before women would stick with the relationship even though a skid bump came, right? Oh, it was another woman, or there was some other issue. You gambled away all the money. The woman would stand behind them, stay back there, stick with it. Now, these women ain't doing it. These women like, man, what? I'm out. So now you got even more available women out there on the marketplace. It's even more available women. Then it's always going to be that influx of 18, 19-year-olds that hit the market every year, right? So that number is going to always be there, right? On top of these women that's divorcing like mad, like crazy, right? They're getting out of these relationships that they normally would have been staying in the 70s and 80s. They were staying in these relationships. But as the 80s closed out in the 90s, women started walking away from these relationships for way less stuff. Now it's so many available women out there. That's why I say a vagina strike would never work, because it's just too much of it on the market. The supply is so high, the few of y'all that would strike would never happen. It would never get anywhere, because it's so much vagina out there on the market, in the marketplace, that it would just. But a penis strike would definitely, in my opinion, would have a massive effect, especially the black penis, which is a delicacy. Whatever, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. But there definitely would be a delicacy, and it would actually crush the dating marketplace, because not only black women would be affected, other women of other nationalities would be affected, and it would just absolutely implode the dating market. But that's my opinion. I don't want to get back on that, because Vaughn is going to be like, Clarence, not again. All right, so leave that one alone. Sim said rules change when kids are involved. Yeah, that's definitely, man. Definitely. That's why I think God made a provision for it, because, there's going to be a lot of women out here, and especially, but it's better if you find a good man, a righteous man, to try to help you, right? It's better, right? It's better have a righteous man on your team than to not have a righteous man on your team. Not saying it can't be done if you by yourself, but it's better to have a righteous man with you, right? Or one trying to be righteous, rather I say. Ain't none of us righteous, but we trying to be. We have a standard by which we trying to live by, and we know when we falling short, and we can check ourselves and get back on the thing, right? Stanley said a woman being okay with her man spending out where his pockets go on E, very odd to me. No, I don't think a woman would be. I think the first woman, her sister Annie, should not see no disruption in her service, right? That's the first thing. It can't be a disruption in the first household service. So whatever you're doing past that, the first wife shouldn't be affected by it, right? The number one wife should not be affected by what's going on in the second wife's situation, right? Or the girlfriend, whatever. Shouldn't be affected, right? Like the first wife cable shouldn't go out because you're paying for cable for the second wife. That's not how that's supposed to go. It's supposed to go like, hey, the first wife, totally unaffected by the second person. Totally unaffected. She's oblivious to that situation financially, emotionally, anything. It should never affect her. Right? Therefore, why would she have? She's gonna be less likely. I'm not saying why would she. Most people gonna have a problem, but she'd be less likely to have an issue with somebody else, with you helping somebody else, and she understands that you have the capacity and the ability to do it. And she might just think about those children. Some women are like that, Sim. They just think about the kids and they say, you know what, that lady's kids are suffering just because she don't have a good man. My man is taking care of me, and he got the means to do that. Hey, if he can do that and he can be responsible with it, go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? Some women are like that, right? You know what I mean? So we just see. Quantum said culture is important. Yeah, culture is important, right? But I think a man's presence in children's lives is very important. And even if like I said, you're not their biological dad, but you're just a man who's trying to make a difference. Because most of the people out here, a lot of times on the internet, they're trying to encourage men to not be involved in children's lives, right? Why you want to be involved in their lives? These ain't your biological children. Why should you care, right? Pretty much a European way of thinking, right? Why should I care about somebody else's children, right? That's not how we usually did things where we came from. Where we come from, we don't usually look at it like that. We usually look at it like, okay, this sister, hey, you go to your first wife and say, hey, look, this is, sister so-and-so, and, I think I can help. And, I gotta, I want to bring her in and let's help her kids. She's just out there all by herself, and I can bring some stability to her life without affecting everything here. So some women had a capacity to say, okay, well, if you can do it, I'm willing to try. Because this is a greater thing than me, right? One of them kids might be the next, in Islam, they call it the Mahdi, right? The next Mahdi, right? The next person to bring a greater understanding than what we got right now, right? So we don't know. And then, but an average woman in America is like, no. It's like, no. So I support it if they all live in the same home. It's going to be very difficult to have two women living in the same house with one man. That's going to be very difficult. I mean, it can be done, but that's going to require a lot of it's going to take a different set of thinking skills than what most women in America have, right? And if you've never seen something like that, Sam, if you never lived with something like that, it's going to be tough to sell that. I think the least you're going to have to do is get the other woman another place. Now, it could be next door, it could be across the street or whatever, but to have them all in the same house, it's very difficult. If you watch these polygamists that have women, very rarely do you have them all in the same house. I think you got Kevin Wesley, and but I mean, as far as it lasting a long time, typically no. But you got cats like Kevin Wesley making it work. But hey, man, it's challenges in every kind of relationship. So I'm sure some challenges in that situation. Anyway, Quantum said that part, bro. See, no disruptions of the first household. No, it should never be no disruptions on the first wife. Nothing on the first kids. Nothing. It should never be no disruptions on the first kids. Never. They shouldn't miss a beat. If you're gonna pick up another wife, the first household should never miss a beat. Not on any of the traveling, not any of the fun times, nothing. They should never miss a beat. Quantum said women don't need to live together. Yeah, I don't think that's a Quantum. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's Sim think it's a great thing, but I don't think it's a good thing, man, to have two women in the same household. I mean, who are under the tutelage of one man. I think that at a certain point, well, put it like this: in America, I don't think in America, because she's going to get so many people. The least she's going to have a desire to have her own place, because that's what's getting pushed out here, and so she's going to feel like she's in a bad way not living by her, not having her own stuff, right? That's how most women going to feel. So she should at least have her own place, right? And we're gonna get into this. Now I'm gonna talk to y'all about polite. Me and Patrice gonna talk about polite later on, right? Okay, so this is a thing that Polite did, right? Polite had all these wives or concubines or whatever you want to call them, right? It's he had all these women, and he had houses with all these women, right, or whatever, right? So but what is it now? Where are we at now with all of this stuff? We shall see. We shall see. Quantum said there has to be an agreement in between all involved. Yeah, of course, Quantum. Absolutely, that makes sense. Quantum said 2 women, 2 homes. Yeah, you're gonna have to. Now, if you can afford it, cool, right? Do like the Mormons do. They have a whole compound, and they have first wife's houses here, second wife's house is over here, third wife's house is over here. They got it all on 4 or 5 acres of land, right? So everybody comes together for big gatherings, right? But they don't, you're not in the day-to-day. They running through each other's houses and stuff. No, and everybody, once you get everybody on the same train and the same track, then you could say good. Now the question and the thing is, the biggest part of this situation is the jealousy between the other parties, right? The women. I don't recommend a woman doing this with men. I don't recommend one woman having different men to have one man have his house here, one man have his house there, one man have his house here, and the first man have his house. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that for women. Why, Clarence? It's the same principle. It is, but it's different circumstances, right? Because a woman will not. Most women would not respect a man that would let her go and be with other men sexually. She's just not going to do it, right? And so it's going to be a difficult situation to deal with, because even though you got these 4 men that's going to do this, you ain't really going to respect any of them, because you're going to say, why would this man let me go sleep with this other man? And why would that man let me go sleep with this other man? Why would that man let me go sleep with this other man? Why would any of them put up with this situation? They must be weak. That's what the average woman would think. They must be weak. I don't want a weak man. I want a strong man. Let me go find a man that's strong. That's an unfortunate paradox there, right? Even if the woman was able to do it, she'd never respect the men. See, a man, he would still respect the women that was, he was going to, but a woman would never respect those men, never respect them. Sim says, so the man got to protect both, but can't make the rules. That's why liquor stores will never go out of style. No, brother, if you're going to do it, you're not going to do anything like this until you got an understanding that, hey, you're going to be the one in charge. So if this thing blows up, it's on you. If it does well, it's on you, right? But the point is, your leadership is what they're getting. Yeah, they're getting sex and other different things, but your leadership, your positive male energy, your God, the God in you coming out through you to them to guide them into better pastures, and their children into better pastures, that's what they're getting. For their sacrifice, that's what they're getting, right? Among other assets that you want to tie to them, that's what they're getting. They're not it's not just, oh, you get to run over and have sex. No. That's the least amount. When you're doing something like this, that's the least amount. But most guys want to just do the sex without the relationship, right? Without the responsibility. But no, we don't. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't think Sister Shahrazad Ali is talking about that either. I think she's more talking about the responsibility of being with two women, because that's a responsibility if you look at it properly. All right, y'all. That's Sister Shahrazad Ali. What do you think? Do you think that black men should be having more than one woman at a time? If so, if you disagree, why do you disagree? What do you think? You think that makes sense? Do you think it's a cultural thing that we're able to do that, or what? What do you think is the issue, and what's stopping us from doing it here in America? Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that later, y'all. Let's keep moving. We got to get moving, y'all. Got one more segment to do, and then we're gonna get right to the meat of the thing. Right? We're gonna get right to the meat. We're gonna talk about Black History Minute. What's the Black History Minute, y'all? Can we do the Black History Minute? All right, we're going to do the Black History Minute, y'all. Lance, why you do the Black History Minute? We tired of hearing about Black history. I know you are. I know. I know, man. They tell you, man, you go, that's wrong. What is Candace Owens? That's wrong that you're talking about Black history. You shouldn't. We should have a white history. I don't care. Do what you want. Do what you want. But we going to have Black history. We're going to have Black history. I'm going to tell you about your folks, man, because you need to know about your folks. Frederick Douglass, minister, resident, and consul general to Haiti. One of the most greatest orators, Frederick Douglass, born Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey, was named minister, resident of, and consul general to Haiti on July 1st, 1889. Douglass was the first African-American to have a position that high in the United States government. Born a slave, after escaping slavery, Douglass became one of the world's most foremost abolitionists and human rights leaders. Douglass was known for his brilliant and persuasive oratory, which drew listeners of all races to hear him expound on the merits of freedom for all people. His famous 4th of July speech illustrated the mastery of his intellectual persuasion and boldness to speak the truth regardless of any personal consequences. Douglass was born in February of 1818 in Talbot County, Maryland, and died on February 20th, 1895 in Washington, D.C. at the age of 77. Oh, man. Do you think this dude was pro-black? You think Frederick Douglass was pro-black? Guess what? Frederick Douglass had a white wife. He had a white wife. First wife was black. Second wife was white. Oh, now he's not pro-black, huh? Now that he had a white wife, he's no longer pro-black, is he? I'm just trying to show y'all, man, how silly we think about stuff, man. But anyway, man, this is your Black History Minute, man. Frederick Douglass, man. But I'm going to give you another one. This Frederick Douglass was named consul to Haiti on July 1, 1889. What about July 2nd, man? July 2nd. Let's do one more. The brother Medgar Evers, right? African-American civil rights activist Medgar Evers was born on July 2nd, 1925 in Decatur, Mississippi. And Evers was a veteran of World War II and the D-Day invasion, a graduate of Alcorn State and very involved in civil rights. He unsuccessfully attempted to enroll in the segregated law school of the University of Mississippi with the help of the NAACP while working as the first field secretary for the NAACP in the South. He helped James Meredith do something he was unable to do, enroll in the University of Mississippi. His civil rights work made him a target of segregationists. On June 12, 1963, a few minutes after daylight, only hours after President John F. Kennedy delivered his famous civil rights speech in response to federal troops being sent to the University of Alabama to ensure the safety of students Vivian Malone and James Hood, Medgar Evers, was shot down in his driveway. Evers, at age 37, was assassinated by the White Citizens Council member Byron de la Beckwith in Jackson, Mississippi. Large demonstrations occurred following his death. His widow, Merle Evers Williams, remarried and has been active in civil rights over decades following her husband's death. She was elected chairperson of the NAACP in 1995 and announced that she would not seek re-election in 1998. Medgar Evers is buried in Arlington National Cemetery. All right, man, that is your Black History Minute. That is, we talked, what did we do? We hit Medgar Evers and Frederick Douglass. Hey, man, but that's your Black History Minute. Don't take my word for it. Dig that. Go check it out for yourself. Go check it out for yourself, right? Go check it out for yourself. All right, man, that is the Black History Minute. We're going to pull up on that. Okay. Now we can get to the meat of it, y'all. Because as far as the jobs is concerned, y'all know where their jobs are. Y'all know. I'm gonna do something about jobs next week. But this week we're gonna just let it go and just say, hey, there's job boards. Go check your local city job board, go check your local county job board, go check the state job board, and go check the Fed job board. Real simple, y'all. Real simple, man. Just get out there and do it, man. There's jobs everywhere. There's jobs everywhere, y'all. All right, let's see. What else we got going on here? Oh, yeah. Okay, y'all. When is it time to call it quits, man? When is it time to call it quits? I remember Eddie Long's wife, man, Poe sister, man, bless that sister's heart, man. She heard so many different situations, man, with this dude, Eddie Long, man. He had so much going on, right? And she stuck in there with him for a minute. But then at a certain point, she had to say, man, I got to go. I got to cut the cord. When do you cut the cord in a relationship? When do you cut the cord? Now, I'm going to show you some stuff. Shout out to this sister here. What I forgot. What's her channel? Her channel is Chronicle Speaks. You guys get a chance, go out to check out Chronicle Speaks, sister's, channel. She definitely did some work on this, man, but I'm gonna give you the link, man. Anyway, let's see. Let's listen to what she's got to say about the situation between with Shirley's husband, all the stuff he's kind of got in his book, because this dude's been a busy guy. So let's check it out.
Bring you the tea. Welcome to Chronicle Speaks.
Please, I don't have any time for any gossip now. Eh? Yes. Look at you.
So I actually contemplated on doing this story, but certain crimes need to be exposed no matter who the person is or who they may be related to. So on that note, here we go. Shirley Strawberry of the Steve Harvey Morning Show has written her own Strawberry letter defending her husband, who's been accused of doing the unthinkable. And you'll hear that letter exclusively today on Chronicle Speaks. Her husband, who everyone calls Ernesto, but whose real name is Ernest, has been arrested on bank fraud, operating a credit repair company, cashing a fraudulent check, carrying a sawed-off shotgun, and certain lewd offenses that have him forbidden from being around children under the age of 18, and also certain offenses that have him forbidden from being around animals. Ernest would get arrested for going to a petting zoo at this point. We are going to break down this strawberry letter and so much more, but before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any news regarding this case and so much more. Now let's get back into it. Now Shirley just knew she had hit the jackpot once Steve introduced her to an entrepreneur named Ernesto Williams. She was swept off her feet when he proposed to her on the radio, but when she didn't catch on to his voice the whole time Steve was talking to him, I said, Shirley doesn't know this man well at all. And boy, was I right.
Would you take care of her before you took care of yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. Shirley,
Yes.
this your man right here. What?
It's Ernesto.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
Now, Ernest is a longtime career criminal with charges dating back to the late 80s and felonies dating back to the early 2000s. So the question I have is, was a background check not ran, or was Shirley just a strong believer that an old cat could turn new tricks? Well, new tricks he did. Ernest opened up a 24-hour barber shop for the who's who in Atlanta, and people from all over came to visit it. NFL players, NBA players, he had all types of clients. He also owned and operated Nesto's Elite Private Security Company, which provided unarmed security for those that needed it. Outside looking in, it honestly seemed like Ernest was doing pretty well for himself and establishing an honest living. That was up until October of last year, when his world came crashing down. Roswell police have arrested 2 people in connection to a $1 million scheme. Investigators say 57-year-old Ernest Williams and 46-year-old Erica King convinced people to pay them for their business expertise. They would align themselves with their victims with promises to be able to grow their brands, their missions, their life goals, their social media following. Police said Williams and King acted the part and people paid good money for their services. However, investigators say they never provided any services and it was all a scam. We know about more than a dozen victims and over $1 million in monetary and property loss. Roswell detectives first began looking into Williams and King in June regarding a case of rental fraud at a property on the 900 block of Pine Grove Road. Once detectives started looking into their financial transactions, it led them to the extensive business scheme. Williams and King both have multiple charges of fraud, forgery, and theft against them. Police say Ernest Williams also goes by Nesto. Erica King also goes by Erica Hughley, and Erica Hughley.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes, y'all. Not looking good for looking good for Shirley, right? You know, but Shirley's trying to get the guy home, right? Wrote a letter to the judge. They'll get to that in a minute, but trying to get the guy to come home. I don't know. I have no idea, but she must got a thing for bad boys, man, because yikes, right? What do you think, man? What do you think? Did the guy go too far? Well, he didn't have his day in court, but he definitely has. It's not, you know, it would be different if it was like this came out of nowhere, right? I could see her being like, but now when all this stuff is uncovered, all these open cases, warrants, everything, what's going on? What's going on? But we're gonna talk about that. Let's finish up. Let's finish up.
Rothschild. So honestly, that was a lot to unpack, but let's get into this property and the unpaid rent that led the police to even investigate Ernest in the first place. This spectacular 5-bedroom, 6.5 bathroom, 8,500 square foot Roswell, Georgia home was housed by Shirley Strawberry and Mr. Ernest Williams. The couple paid over $8,000 a month to rent this beautiful home, and rent was currently due for the month of April, May, June, July, and August, totaling over $39,000. Now, the company filed a dispossessory affidavit against not only the couple, but against the couple's companies. That's when the notice of possible rental fraud came into place, and the police decided to research to find out exactly what's going on. And that's when they found the whole scheme that Ernesto, or Mr. Ernest, set up. I don't know why, but I feel this in my spirit that Shirley kind of knew this was about to go down. And the only reason why I say that is because she owned a home in Inglewood, California. And in February of 2022, she had Ernest's name taken off of the home by doing a non-arm's length transaction. And what that basically means is that both the seller and the owner know each other, and they can do a quick claim deed to pretty much get his name taken off of the property. And that's what they did. She had the home deeded back to her name only, and 3 months later, she sold it. However, nothing would be connected to her husband, and she would be able to protect her own assets. Just my thoughts. So the charges start coming in for Mr. Williams, starting off with theft by deception, telling someone that you would help their finances, boost their credit, their social media, everything.
Huh? Some say I can't fault a woman for caring because that's supposed to be her natural mental state is to display. Hopefully her family is not cheering her decision on and telling her to go sit down. Well, that's what we're going to talk about, Sim. We're going to talk about when is it time to cut the cord, right? What could your significant other do that would say to you, you have to say, hey, I got to cut the cord here at this point. I always bring up Eddie Long's wife because, man, you talking about somebody that hung in there? She hung in there. She hung in there, man. Go look up Eddie Long and go look up his wife. And, man, this chick she hung in there for a long time. But finally, man, she had to say to herself, this is not kosher. At some point, I got to say, oh, okay, I got to let these people go. Oh, I forgot to send the links out, man. I'm so silly. I am so silly, y'all. Yeah, but at a certain point, you got to say, okay, what are we doing here? What's going on? Right? What is going on? Am I helping this person by staying here? That's the key question. Are you helping them? Are you going to get them? Are you going to help them get help? Are they going to be able to move forward? Is this better for the children? There's a lot of questions you got to ask about that are pertinent to whether you should stay, right? All right, let's get to it.
That both he and Erica were telling people that they could do, but never did. Then we have 5 counts of conspiracy to commit a felony. 2 of those charges were later dismissed, and the bond went from $75,000 to $15,000. Then we have theft by taking, operating a credit repair service, and theft by deception. So we do actually have a copy of this indictment, and in this indictment, they are accusing Ernest of theft by taking, saying that between the 24th of July 2020 through the 16th day of September 2020, he did unlawfully take the United States currency of a value of at least $5,000, but less than $25,000, the property of Calvin Cawthon, with the intention of depriving said owner of said property. And they are connecting this with count number 2. And in count number 2, they're saying that he operated a credit repair service. And in that service, he did let Mr. Calvin know that he would improve his credit history, and he charged him to do so. Then Ernest is facing the charge of theft of services and deposited account fraud bad check. So he ends up going to a Chrysler Dodge dealership, getting a car fixed, and he wrote a check for less than $5,000 but more than $1,500, and the check did not go through. So they are saying that he deceived the company. He got arrested for that too. And last but not least, there were 5 different counts totaling $800,000.
Stiffen your floppy jalopy with this 15-second flow and grow method. Men of all ages are ending difficulty and performing like teenagers several times a night after drinking a powerful but simple to prepare tonic every AM. What does she see when she looks at you? A strong, confident man she can't wait to take to bed every night, or some soft guy that used to be able to satisfy her but now is just in the way of her finding a real man that will give
$200,000 for each count of a child depicting themselves in ways that a child should not be depicted, and him being in possession of these depictions. So the thing is, these charges came about actually 4 months after all of his other charges came about. So I'm thinking that the government is going through information, going through pictures, going through documents, and they ended up finding this. Now, with his crimes, there are 11 different victims they are stating that he needs to stay away from. Shirley Strawberry's daughter is one of them, and her daughter's children. He is also being told to stay away from animals. So let's get into this Strawberry letter written by Miss Shirley Strawberry herself. This is her affidavit. My name is Shirley Strawberry. I am over 21 years of age and I reside in Fulton County, Georgia. The facts in this declaration are based upon my own personal knowledge. I am the wife of defendant. My husband is listed defendant in case number before the Fulton County Superior Court. I have been told in one or more cases pending before the court, I have been identified as either a victim of his or witness to a purported criminal act of his, to which I respond that I am neither. It is my intention that the court know once and for all that I am not afraid of my husband, that I wish for him to be released with no conditions as regards me, that I wish for him to be able to reside with me or wherever he elects to reside, and that his release be effectuated immediately. It is further any declaration that I have never made known to anyone at any time prior or since his arrest any desire contrary to that which is contained in this affidavit. And if any contrary understanding has been previously conveyed to this court or any other, they have been deceived. I have not been threatened, coerced, nor harassed in any way by any person to cause me to issue this declaration. So say I, Shirley Strawberry. Now, according to the assistant district attorney, there's like 15 more charges coming through. And at that time, I'm not sure if Miss Shirley Strawberry will be still standing by her man. Her man comes.
Holy smokes. 15 more charges coming. 15. You already got the CP charges, right? You already got the child prime charges. And you got 15 more coming? Oh, man. Oh, man. Not looking good, Shirley. Not looking good. I mean, I hope Shirley can land on her feet. She will. I mean, she got Steve. And Steve will protect her any way he can. If he got to throw 15, 20 lawyers at her, he'll protect her any kind of way he can. But I don't know, man. Shirley's not looking good. Shirley. So this brings me to another issue. Brothers and sisters, when you out here doing sexual selection, you got to do your due diligence, man. Because a lot of these dudes look good. They smell good. They talk good. They walk good. You know what I mean? The bedroom action is on point. But they got the extracurricular activities. Right? They got a lifestyle that you need to know about. You need to ask these questions. Oh, Clarence. The body count don't matter. The body counts don't matter, Clarence. What you talking about? Shout out to Ordinary Brother Diamond Axe. Glad to have you in the building, brother. What you talking about, Clarence? That don't mean nothing. A body count don't mean nothing. What? No. It's not the body count per se. It's the number of it. The body count just is a reflection of her decision making, and you need to know if her decision making is still the same, or she has upgraded her decision making so that she won't be adding to this body count even after she's with you. This is a very relevant issue. I don't see why women just throw that away and say, well, you know, but they want to know how much money you make and how much they want to know your history, right? They want relevant information about things that's going to affect them, right? Your income, right? How many kids you got, right? You got any baby mama drama? That's relevant information. A woman should know that stuff. before she invests so much, a whole bunch into you, right? Same thing with a man. We should know what kind of body count. Now, like I said before, you can't ask. That's not something you should ask. Hey, girl, what's your body count? How many bodies you got? You don't ask something stupid like that. That's a stupid question to ask. It's relevant information. It's relevant information. It's rude to ask. It's a rude question to ask, right? And it's just a social thing. It's just a social thing. So what I would do, my suggestion to you guys that's out there dating, is to just assume that it's high. Just assume that it's in the double digits. If the woman is at least 25 or older, you should at least assume that it's in the double digits. Assume. It might not be, but just assume that it is. And then you say to yourself, hey, let's do this. Let's get you a cellular cleanse. That way we can clean all of them other guys up out of you at the cellular level. We can get all that out. Now you're ready for business, right? You're not really ready for business if you don't get the old stuff out, right? You just stacking on top of. You took this dude's seed and it didn't germinate, and then you still got some residual in your system, and then you take another dude's seed and you got some of his residual in your system, and you get another dude's seed and you got some of that residual in your system, and you got all this residual stuff in your system that needs to be flushed out. I hope that makes sense. Somebody came here one time and told me, yeah, DNA is, well, I'm not even gonna get into that, but they told me that what I was talking about right now is not plausible. It doesn't work, and I'm telling you it works. I'm telling you that's the situation, and if it's don't, okay, then somebody need to go prove me wrong. Get some actual information to prove me wrong, but you can't prove me wrong. Only thing you can say is your opinion. I believe, it's like somebody came and told me, I believe this is what it is because I'm in this field. And so because I'm in this field, I say this is what it is. But you ain't telling us, you ain't showing us no documentation, no paperwork, no nothing that says Brother Clarence is wrong. That's what I need. I need you to show me what book, what page. That's why I love Dr. Khalid, man. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, he would tell you what book, what page, what paragraph, what line, everything, right? So I appreciate that. I would like somebody, hey, if I'm wrong about what I'm saying, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue. Now, I might push back on you, but I don't want to argue. I just want to be brought some actual facts, as we say in the Nation of Islam. I just want some actual facts. I don't want nothing to, be if you're going to dispute me, just say, this is my opinion. Okay, I can deal with that. But when you're telling me, oh, well, I know for a fact that this is this. Oh, how you know for a fact? Because I feel like that. Oh, I'm in the field, so I can just say what I want. Oh, okay, nah. Well, that might go with the regular Negroes, but that ain't gonna go over with Brother Clarence. That ain't gonna go over with Brother Clarence. Anyway, Brother Vaughn said Bill Cosby's wife stood by him, didn't she? Oh well, what can I say? That's what a wife should do, is stand by you. But sometimes the best way to stand by you is to let you go handle your business and go about your way, and stand by you by supporting you in other ways. Because sometimes, man, you being a wife, you can't support somebody like that. Once everything come out in the wash, only way you can support them is as a friend, as a person who really care about them, right? But should you let now here's the question, Vaughn, should you let your life go down into the ground? Now, the only thing I would do is if I already knew about this stuff. Now, maybe Camille knew about all that stuff already. He probably had told her that, hey, I was back in the 70s and 60s and 70s, it was on and popping out there. I was doing this and that, and I was out there. You know what I mean? But now I ain't into that stuff no more. Maybe she knew already, so she was prepared to stick behind him. Who knows? But most of the time, the wife gets caught off guard, right? The wife get caught off guard, like, what the hell, what? And then they sticking cameras in her face. Hey, what do you think about this? Right? What do you think about your husband getting arrested on these pedo charges? What? what you talking about? Getting arrested? Yeah, court right now. What you think about that? I didn't know nothing about that, right? I kind of think Shirley knew something. I don't know if she knew about the pedo stuff, but I think you can't be married to somebody for 8 years and not know they got stuff going on. They can hide it for the first couple of years, but after a while, man, it's hard to hide. It's hard to hide because both your name on so many different things. It's hard to hide. And you got to get your taxes done together. It's just hard to hide, right? But shout out. We're gonna watch a little bit of what's her name? Vanessa Long. We're gonna check her out, right? Let's see. Mom Bryce said, I hope she knows what she's doing. Yeah, I hope so too, man. I hope everybody lands on their feet, man. Sim said, haha, brother C. And now if she comes up there, up here, the leather belt, don't say anything. Well, she might come and get me, Sim. That's why I got you, man. You got to come run up here and save me, right? Run up here and save me. Okay, man. So this is Shirley. Shirley's sticking by her man. Shirley Strawberry sticking by her man. Now let's watch another woman that stuck by her man, but at some point she had to cut the cord, right? She had to cut the cord on him, right? So this is Vanessa Long, Eddie Long's or ex-wife, and she's going to tell us how she had to make the decision to cut the cord.
Ladies, back in December of 2011, I was in the middle of a storm, and I got off the ship. As much as I love my husband, my family, my new birth family, I couldn't take another minute pretending that I was okay. It was an incredibly difficult decision to make. And it was equally hard to come back because I felt like I failed the very people that needed me to be their strength. After all, you felt the storm too, and yet you stood. But then I realized that the best thing that I could do was to let you see me as a woman, just like you. A woman capable of making good decisions and a woman capable of making bad decisions. God causes everything to work together for good. Instead of condemning myself, I can use what happened as an opportunity to minister to someone else going through a storm.
Okay, it was tough for her, right? She said, hey, man, it's tough for me. I'm going through the storm. It's tough. You know, what am I going to do? What are the people going to think about me? So on and so forth, right? It's tough. That's the situation. Shout out to Joe Carter, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Good to see you. Sim said, matter of fact, excuse me, real love is when you're wrong and you get loved ones out of the way to make sure they don't be in a mess with you. That's it. That's it. That's real love. See, when your real love is when you don't want the other person to be hurt because you know something's coming. So you get them out of the way, right? That's what real love is. That's real protection is, right? You're protecting them. Even though it's a sacrifice you're making because you want them there. You want that person to stay there and be by your side, but maybe it's not best for them to be by your side. Maybe it's better for that person to be out there away from the arrows that's going to come, right? Now, I think in the Bill Cosby situation, with Bill Cosby, I think he was upfront with his wife. I think his wife probably knew about a lot of stuff that was going on. Hell, I think they was both living they probably both were living a kind of crazy lifestyle. So she probably understood what was going on and she probably said, okay, he's at an age now where he's not even interested in that kind of stuff anymore, right? She's willing to let it go. Plus, I don't think she's no Mary Magdalene, you know what I mean? I think she was probably out there herself, right? I think they were probably both living a crazy kind of lifestyle at the time. But I think Eddie Long's situation, his wife had no clue what was going on. She just was blindly following. And this is what the guys in the manosphere don't get. When you say that a woman's supposed to just blindly, you think a woman's supposed to just blindly follow you, and they're not. This is why women are not going to blindly follow you as a man anymore, because there's so much wickedness out here for you to get involved with. If she followed you blindly, man, you might lead her into a ditch. Eddie Long led his wife into a ditch. Jim Baker led his wife into a ditch. What's the other preacher? I don't sin against you. Jimmy Swaggart. Jimmy Swaggart led his wife into a ditch, his family into a ditch. You think they did this stuff on purpose? No. I'm not saying they did it on purpose, but it happened. I think Jimmy Swaggart's wife hung in there. Right? It depends on the woman. It depends on where she's at. It depends on, where she's at. I think Eddie Long's wife was like, you know what? These are not my arrows. Why should I be taking these arrows for a man that didn't even respect me enough to say, hey, this is on the way? I had to find out in the news. He could have been like, hey, man, you know what? I'm gonna let you know. But he didn't. Right? She had to find out by the news. Hey, news cameras. Hey, what do you think about your husband and these allegations? What allegations? That he's been, finagling these little boys. What? Yeah, she had to find out like that. When is it okay to cut the cord? When is it okay? When is it okay to cut the cord and say, enough is enough? What do you have to do? What do we have to go through? What do we have to see? Right? Now, let's talk about marriages right now. Let's talk about marriage. If I'm in a marriage, I signed up for better or for worse, for richer, for poor. Right? I'm married. My wife is, let's take Let's take no jumper. Let's take no jumper, right? Let's take no jumper, right? Let's see. Okay. Let's do this, y'all. Because I don't like to talk with no. This is Adam 22's wife. She's a prawn star, right? She is actively in the prawn business. And this is her talking about she's one of the jobs she's about to do. This is very recent, guys. Very recent.
Today. It's finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were going to do that. Hey guys, guess who I'm shooting with today? It's finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were going to do that.
That is Adam 22 from No Jumper. His wife is about to do her first prawn scene with another black dude, right? With somebody other than Adam 22, right? And she did it with a black dude, right? One of Adam 22's buddies, I guess, right? I guess it's just perspective, man. I guess it's just perspective. Now, how many dudes does she have to plug away? Different dudes does she have to plug away before he say, you know what, this ain't working for me. This ain't working for me. Right? Now he's gonna get he's gotten some bad advice from some of his friends and stuff. They say, oh yeah, go let your wife do that. That's okay. How could you let your wife do prawn? The wife even told him, hey, look, I don't need to do the prawn. We don't need the money. So I don't need to do it. Let's just not do it. He told her, no, go ahead and pursue it. I can't even imagine telling my wife to go pursue prawn. I can't even imagine it. But sometimes you gotta, like I said, sometimes you marry a woman, she for the streets, man. She for the streets. She just needs somebody to hold her down in the times where she don't feel like being for the streets. But some women, it's just for the streets. And that's where their heart is at. That's why the body count is so important, man, because you need to know if this person got a love for the streets and if they still got a love for the streets. Sometimes a person got a high body count, but they turned the corner. I told you that the last time, man. Sometimes a person got a high body count, they turned the corner, they said, you know what? I've been lucky. I've been blessed. Nothing major has happened to me. I've been out here getting bodies, but I've been blessed. Right? They do like the prodigal son. Let me go back to my father's house. What is my father's house? The thinking, a righteous thinking. Let me go back to that good thinking where I'm trying to get myself to one man. I'm trying to get myself to one man so that one man he can let the God that's in him out for me. Right? Take me to the promised land. Right? But some women, they just love they love the streets. Some people just love the streets, man. Some dudes just love the streets. And what they do is, because they see you a good person, they're going to try to be in a marriage. They're going to try to do the right thing, but their heart ain't really in it. And that's why it fall apart. 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, it fall apart because the person really didn't have the motivation to really want to be in a marriage or a long-term relationship. They only did it because they see you as a good person. They don't want you to get away. And so they will rather risk tearing your life apart by pretending that they want to be what you want them to be, as opposed to just letting you go, walk away. It hurt their heart too much to see you happy with somebody else. This is the reality, man. This is reality. This is the reality that a lot of us have, right? That's why you got to ask questions. In the courting process, you got to ask questions. People out here, they're getting caught up, man, because they don't ask questions. Hey, what do you think about this or that? And then you got to be honest with yourself and say to yourself, hey, man, you got to see what makes a prophet a prophet. What makes a prophet a prophet? A prophet is just a person who can take today's reality, multiply it out by 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, or 100 years, or whatever. They can multiply today's reality out and give you the outcome that's one of the outcomes or some of the outcomes that may come from the consistency of the reality that's currently now and multiplying it out. That's what we call a prophet, right? Somebody who can look down the line and say, hey, eventually this is going to happen if things continue the way they're going now. Eventually this is going to happen, right? I said long time ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, I said, women are going to have to learn how to cold approach. They're going to have to. Clarence, you crazy. Men are always going to approach women. Yeah, that's true. Certain men are going to always approach women. But no, Clarence, you crazy. Women ain't going to have to cold approach. I said the numbers, the women outnumbering men more and more. I said women that are looking to marry are going to be forced to do it. Women just being a jump off, if you want to just be a jump off and you just want to have good times and you just looking for a man that's just going to come in, beat it up, and then walk out the door, hey, those kind of men are always going to be around. They're going to always be sniffing up under some woman's behind, right? But women that's looking to marry, you have to be more than intentional. You got to be direct. You got to be committed to that situation, man. You know the kind of competition you got out here for good men? Good men are worth 100 times their weight in gold. A good man can build a city. Good woman is good too. A good woman can build a community, can help you build a community, but a good man can build a city. He can build a city if he just got the right backing, if he just got the right woman in his corner. He can produce. We as men, we built to produce. There's so many unproductive men because they can't find the right kind of woman for them. Man, when you find the right kind of woman for you, man, it's like lighting a dynamite in your back. You just, boom, you take off. Why do you think Bill Cosby's so successful? Because he had a woman that understood him. He had a woman that understood him and the idiosyncrasies he had. She understood him, and she tried to protect him from himself, right? She tried to protect him from himself. But see, those kind of women you need. This kind of woman you need. But unfortunately for women, let's get back to this thing where I'm telling women that you're going to have to cold approach men. You're going to have to learn how. You're going to have to learn how to deal with rejection. Everything that you want from men, now you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to cold approach. You're going to have to invite a man out on a date. You're going to have to do the coffee date. Take a man out for a coffee date. You're going to have to do it. Clarence, what you talking about? I'm telling you, the numbers, men are so outnumbered. Good men are really outnumbered. Good men with good jobs are really outnumbered. Good-looking men with good jobs. I mean, these numbers, see this number getting smaller and smaller and smaller? Now, average woman wants to marry a good-looking man that's a good man with a good job. that number is minuscule compared to the amount of women that's out there, available women that's out there. Yeah, there you go, Quantum. You got to get in the game. I mean, if you're looking for a husband. Now, if you're just looking for dudes, you're just looking for hookups, this is not for you. This pep talk ain't for you. You're just looking for guys to take you out and have casual sex with them. Hey, I'm not nobody's judge. I don't think that's healthy, but I'm not a prude. I'm looking at it from the health perspective. I don't think it's too healthy in today's world to be exchanging fluids with multiple people. Even with condoms, even with all this other stuff, I don't think it's even letting somebody sweat on you. It just, to me, I think it's unhealthy to do that with multiple different people. But hey, because you got all the different pHs, and then you got all the stuff that has to be balanced. It's just a lot of stuff for your body to deal with, right? So then he said, let me get my talk game ready. Yeah, man, you got to get your talk game ready. But now here, are we going to talk to anybody, Sister Annie? Are we going to talk to anybody? No. We're talking to qualified men. Qualified. You talking about the golf course, the law library, the physics lab. We talking to qualified people, the doctor, the medical building. Those are the people you're going to be talking to. People that have intent, that have intention to have a career, and as you talk to them, you realize they have desire for a family. Maybe I got something here. But hell, you could go find a dude in the physics lab in the medical history, and they can still be for the streets. That's why you still got to do a qualification. You still got to qualify these dudes. But you as a woman, man, you got to, women, I'm telling you, you women that's looking for husbands, you got to get in the game. The competition is getting so heavy for the good looking, good career, good provider, black man. That competition is high. And if you and what they used to tell you in the church, remember to tell you in the church, don't worry, baby, don't worry, baby. The good man, he gonna come in, he gonna walk right through the Lord gonna bring him right through that door, baby. Don't worry about it. No, he won't. If he do bring him through that door, it's gonna be 12 other women on top of him. You wait for him to come through that door, it's gonna be 10 other women on top of him. See, in the sisterhood, you cannot wait anymore if you want to get married. Now, if you want to play games, hey, now those kind of guys will be everywhere. They're always going to be around. But if you want to get married, if you want to have a family, if you talk to a dude, you got to have to go places where guys are intentional about what they're doing. The medical building, right? Sit in with, like they got the little seats up there where you can watch an operation or something. Go in there, or you can pretend, you can pretend that you got some type of disease. You can work with the medical building and they have to diagnose you, right? These potential doctors have to diagnose you, right? This is how you could get up close to people. Jesus used to do stuff to get up close to people. Hey, baby girl, bring me something to get this water out of the well, right? He used to do stuff just to get him close enough so he could holler. Let me holler at you, baby girl. Let me tell you, while he getting the water out of the hole, say, hey, baby, what you doing? He know what she doing. He look at her, you can see how she dressed. But he asked her, hey, what you doing? How you living? What's going on with you, girl? She can't go nowhere because he got the spoon. He got her spoon, right? So he getting the water out. She can't go nowhere. Well, I'm just doing what I got to do, to survive on these streets, Hey, listen, baby girl, if you get with the Lord, good man gonna look at you and say, man, that's a good sister. You might be wife number 2, you might be wife number 3, but a good man gonna look at you and say, hey, man, like God, man, it is not good that you be alone, sister. But you already got a wife. I know, but I can love you as well. I can love you as well, sister, right? Or the main dude may not have a wife, whatever. But my point is, you got to get active if you're really looking for a wife. See, I'm the one that need to be doing no wife club. I'm the one that need to be doing the wife classes. Me. Not other people, me. I need to be doing these wife classes, man. Teach y'all how to get husbands, man. I would always tell you to check out everybody, man. Because in the courting process, so you don't end up like Shirley Strawberry, man. In the courting process, we're going to discuss our criminal backgrounds. We're going to discuss every ticket, every whatever. We're going to discuss all that. Bro Sim said, you're right, bro, see, but it can be tricky for a woman. Women got to get to know what and where and not to look for to help her chances. Got to avoid the life of the party types. Yeah. Unfortunately, Sim, those are the most attractive guys. Those are the most attractive guys. The life of the party type dudes, right? They have to be attractive. Why? Because they're always trying to be more attractive so they can attract women so they can have casual sex with them, right? They're not going to attract a lot of women in most cases unless they got lots of money or they got some type of fame or they're attractive. Physically, they're attractive than the average guy, right? Sometimes it's, it's unfortunate, man. But the thing is, what you got to do is vet. And how to vet is you put them through the courting process. Now, you vetting for, you can also vet for having casual sex. But me personally, I wouldn't put a lot of time into that. I put more time into vetting people for matrimony. Does this dude want matrimony? Is he talking? He's even talking like that. What's he talking about? What's his goals? That's the reason why you got to ask somebody what your goals is in life. Man, I just want to, I just want to chill. What the F does that mean? I just want to chill. And when people give you vague answers, I had to apologize to my wife. My wife was telling me something this morning. And I said, oh, is it this or this or this or that? And she's always like, Clarence, calm down. I said, you know what? I'm sorry. You know how I am. You know that I can be like that because I like to have a clear understanding. I don't like vagueness. I don't like people that give me vague answers, right? Especially when I have to do some business with them or some interaction with them, and they tell me, hey, I want you to do this, right? My wife told me, she had a document that she wants me to make a copy of and fax to somebody for my son. So I was like, okay, do I need to fill the rest of this out? Because it wasn't all filled out. And she's like, hey, hold on. And I'm like, yeah, but you're sending me out the door with this. I need to know, and I said, I had to apologize to her. I said, man, you know how I am. I get anal about stuff because I really want to know exactly what I'm doing so I don't mess it up and I don't disappoint anyone. But that's the extra mile I'm willing to go because I want to, once I got the information, I want to just be able to move forward. Likewise, in a relationship, you should do the same thing. You should get the information you need so you can move forward. How you going to move forward and you don't have the right information, right? You don't know the dude's medical history. You don't know his criminal history. You don't know his finances. You don't know his family. You don't know nothing about this dude, except for he comes over and hits it every other day or hits it every once a week or something, right? But all of a sudden you want to say, hey, I want to take it further. But you know nothing about this dude, right? Okay, so you've gone out a couple times or whatever. And now you're saying, I'm liking this dude. This dude is pretty cool. So now you tell them, hey, look, I'd like to get more serious. This is before you start asking questions about the criminal history and stuff like that. You say, hey, you know what? I'm thinking about being more serious. What do you think about that? Because you don't want to be serious with somebody that don't want to be serious with you, right? That's stupid. Only dumb people do that, right? Try to be serious with somebody and they, I told y'all last stream, I did that. But I was young. I thought, man, if I just endure this woman's foolishness, eventually she'll wisen up and she'll say, you know what, this is a good man. He don't put up with all this bullshit. I'm a change. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Most people are not going to change. And they see you putting up with their bullshit. They go, I got one. I got a fool on the hook here, right? I got to pull up on said, it's hard for you to build trust where there is no transparency. Yeah, well, see, you got to build trust little by little, Vaughn, right? You build it little by little. You go out with the person, and here's how you build trust. I'll be there at 7 o'clock. And you be there at 7 o'clock. See, you build trust. See, the person can trust what you say because you're going to be there. I'll be there at 7 o'clock. You show up at 8:30. No call, no nothing, right? Come on, girl, let's go. Girl go, what? Ninja, you were supposed to be here an hour and a half ago. You didn't even call me? Oh, girl, come on, man. I got caught up with, I got caught up with work and everything like that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? My baby mama called me. You know what I mean? I got caught up with that. So, let's just go out, right? Like, nah, man. Nah. Can't just do that. What's up, Vaughn?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Nothing much, brother. We're just talking about.
I hear you up. I hear you up here cooking. So
yeah, I'm cooking, man. So
I thought I would just get up here and.
I was expecting you to come and tell me where I was wrong at. At any point in the situation, I said Vaughn is gonna come up here and tell me I'm crazy. Women don't have to approach men. What say you, Vaughn? Do women have to approach men today, in particularly the marriage-minded women? What do you think about that?
Well, when you say approach, what do you mean by approach? Because you can always approach someone. That's not.
I mean,
it's nothing wrong with approaching somebody, right?
Exactly, right. The initial contact, meaning that women, in other words, women say to herself, "Okay, I want a man I want the type of man that I'm looking for is the type of man that is committed to whatever he wants. He got his mind to set to do. He has career aspirations. He has goals. He has things he want to do. Okay, so where would I find men like that? Okay, if I'm in college, where would I find men like that in college? Going law library, engineering building, the medical building, places where people have to really commit a lot of time to being what they're trying to be. Maybe that's somewhere, right? Because they're used to commitments. They might not be not as eager to be as flippant about a commitment. I'm just saying stuff like that.
Okay.
You have to be more practical in where you meet men. If you meet men at a place like the bar or the club, you meet men at a hunting ground, right? They're just looking for victims. But if you got to meet men at places where they're not looking for victims, right? You're just going to present yourself as a benefit to their situation if they get to know you, and then you can approach and ask them out. Would you go out on a coffee date, Vaughn?
Well, I'm married. I've been married for about 21 years.
Of course you're married. I'm talking about if you were single.
Well, if I was single, of course I would. You see what I'm saying? If I'm trying to get to know people, it's nothing wrong with the woman inviting the man or the man inviting the woman. It's just about how you go about doing it.
Okay.
Now I know we have our traditional way of doing things.
Okay.
Times have changed. Some of us who are my age would be a little old fashioned about how to go about things,
Okay.
But the young people have a different way of their approach. You know what I'm saying? The
Absolutely.
only good advice that I would try to give them is to, make sure that you're doing a little background check and doing a little more vetting, in the process.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Instead of just, going by the book cover, going by how it sounds,
Okay. When do you think
invest some time in investigating?
When do you think is a good time? Okay. So I'm gonna tell you about the Nation of Islam. So in Nation of Islam, we have a courting process. And in the middle of that courting process, we have things that it's a book that we follow these things, right? One of the things we're going to talk about is our criminal histories and our finances and stuff, like all of these different things we're going to talk about, right? We're going to have that conversation as we're getting closer to marriage, because the whole courting process is I want to marry, I'm looking to marry this person, but we got to get some of this stuff straight first, right? Okay, so as not being in a nation, just the average person on the street, when do you think there would be a good time for them to start asking for background check or financial information or lifestyle information? When would that be a good time to do that, you think?
Well, honestly, I would basically say that it would always be a good time to do that right off the bat. But it's all about how you go about doing it, though. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you've had a coffee date or two, and then maybe you've gone to the restaurant, maybe you've taken in a movie, maybe you spent time at the park. Now you know that the time that you've spent together is getting a little more intense. It's getting a little closer, right?
Okay.
So now that you see that, well, maybe this could lead to something, I believe that's when you should be transparent and honest and say,
Right.
hey, I've had a DUI or two. I've got a little background, petty theft or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? Feel free to look at my past, but I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. But by all means, young ladies, you need to vet as well as the man needs to vet.
Of course.
We talk so much about how the man needs to vet all the time, but yet the woman doesn't need to vet. Come on, man. What kind of sense does that make, Brother Clarence?
It doesn't.
Because a lot of these sisters are getting themselves into bad situations because they didn't take time to do the research. See what I'm saying? Just because the Negro is wearing bling bling and is riding and this and that and has a smooth voice, see, doesn't mean that you should just take that for face value. Come on.
Right.
You really got to do your research, ladies. How many baby mamas does he have? You still want to go out with him when he has 4 or 5 baby mamas? Come on, vet. Young ladies, you need to vet.
And everybody needs to vet. Everybody needs to vet, because vetting is how you get bad situations. You get on top of bad situations, man. You can get on top of them. If you don't get on top of them, unfortunately, I'm looking for a video now, man, where unfortunately, man, this sister, she confronted her boyfriend for cheating, and he beat the snot out of her, right? I'm trying to look it up right now, but
wow.
Yeah, man, he beat the snot out of her, right? And it was unfortunate, man. It's absolutely, how you gonna cheat and then beat somebody up for beating somebody up for asking, questioning you about it?
Well, you see, that's well, come on, Brother Clarence, that's the double standard. And you know that there's a double standard there when it comes to men. You see what I'm saying? We can do it all day long, but when she steps out and do it, man, then we start yelling sacrilege, right?
But she didn't even cheat, Vaughn. She didn't cheat. She confronted him about his cheating. She confronted him about his cheating, and he got mad and bruised her up, sent her to the hospital. Right?
Yeah, that's not appropriate anytime.
Man, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's my point. But see, like you said, if she had vetted this dude, then maybe she would have found out, hey, where's your other girl? What happened to your other girlfriend? Oh, this one's in the hospital. This one's on
But you know what, Brother Clarence? The thing that the major problem that we're having is a lot of times we're not really looking at the red flags. You see what I'm saying? When you see these red flags early off, these are signs. These are symbols to let you know that maybe this is not a move that you should be making. You see what I'm saying? But because the talk is good and the company is good and all of this stuff, right? So then we go along with it, ignoring the red flag. But see, those flags are not going anywhere. They're going to show up in that relationship later down the road.
Sooner or later.
And then what are you going to have?
Yeah. It's an ugly situation. It's going to be an ugly situation, man. But see, that's the thing, man. Our people, we don't get it, man. We trying to be something, and we try to get past it. Oh, I know. If I just love him, he gonna be all right. Shout out to Blackhearted with New Growth Old Soul. Shout out to that. New Growth said we can't control who we fall in love with, right? Or is it that interracial dating? Of course, that is ridiculous. Of course, you can control who you fall in
I
love
don't.
with.
Yeah, I would definitely have to say you can definitely control that. You know,
Of course you can.
now
Absolutely.
maybe you can't control who you're attracted to. I don't know, but because that's your preference. You know, but I don't know, man. It's like we have to be in control at some point. Why? People talking about just fall in love. I don't think you fall into love. I believe you walk and you step into it. Now that's just my opinion.
Well, I think what it is Vaughn, people, they use the word love loosely. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm in love, but you're not really in love. You're just infatuated with this person, right?
Exactly. Just like my brother, Music Soul Child, said, love. So many people use your name in vain, right?
Right.
Those who have faith in you sometimes go astray. See what I'm saying? Love.
Yeah.
The excellent lyrics that the brother wrote right there, but we use it loosely.
Yeah.
And then falling in love. Oh, I just fell in love, because I didn't have no control now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love is a choice and a decision that you walk into.
Correct. In my
now,
opinion,
that's just
too.
me talking. You know what I'm saying? And I really don't have a scripture for that, but I'm just saying that's how I see it.
Well, it's not something you fall into. That has been a term where it was able to be more used in a day and a time where most of the people were trying to be certain type of people. Now, because people are so, sex is the most important thing at this point now. It's not. It doesn't carry the same weight. The term falling in love. Don't care. See, remember the spinner said, "Could it be I'm falling in love?" Right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember? Okay, so back in that point,
I understand. I understand
meaning.
the term. I get it.
Right?
I get that part.
It had a different meaning at that time.
Yeah,
It carried another kind of weight.
I get it.
But now, could it be? No, man. It's not. You're not falling in love. You're just very attracted to the person. Maybe it's physically, for whatever reason you were attracted to the person. The love part is, okay, now you got to see, because love, man, love, you have to deal with some things, right? And that's when you see if the love can grow, right? This person got this kind of handicap, or this person got this kind of issue. Can I be with them? Can I still be with them? Right?
Wow.
Can I still regulate this relationship while I'm still dealing with the person? They got bipolar, they got this issue.
That's right. See, love covers a multitude.
Exactly. Right.
Of idiosyncrasies. Let's put it that way.
Or not. Right. Sometimes you love yourself enough where you say, hey, I can't deal with that. Right. I know that I'm not going to treat this person well by being in a relationship with them. So I care enough about them. I want them to be with somebody who's going to really be able to deal with that and not, tear them apart.
But what we look over is, well, actually, let me change that. We are mistaking love oftentimes in the beginning for infatuation. Now, any relationship that you're in, you're going to have a infatuation stage. You see what I'm saying? I'm infatuated. Look the word up, it'll tell you all about it. But infatuation, you see what I'm saying? I'm drawn to you. I'm you know what I'm saying? I feel a pull.
Okay.
Right. But see, that's a phase that ends. You see what I'm saying? And now you're dealing with the actual individual. You're seeing the relationship more clearly.
Right.
The infatuation stage is really like, rose-colored eyeglasses.
Right.
Everything looks good, right?
Right.
But as you continue into the longevity of the process, now you're going to begin to see the person. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They snore, or what do? They do something that gets on your nerves.
Right.
Right.
Right. They digging their nose, or they digging their ear, or whatever.
You see,
Right.
I don't like the way you breathe.
Right.
I mean, all kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, because see, and why the infatuation stage is so good is because the people give you what you want to see. They're giving you what you paid for. You paid to have this perfect woman. They're going to give you this perfect woman. You paid to have this perfect guy. They're going to give you this perfect guy. But as time goes on, the facade falls apart.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why I just say be real. That's why I just say be real in the beginning.
That's what it should be, right?
If you can just do that, then that's the best way to approach it.
And then they, that's the problem is once the facade starts falling apart, they start seeing what they're really dealing with. Oh man, this person got some mania. I didn't know they was having these manic attacks here. Holy smokes. What's going on? Or this person got bipolar, or this person got dyslexia, or this person got this or that, or whatever, right?
And sometimes, man, and sometimes that person's family can run you off.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you need to really not just know the person, but know who they traffic around, who is the whose circle are they in? You see what I'm saying? Because they could be in the wrong circle. And now you're caught up.
Exactly, right? And unfortunately, like this chick here that we about to listen to,
this looks pretty bad, Brother Clarence. I don't know.
Man, it's
I haven't
horrible,
even looked at the
man.
video, but it looks pretty
It's
bad.
horrible, man. It's horrible. But the point is, she allowed her boy. I'm sure there was, like you always saying, Ron, there's always red flags. I'm sure she saw the red flags, but you know what? She just ignored it, kept going because of this or that, right? But I'm saying that when abuse pokes its head into the thing, isn't that
that's definitely a reason.
Isn't that a point where we can say,
cut
cord,
that, right? Yeah, infidelity, physical abuse, person is a chomo, as you say. You discover this, all of that. Yeah, we have to sever that tie.
Hey man, there's some things we can stick, and sometimes the best way you can help this person is by cutting the cord so they don't have the pressure of trying to maintain a relationship while they're going through all this drama, and getting them some help. Hey man, I paid for you to go a couple sessions to these psychiatrists. That's what you need to do. But I want us to get back together. That ain't even on the radar right now. What I need you to do is go to see this person so you can get some help for you. You need to help yourself for you. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself behind these bars again. But anyway, let's listen to this chick and what her situation was and how she felt unfortunately into this situation.
I could have been dead. My life, it means more to me than this. This is not love. It's not love.
Oh man.
Wow, I can hardly watch that, man. Listen.
Oh man.
Man, that's a real downer right there, brother.
Yeah, man. But
because I hate to see a woman go through that type of abuse and torture.
Yeah. It's sad. It's sad because
very sad.
A lot of sisters are going through it right now. Right? A lot of sisters are going through it, and they scared to make a move because they scared for fear of themselves, for the family, for the children. They scared, man. So they just in a prison with no bars because they're with somebody like this. So my thing is, hey, you smart, plan an escape route, right? Warn all your family.
That's a whole show right there. You're right.
Yeah, this what I'm gonna do. I'm getting away from XYZ person. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I need your support for doing this, right? Family gonna support you in most cases, right? And then you just make your move, right? Like I forgot which dude was doing that. There was a dude that was beating his children, beating his woman and his children, and she said, "Yeah, we're going to the store. We'll be right back." She left and never came back. Right? She took the kids, never looked back. Right? But it is what it is. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to sacrifice work. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Abuse is never okay. Abuse is never okay.
Yeah, and that's on both ends too. That's on both ends of the spectrum.
That's on
because
both
sad to say that there are some men who are being abused.
They
by
are.
their women. It sounds unlikely, but these scenarios and cases they do exist. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of men don't want to put their hands on a female, and a lot of them know that, so they'll take advantage of it. And so anytime she throws something at you because she's angry and hits you in the head, you see what I'm saying? And you just let that go by. Or she's always throwing things, or you see what I'm saying? Hitting you. That's physical abuse.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now, if you were to turn around and break her off, then now see, you're in the wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, when you know you're in a situation like that, brothers, I would definitely get up out of there. Wouldn't be able to stay in that.
I mean, who would? But see, like I said, we thinking like rational people. Some of these people are in situations and they're not thinking rationally. They're thinking like, oh man, these kids, man, if I leave this, man, I ain't gonna have no money to feed these kids. What's gonna happen to me? I'm gonna be on the street. And so they wedge between the abuse and the hardships of living out on the street. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You can go and get you some help, man. There's always shelters and stuff to ready to take care of women. Now, the men that are in this situation, it's a little harder. It's a little tougher for you, right?
But, yeah, because where you gonna go?
Ain't no.
I'm not trying to laugh at it, but I'm just saying, where there's no place for us.
No, there's not. Right?
You see what I'm saying? Where is that place? And if you go down to the precinct, they're gonna scoff at you, right? She did what? Okay, man. Well, let's go ahead. Let's fill out a report.
Yeah, right.
All snidely and sarcastically, right?
But you just feel bad as a man. Like, man, I'm letting this woman beat me up. You feel bad as a man.
That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's very embarrassing.
It's happening to dudes, and some dudes are suffering silently, right? Because the woman's gonna say, "Look, if you leave me, I'm out here in these streets, but if you leave me, I'm taking half of everything." And they being held hostage, and they squeeze between living off of half they pay and supporting their wife while the wife is out there, in them streets. But I think to me it's a little different because men, you could say, "Hey, look, you're doing it anyway. Well, I mean, what you scared of? You already living this life, man. So just go on and just separate from her, and then you could try to kind of get if you can get the kids, then maybe you can do that. Now that's but it is a little harder for men. But women,
I would agree.
Women, you getting this. Well. Anyway, let's do this, Vaughn. What I want to do now is, before we get up out of here, because we already 2 hours 42 minutes.
Did you drop the link? I did drop the link.
I dropped the link for anybody who want to come up and talk about any of the things we're talking about. Right? Cool. We talked about Shahrazad Ali. She said that black men, are more than capable of dealing with more than one woman at a time, right? More than capable of dealing with more than multiple women, right?
Well, listen. She was a manospheric before the manosphere, But anyway, I'll leave that alone. I'll let that go. Yeah.
Basically. Now the only thing she don't have that the manosphere has is the manosphere has this deep hatred for black women. I don't think Shahraz Ali has a hatred for. I think she's just trying to build an understanding in their head that, hey, stop fighting it. It's going on. You need to do is turn it into a plus for yourself. I think that's where she was ultimately coming from, right? Because one time I was telling a friend of mine, a coworker, and I said, "Hey, I got this son, and man, I'm having all these issues with him and trying to get him to just do simple things around the house. We just talking, right? And I was like, yeah, man, he just, why I gotta do it? And I said, man, what do you mean why? You living here free? And so so my friend was like, hey, just tax him. When he don't do what you want, tax him. She said, I just tax my son. He don't do what he want. But usually that after getting taxed a couple times, they usually straighten up. I said, oh, okay. So I tried to do it with my son. He don't care. He still get taxed. But the point is, she told me to tax him so something could happen. Now, it did slow it down a bit, but he's still, on his own thing. But at least a solution was provided, right? It was a solution to the situation. But what I want to talk about before we get out of here, Vaughn, and anybody else, I want to talk about this Adam 22 situation, because when is it time to leave? When your wife tells you, hey, guess what? I got a great new job. What is it? Well, I don't want to say, but I can make $15,000 a week. Hey, I only have to work one day, right? I mean, you should question that, right?
Well, listen, and you know this old phrase, all money is not good money.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's how that goes, man. All money ain't good money now.
It's not.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but
it's not, man.
It's all according to how you want to live your life. If you want to be gutter with it, then hey, that's how you choose.
Yeah, man, but you don't have to live that gutter life, though. That's the thing, man.
Yeah,
you don't have to.
You don't.
You don't have to.
But many choose that type of way to get their money, to get over, to be quote unquote successful.
I just think, well, are you successful? Are you successful?
Well, like I agree. Is that what you call success?
Right.
Because in so many other eyes, that's really not success.
Yeah. I don't think it's success. I think success is being able to do what you think is the right thing to do, being able to, move the way you want to move, and be able to inspire other people to do the same. I think that is success. And if you're out there and you're saying one thing but you're doing something else, that's a little hypocritical, right? That's very hypocritical, at least to me. That's very hypocritical. I just but anyway, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna I think I found it. This is from Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. Shout out to MTR. You can go check him out, man. Go subscribe to his channel, and we're gonna watch one of his videos, and we're gonna listen to Adam 22 and his homeboys talking about basically how it's okay that his wife is in the prom business, right? With friends like this, do you need enemies?
I don't know where that's going, but
you guys all
I'm
know
here.
What's going on, which is basically
you're quitting on us, bro.
I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting, but I'm going to tell you something that might blow your mind.
All right, blow my mind then.
Hey,
early enough.
After 7 years with my girl,
relax, Sharp.
This is not the breakup conversation. I realize it might have sounded like that right there for a second.
Yeah.
After 7 years together, she shot her first ever scene with another man. Over the weekend.
That shows growth.
That shows growth. Bro, but they get on your ass saying that you don't have it in you to disagree with me.
This is interesting. Now, Sharp clapping in jubilation. The brother over here, I've never seen him before, is confused as hell. And the dude over here is talking about that it's growth, that this gentleman is allowing his wife to get her cheeks destroyed by another man. Let's proceed.
So I'm going to use this as an example. Tell me how you really feel.
What about her? Listen, for the money, you don't want to hear what I'm talking about for the money, young.
Right.
I'm going to tell it.
For
Makes
the
sense.
money, young,
yeah.
I disagree. I could disagree with Adam if he told a lie. Like you try to stay away from bullshit on the podcast. It's like, all right, how I really feel is that I need my girl to go out and shoot a motherfucking porno solo scene so she can bring that bag back home. This is a business, nigga.
Shut up. Guy, I get questions from women, can men be sluts? And generally I say no. But when he's talking, I'm just thinking, you're a male slut. Why? Men that will compromise their integrity just for the money, that to me is being a male slut. I don't think necessarily it's the amount of women that you end up porking throughout your life. To me, it's compromising your integrity to get to a certain place of status or fame or clout.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm glad you paused it right there because what is his name? MTR. What's his name?
Yes,
the brother. Yeah, I have to agree with him on that point that he's making. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just a crazy concept that apparently that this individual doesn't have any respect for his wife. Is it his wife or girlfriend? Whoever she is to him.
This is his wife. He's
He
married.
has no respect for her at all.
Paperwork,
neither does she have respect for herself. Neither do they have respect for their children if they have any.
They have.
Well, oh, come on, man. What was you see? And you sit at a round table and you all discuss these type of things and try to make it seem right in the eyes of other people as if this is okay. Come on. Now I'm an older gentleman, but this is some BS right here.
I don't care if you're older or not, Vaughn. This is just crazy, right? This is crazy.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely off the hook, man. This is crazy. Young, old, black, white, red, yellow. This is just out of. Imagine, and you know what they say? They say that the wife came to him and told him, "Hey, look, I will leave the prime business, and I will just be a stay-at-home wife." He told her no.
You know what, Brother Clarence? But see, here's the thing: as long as she can do what she's doing, then he's allowed to step outside the relationship and do whatever it is that he wants to do.
Well, I think
see what I'm saying, and feel like he has some like he has some validity in what he's doing.
Well, I think Vaughn, they've been living that kind of lifestyle already. I think they've pretty much been living a swinging lifestyle already. Right?
Oh, man, this is crazy. This is totally crazy, man.
Right. I think they've been already living that way. But I think she kind of got into the prime business saying, "Hey, look, why am I doing this for free? I can do this and make some money." Right. So I think that's how she ended up getting into the prime business. Then he got into it with her. They was doing stuff together. And so, but the prime producers kept saying, "Hey, really, everybody's tired of seeing you with just your husband. They want to see you with other people, and particularly who they want to see you with." The BBC, right?
Oh, so wait a minute. So the husband and the wife were out there doing things in the media.
Yeah.
Okay, see, I didn't know that part.
Yeah,
Now,
they was out there doing that.
That's not a good representation,
Especially you got children, man.
Marriage. Those things are for the bedroom, which is a private space for you to go into and partake into those things. We're not supposed to just be doing those things publicly. You know what I'm saying? I can understand a public display of affection, as far as a peck or a hug or a little kiss here or there. I get that, but when you're full blown doing it, having sexual acts, you see what I'm saying? As a married couple for the world to see, that's inappropriate to me. Now, that's just my opinion. And I'm glad to have a space that I can share that in. You see what I'm saying? Because it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, I don't see. And
what example are you setting for your kids, your children?
Yeah, I don't see what the benefit of it is. Besides, outside of the money,
the benefit of it is the money, brother.
Yeah, but outside of that, I don't see the benefit. I don't see the real benefit. As a matter of fact, I see it as a what do you call that? A poison dart. It's going to get you. Eventually, the poison going to get to your heart.
Well, when it comes to my wife, don't approach me with no indecent proposals. None of that. See what I'm saying? I don't care what the price is. That we're not, you know, we didn't have the money in the beginning. So why do I need it now?
Yeah.
Why should I, you know, undermine my integrity?
They're not doing it for the money. You know, he said he makes $1 million a month just with no jumper. He's got other channels that he makes money with too. He said he makes $1 million a month just with no jumper.
Let me pull it in, because you know David said my foot almost slipped. I almost lost my bearings. I almost slipped and fell looking at the prosperity of the wicked. See what I'm saying? Let me turn my face another way. See what I'm saying? Because whatever they do, they have to reap what they sow.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. So
but this is crazy, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, so anyway, this is Adam Jumper. This is a meeting at the round table with the homeboys, and the homeboys is giving him some advice on having his wife out there in the prawn business, and they congratulating him for letting his wife get down with this with her first black dude. How about that? All right, let's get to it.
Or with money. That to me makes you a male slut. You're about as dirty as a modern woman that gets porked by 100 dudes. Let's proceed.
This is business.
To me, it was kind of like, the reality is that her career has been, helped by me for sure, but also held back by me to a certain extent because of the fact that we would only shoot together. And
take a man to realize that shit.
The number one thing that she gets asked, that she gets requested, whatever, is
try this delicious garlic burger made with Best Foods garlic aioli. Stir in creamy Best Foods garlic aioli with real garlic.
They want to see her shoot with another guy. And, we've kind of had the conversation over the years. And I started to come to this realization that the reason why I didn't want her to do it was not because of my own personal jealousy or anything like that. It was really just the fact that I didn't want to be the guy who got roasted on the internet that week. I didn't want to be the one that everybody was making videos about, whatever. And I slowly started to feel like that's kind of a stupid reason for me to hold her back from doing something that would realistically be very, very good for her career,
Right.
Did I hear him right, Vaughn? Did he just say her having sex with a bunch of dudes is going to be good for her career?
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. It's definitely not going to be good for her. Listen, it's definitely not going to be good for her health. Let's say that. Can we say that? Brothers and sisters, can we say that?
Oh, man. Okay. So Adam 22 says, hey, I was holding my wife back. She wanted to have this huge prawn career, and I was holding her back because
nothing sacred about
I was being a fool saying this is my wife. I only wanted to have sex with me. I was thinking foolishly. Vaughn, I was thinking foolishly. I'm holding her career back, even though I'm making a couple $2 million a month. I'm holding her back. I'm holding her back, Vaughn, with my selfishness.
Wow. Listen, when you start pimping your wife out, I'm just saying, when you start pimping out your wife.
Start pimping out your wife?
Man.
So, he just said I was holding her back with my selfishness, right? All right, so we're going to get back to MTR, his review of this little situation, and it's an ugly situation, man, and it gets uglier, Vaughn. It gets uglier.
I can't imagine that it gets any uglier than this.
Oh man, it gets uglier.
Is that even possible?
Wait till you see the homeboys. The homeboys start giving advice. Holy smokes!
Clarence,
this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that there's been decades of media that have created weak men. Because in his mind, he wants his chick to be the boss bee. He's indoctrinated to want her to be strong and independent. irrespective of being married to her, irrespective to him being a multi-millionaire through just the brand of No Jumper.
Can we talk numbers at all in terms of like income? Are you comfortable sharing any of that?
Sure, I don't care.
What is the whole brand make in a month or in a year?
I mean, No Jumper might bring in $1 million a month.
Wow.
And then Plug Talk, not quite as much, but in the ballpark arena of that.
How?
Where's it?
We do that.
Yeah, you got to
God.
consult us on the. Is it sponsorship revenue?
Not really. That's how we would get to $2 million a month, is if we had a fucking Barstool Sports type ad sales team really blanking on our shit and ads. No, I mean, a big part of it's Patreon. You know, we have a Patreon that does 6 figures a month. Facebook has been insane. We're making a couple $100,000 a month on Facebook. YouTube does good.
So you make millions of dollars per month, but you're allowing your wife to do this for money? You have literally no need for money, my G. Why are you so worried about her career and holding her career back? You already have the bag. You make millions per month. How much more is your life going to change in a positive way by allowing your wife, mother of your child?
I mentioned they had children together, right?
Yes, you did. Yes, you
okay.
did.
Let's see.
Shame.
Yeah, let me.
What a shame.
Yeah, it is. It's sad, man. It's sad. Okay, let's get back to MTR's review of Adam. This is Adam 22 from No Jumper, and his buddies, his homeboys, are sitting here congratulating him on being a big enough man to let his wife do her first prawn scene with a black dude. Okay, let's go.
Or being the driver, though. But at the end of the day, bro, like I said, I'm pretty sure Sharp got the same thing to say as me about that.
I don't know. Sharp's a little more misogynistic than you. Let's hear it, Sharp. What do you think when you hear this?
I look at it like this, man. You understand, and I'm just going to be transparent. Both of y'all, time's ticking. You only got so much time in this industry. The porn star industry is like a good haircut. You could be here today looking good, gone tomorrow, and it's just over. You know what I mean? So I feel like do it and capitalize off it now while you have the chance to capitalize on it, and don't.
Oh man, Vaughn, I something's wrong with my hearing, Vaughn, because I thought I heard this dude say, capitalize on having your wife being out there getting bombed by every dude out there, right? For money, right? But maybe something's wrong with my hearing. Did I hear that right?
Wow. I mean, I almost need you. Can you just replay that? Just that
Let's
little
replay
part.
it, man. Let's replay it. I think we got a minute to replay that. Let's replay that. Let's replay
Just that little
man.
part.
Because he said, "What do you think about
Because
that?"
you could be mistaken, Brother Clarence. So let's make sure that it's clear.
Hey, Vaughn, I know you think I'm perfect, Vaughn, but I'm not. I'm not. I could have made a mistake, Vaughn. Let's
Today,
see.
bro,
So
like I
say you.
said, I'm pretty sure Sharp got the same thing to say as me about that.
I don't know. Sharp's a little more misogynistic than you. Let's hear it, Sharp. What do you think when you hear this?
I look at it like this, man. You understand, and I'm just going to be transparent. Both of y'all, time's ticking. You only got so much time in this industry. The porn star industry is like a good haircut. You could be here today looking good, gone tomorrow, and it's just over. You know what I mean? So I feel like do it and capitalize off it now while you have the chance to capitalize on it, and don't wait until shit starts to fall into all-time low to say, okay, we'll finally do it.
Y'all
You
suck.
gotta hit it while it's high.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it from a business perspective.
For the
Y'all
money,
already married, bro. That's your chick. Shit,
Yeah,
no
she's not
motherfucker.
going
Where
nowhere.
Okay, and then ask him, would you allow your girl to do this? Not even just your girl, your wife, and see how his answer changes. See, he's gonna softball an answer to this in order to remain an active participator in lieu of actual friend advice that you would give to someone that you spend some time with.
She gonna cry talking about what are you talking about? You're leaving.
But that's part of it too, is that we already know that we're gonna probably have like another couple kids, and that this is just kind of like her
exactly
doing what she can to make her OnlyFans go fucking crazy in the meantime, in the lead up to her basically exiting the game in a couple of years, you know? And that's why I didn't really want to be the one holding her back. And we even had that conversation, like even up to the moment that she left to go film the scene, she was telling me like, listen, I'll not do it if you don't want me to do it. If it's going to hurt you, it's good. If it's going to bum you out, then like,
I'm speechless now. I'm speechless.
I can't talk.
Let me tell you something, ladies.
Wow.
If you have
This
to ask,
this is way beyond.
Ask, hey, I don't. If this is going to hurt you, I won't do it. If you have to even ask that question,
but they're trying to rationalize something that is irrational in my opinion.
Let me say this, Vaughn. Let me get it out. If
right,
you have to ask that question, you're already doing something you shouldn't be doing. You know the answer already. You have to ask the question, hey, I won't do this if it's going to hurt you. You already know. You already know. All right, Vaughn, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure I got that clear. Vaughn?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what to say because this is this is so far-fetched to me. But I have to understand that people actually live this way and think this way.
It's like,
you know what I'm saying?
It looks like a TV show, right? It looks like a Netflix show, but it's not a Netflix show. It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing, man. And unfortunately, man, this is what our children, what these young people are growing up around. Yeah. They have no good examples. Yeah. You know, you want to have 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 kids, you know. But then what are you offering them? You're offering them this. You see what I'm saying? How do you teach them how to be productive people in society? By doing this?
And what you going to say when your daughter says to you, you know what, Daddy, I want to do OnlyFans like Mommy did.
Yeah, exactly. When she becomes of age or become, some of them are doing it. Yeah, they're doing it before.
Girl, you can go to college. You can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to do that. No. I want to do like Mommy did. How you gonna talk yourself off of that ledge?
It's to me, this whole concept, Brother Clarence, is very sickening. You know,
you're right.
Yeah, makes you want to throw up in your mouth just a little tiny bit. Because this is
Vaughn, we have to discuss this stuff, man, because some of our people have similar paradoxes out there. They may not have this exact paradox. This is an extreme paradox, but I'm talking about they have paradoxes where the other person is doing something that's over the line. And now they have to make a decision. Do I stay with this person or do I leave? See, that's the ultimate thing. Should he stay with her?
Think neither one of them are thinking that on those terms, Brother Clarence.
I know, because right now, Vaughn, who's going to think like that when millions of dollars is coming through the front door? See, people don't think like that. They're willing to put up with a lot of stuff when millions of dollars is coming through the front door. But when this stuff gets heavy, when it really starts getting heavy, right? Because people change, Vaughn. People change, right? Like you married to her. You married to her now, and this is just her first one. How's she going to be thinking when it's after her 15th or 20th?
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah.
When she's like, hey, look, I love it. I love it. And I ain't even going to call you when I'm on my way to go get this done no more. I'm finna handle my business.
You know, greed is the culprit here as well. You know, because it's all because of greed. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think
that
so.
Love,
they don't need the money.
Now listen. No. They don't need the money, but because they have a greed, it's never enough. Do you realize that some people, no matter how much money they have, it's never enough? Never enough.
I will agree with you at this point. You're right, Vaughn. You're right. Some people it's never enough. But I will agree. I will concede this point. I think money is the cursory reason why he's able to justify to himself that he's allowing this to take place. See, I'm not a weirdo. We're doing this so we can further her career. See, that's the reason. It's not because I'm a weirdo and I don't mind my wife being with other men. No. That's not the reason. The reason is I was holding her career back. See, me trying to be a good husband, I was holding her career back. The career that she said she don't even want. Yeah, I was holding her career back. So now, because I don't have I'm not a weirdo. Y'all don't think I'm a weirdo because I want my wife to have sex with other men. No. I'm not a weirdo. The real reason is I'm holding the career back. See,
that's weird to me. That's very weird to me.
Right.
But I'm just saying.
Right.
That's like I said. It's my opinion, and thank God for this platform where I can share it.
It'd be different if it's your girlfriend, right?
Very
your
weird.
Girlfriend's your girlfriend. I mean, I wouldn't want my girlfriend doing nothing like
if
that.
it's my
but
girlfriend,
I mean, it has implications. Has much less implications.
I wouldn't want to put my girlfriend out there like that.
I wouldn't either. But I mean, I'm just saying, Vaughn.
About?
Technically, it has less implications than your wife that you got children with. That has a lot more implications because sooner or later they're going to see this stuff. And then, how are you going to explain it? And what are you going to say when your daughter says, "Hey, guess what? I want to be a stripper"? Are you going to be like, "Yeah, go for it, girl. I'm coming. I'll throw some money down there." Or are you going to be like, "Oh, you don't have to. No, I don't want you to be no stripper." How are you going to explain that? See, now they may turn the corner, Vaughn. They may at some point say, "Man, I'm going to tell you how powerful God is. God could take two people like this that got the devil all through them and kick that devil right on out of them. Make them go through something, squeeze the devil right out of them. And next thing you know, they're Christians or Muslim or whatever, right? But they God-fearing people now. They turn the corner.
I would definitely say that these acts are abominable.
Absolutely.
They're an abomination as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't make me better than anybody on this earth. I'm just going, along with the lines of what the word says.
Right.
These things should not be taking place. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
this is crazy. But we're doing it all for the mighty dollar. You see?
Well,
the love of money.
I don't think
the love of money. The love of money. The love of money is the root of all evil.
Right.
Because you love the money so much. It's all about the
money,
bag.
Vaughn.
It's about the sex and it's about the bag. Come on.
No, I don't think it's about the bag. It's about the sex, definitely. But I think he's just a weirdo. He's got millions of dollars coming through the front door. He doesn't need her to do that. Not even. You think that money that she's making on OnlyFans, maybe maybe 10 grand tops? She's not making no real money. Why?
Well,
it's not even worth her to do it.
It frustrates me to listen to this, to be honest with you, because it makes absolutely no sense to me. But I understand, hey, to each his own. You see what I'm saying? You have to be held accountable for what you do, just like this young man over here on this on the screen has to be accountable for what he does. Right? I have to be me. I got to be accountable for what I do.
Yeah.
So, but this here makes no sense to me.
All right, let's see. Let's check in with Sim. Sim say, I'm in support of this. Sim says, I am not in support of this, but it's a term called cuckold, a man who enjoys watching his wife commit adultery or be unfaithful with other men. I don't think he watched this, Sim. I think he just had knowledge that it was going to occur. I don't think he was there, sitting in the stands. Yay, go wife. Yeah, deeper, right? I don't think he was.
The thing that's troubling to me is they have children.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That just opens up a whole nother door, in regards to this whole entire topic.
Right.
You have absolutely no regard for your children.
That would be abuse.
What kind of children are you raising? And this type of behavior shouldn't even be allowed. But hey, what do I know?
No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it is, right? But you guys keep, because like I said, you got sick people here.
And then you get on here and you're so flamboyant, about your expression.
Right.
and you're boasting and bragging and
Wow,
braggadocious
sir.
about, all of this horrible. I can't even think of a word, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna have to turn the page on this one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got to talk about it because we got to get some of these people, man. That some of the people are having real. This is an extreme situation, right? But there's some people that are in situations where they're sitting down trying to think about what they should do, right? Right? You're sitting down on the bed, right? There's a man right now sitting there somewhere saying, "Man, my wife should have been home last night. Where's she at? Blowing her up. She ain't answered. What's going on?" Right? This is the 4th time this has happened this year. What's going on? Oh, I was out with the girls. We was with the girls. The girls got your wig all twisted like that. What's happening? Right? But see, we gotta put it out there, man. That sometimes, even though you love these people, man, you got to make a decision, man. What you gonna do? Are you gonna hang? And at what point are you free from your obligation? Especially in a marriage, and you're free from the obligation. When your wife is doing porn, I think when your wife is doing porn, excuse me, I don't think you have to hang in there no more. And she's like, "Yeah, it was really fun, yeah." Yikes. Hold on one second, Mom. Hold on one second. What's going on, sir?
Wow, did Brother Clarence just leave me hanging like that and just took a call, huh? Wow. Leave it to Brother Clarence. Well, anyway, I don't know how long this brother's going to be. Are you back? Are you back? I was getting ready to start a conversation. Oh, okay.
One of the Muslims from the Nation of Islam walked in my room, so I had to say, well, I had to find out what was going on. So the brother's just checking on me, seeing how I was doing. All right, sorry about that, y'all. All right, so what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about Adam 22 and his prime star wife, and the homeboys is giving him some advice. Let's get back to that.
If it's gonna really like make you sad and it's gonna hurt your feelings, then I won't do it. And I told her, like, just go do it. Just go do it because and when I told her, I said, all right.
And hold up. What she said was that I won't do it if you don't want me to do it. So that means that he wants her to do it. Go do it, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Your guts are gonna be exactly the same the way that I left them after Super Saiyan Tyrone gets done with you. It's okay.
I got 3 rules. Don't kiss the motherfucker.
Period.
Don't let him know on your face.
Oh, yeah. No money shot.
And I don't want to feel like I have to be cool with you doing it over and over and over after this. I'm like, if I can't.
Did you hear those rules, Vaughn? Vaughn, let's go over the rules again.
Wow.
Just go do it. Just go do it because and when I told her, I said, all right.
And hold up. What she said was that I won't do it if you don't want me to do it. So that means that he wants her to do it. Go do it, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Your guts are gonna be exactly the same the way that I left them after Super Saiyan Tyrone gets done with you. It's okay.
I got 3 rules. Don't kiss the motherfucker.
Period.
Don't let him know on your face.
Oh, yeah. No money shot.
And I don't want to feel like I have to be cool with you doing it over.
I can't, man. Listen.
Vaughn, we have to go over the rules, Vaughn.
This is way too far of anything that I want to be having in my mind on today. This is ridiculous.
Vaughn, we got to pull some people out of the fire, man. So we got to go over the rules.
I can't. Listen, I don't know how much more of this I could take.
We got to pull some people out of the fire,
this is way. Listen, this is way beyond, man. This is way beyond.
Let's go over the rules, Vaughn. We got to go over the rules. Rules is what was rule number 1? Oh, don't kiss. Don't kiss them, right? So you got to do this situation. And like most prime, right? I guess they don't kiss, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not kissing, right?
But here's the thing, Brother Clarence. You can't make sense out of any of this. You could talk about this for the next 3 hours, but you can't make no sense out of it because
No,
it's all
Vaughn,
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
This is just showing there's people out there that's watching this now, Vaughn.
Well, now that we know. I don't know how much deeper we need to go into it, but
they have a similar decision to make.
Yeah.
We're showing this extreme situation, but they have a similar situation. And so therefore, they're, in the crux of what should I do at this point? What should I do at this point? Right? It may not be this heavy, but it's a heavy situation, right? Man sitting on the bed, he's sitting there saying, my wife was supposed to be home, or a woman. My husband was supposed to be home last night. He never showed up. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. He still ain't here. I still ain't heard from him. Oh my God, is he dead? Is he in the, what happened to him? And as that dude is sitting in that hotel room with the side piece saying, damn, what am I going to tell her? What am I going to say that's going to have her be okay with the fact that I was gone all night? Is it really going to be anything you can say? How about the truth, right? But the truth is deadly, man, because it might break the whole relationship up. So probably trying to figure out a lie to say, right? So rule number 1 was no kissing, right? Rule number 2 is no spanking on the face, right?
I'm speechless at this point. I'm gonna let you listen. I'm gonna let you carry the rest of this. Yeah, I want you to carry the rest of the conversation because I can't do it. But I'm listening. Listen, I'm here and I'm listening.
Y'all, for those of y'all just joining us, this is Adam 22 from No Jumper. And him and the homeboys is discussing Adam 22's very powerful decision to let his wife go to a prawn shoot and shoot with her first black dude, right?
Disgusting.
And so now Adam 22 is giving us the rules that he gave his wife so she could go and do the prawn shoot, right? They don't need the money. He's making millions of dollars a month. They have a child already. They don't need this money at all, right? But he is saying, oh, I'm holding her career back by, with my selfishness as a husband. I need to let her explore her career. See, that's the reason he's giving us the surface reason. The real reason why he's letting it happen, because he's a weirdo. He wants to, kind of what Sim said, the cuckold situation. He's kind of like that. He don't want to be exactly in the location, but he want to see it. He want to watch it on video or whatever, right? He's a sicko like that. He's a sick dude. Now, can God heal this man? God broke the impossible. Elijah Muhammad said, God destroyed the impossible when he created himself. When he self-created himself, he destroyed the impossible. So is it possible for this young man to be turned around? Yes, it's possible. Sim said, did he say oral? Well, Sim, we haven't heard that so far, but he did say that he did not want the other guy's spunk on his wife's face. He said, that's over the line, right? Not to get your cheeks busted out, but the spunk on her face, that's over the line. Hey, Sim, we got rules around here. I'm trying to explain to Vaughn, we got rules. We got rules around here, man.
Well, Brother Clarence, do you believe that it's possible for a person to be turned over to a reprobated mind?
Yes.
Oh,
unfortunately.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So bring that into the conversation as well.
Unfortunately.
Sounds like you're saying, well, just anybody can be, turned back around. And some people are just gone. Some people are
can.
But we have to admit, though, brother,
but here's the difference.
Some people are just gone.
Here's the difference between a reprobated mind and somebody who can be turned around. A person that can be turned around has the desire in them to be turned around. They may not have the discipline all at once, but they have the desire, and maybe they
And
can
so are
piece it
you saying
together.
that this desire is being exemplified in this little session at this table? Are you saying that?
No. I'm not
Okay.
saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm
All
not
right.
identifying
I'm
any
just curious. That's
desire.
all.
I'm not
just curious.
identifying any desire
Yeah.
that he wants to change. I'm not identifying that at all.
Okay. Well, I don't either. So I'm just just
Well,
saying.
that's all, no, but
You
what
know.
I'm saying is
But
sometimes.
can he be changed? I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
yes.
If he has a a broken heart and a contrite spirit, or maybe it's the other way around, but either or, I believe God could deal with any individual.
Of course.
But when you have someone who's jaded and that's all that they know and see and will to do, you see what I'm saying? Because that's what their heart is. That's what's in their heart. Some people just won't be turned around, Brother Clarence. Some people are not going to change. Some people are not going to come into the awareness of the truth. Some people are going to continue. They're going to continue to live a lie and perpetrate. You see what I'm saying?
I understand that, but if God selects you, and then you can do about that. If God says you're gonna do this, I don't care what you've been through, you're gonna do this, right?
But now, wouldn't you say if God selects you that there would be some evidence involved in that?
Well, maybe it may at some point.
Oh,
but
okay.
maybe, but everybody might not be able to see it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm not going to say there's no hope for anybody sitting at this table.
Let me
I'm
give you
not
an
gonna say
example of what
that.
I'm talking
I ain't gonna
about.
say that.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Hey, Jonah, I want you to go to Nineveh, tell them they wilding out. Tell them that, hey, I said that what they doing is they way cross the line. Right? Tell them the Lord sent you to tell them that. Yeah, but I got a cruise. I got something I gotta do. And I've been wanting to do this for a while. And I already planned the boat. I already got the boat ride planned and everything. Nah, skip that. You're going to Nineveh. That's what you're gonna do, and that's where you're gonna handle that business. So said the Lord. Nah, man, I'm telling you, man, I'm not gonna miss out on this trip, man. I planned it for a while. I mean, I gotta go. All right, I'm gonna take this news back to the top man. He ain't gonna like it. I'm telling you that now. Don't worry. I'll get to what he asked me to do when I come back. Right? Jonah gets on the boat. Everything's cool at first. They get out to the open sea, and that's when the storm hits. Boom, 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 boom. Everything going down. Everything's going down. Right now, Jonah's mind is, hey, I'm going to do my thing. But as the storm hits, he realized, oh man, I should have went. I should have done what the Lord asked me to do. I should have been doing this. He already selected me to go do it, and I didn't do it. And so sometimes God is going to put you through a hardship to open your eyes or to free you from the wickedness that you got going on. Sometimes we got to put you in a situation, man, where you ain't got no place to turn except to the Lord, right?
I agree.
Ray running around, Captain running around, hey, we all praying, man. We all praying. They find Jonah, hey. They knock on this cabin. Hey, come on out here, man. We all praying so this storm could go away. Oh, man. Y'all ain't got to do all that, man. I know why we having this storm. You know. What's going on? It's me, man. The Lord gave me a job to do, and I didn't do it. And now just throw me over. What? You mean you the reason why we going through this storm? Yes. Just throw me over the boat. Man, you ain't said nothing but a word. Hey, let's throw this fool overboard. Right? So not only did Jonah have to deal with the storm, he had to deal with the fallout. What was the fallout? He got scooped up by the whale. Right? In one way and out the other way, right? He had to deal with all of that. But then what? After he come out, he said, guess what? Like my father used to say, he hit the ground running, right? He hit the shore running to Nineveh, right? So sometimes we just need to go through a challenge. Some type of challenge come up that we don't even see it coming, right? A lot of these porn stars get to a certain point and they realize, man, this is all for naught. It's all for nothing. Now, is he a creepo? Yeah, he a creepo at this point. Anybody that would send a man out, anybody would send a woman out to go do something like this, man, they not rap tight, right? So he's around his boys. He trying to make it look like, oh yeah, I'm about the money. It ain't about the money. It's about you a weirdo. You want to see your wife out there with other men. You want to see that. There's something, man, that's twisted like that. And unfortunately, it's not a good situation when we like that. Sometimes if God picks us to do something, if he say, hey, look, I'm going to use these people as a testimony. Sometimes you got to squeeze them. Got to put the squeeze on them. Shout out to Sister Annie. Sister Annie, what's going on with you, girl?
Hey, I heard some scripture.
Excuse me.
How y'all?
Excuse me. Right? All right, y'all. Real quick.
This is very odd.
Before you get started, Sister Annie, let me answer New Grove's question. New Grove says, does God give discipline? That is a hard one for me. I say no, he doesn't. No, God doesn't give discipline. He puts you in a position where you have to develop your own. You follow New Growth. You follow. He puts you in positions where if you don't develop the discipline, then it's just on you. It's really a bad situation for you. But if you do develop it, you not only do you develop the discipline, but you learn his way. You learn the ways of God, the way God wants you to move so that you can be successful and so that you can be the person that you really should be. But God doesn't give discipline. He gives you the strength to develop the discipline. Because God can't give you discipline, man. Discipline is a muscle that you got to develop, for yourself, right? You have to develop that, right? You got little children in the house, right? They running around. You came home from a hard day's work. They hollering and screaming. You want to say, hey, shut up in there, right? But that's not what you say. You say, can you be a little more quiet? I got to tell my granddaughter, can you be a little more quiet, right? What does that do? Instead of me saying, hey, shut up, right? And that energy coming at her, I say, can you be a little bit more quiet? Now that gives her the option. That makes her think in her head, there's an option for her to be quiet. And it's a challenge. Oh, can I do it? Let me see if I can do it. This is God puts us in positions like this, where if we are willing to accept the challenge, it's a benefit for both of us. It's a benefit for me. If I can do it, it's a benefit for her. She said, I did it. I did what my grandpa asked me to do. And on top of that, it's a benefit for me. That's how we got to that's how God does for us, in my opinion. But we're going to bring Sister Annie in here. Sister Annie, what do you think about any of this stuff we've been talking about?
Well, I want to talk about what you just said with New Girl, because that was actually a really good question. I guess like if I'm thinking about it, I would think because God is able to give us any and everything, I think that he does give us discipline. I think what he allows us to do with the discipline he's given us is the freedom to decide to exercise it as we please. If we decide to have discipline, then we use it. If we don't, then there's a consequence to that lack of discipline. That's what I say to that part. First of all, it's been a real funny subject. I am praying that if I ever fall to a place where I'm wanting to do something that's similar to what she's doing, which I'm not, but
of course not.
I want my husband to check me real quick and tell me that's not one of the ways that we're going to bring money into this house. We're going to figure something else out. So I would not want my husband to allow that to be an option for me at all. Like even and then these guidelines, it's like don't kiss,
There's
but
rules, Sister Annie.
you're in,
There's rules.
you know, but he's in her. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's not the top lips, but like it's just odd. I wouldn't want that in my life. I know that they say, like, I know when I was in school, like a lot what I would hear is like people talking about like say like I don't know what words you can't use, but like the women that dance on the pole, and they were saying they were doing it for school. And
Von's favorite workhorse.
No comment. No comment.
I don't, you know, there's some people. So like, I don't like to step into a situation and just assume that everybody's mindset is like mine. So a person that would be willing to do that already has a different mindset than I do.
Agreed.
Because I'm not willing to, it doesn't make me better. It just means that this is the mindset that I have based on the path that I'm on. So like, if it's somebody who does not mind that kind of activity, and it's something that it sounds like they just are really cool with anyway. So I think I kind of agree with you in that this is just kind of, it's not about the money. I think that it's just sounds like, especially for him to be involved with it too.
Yeah.
That's, I would say if that's the most creative marketing that he could do from a moral standpoint, he failed. But from a person that does not have the same kind of morals that I have, like I said, I'm not saying I'm better. It's just that these are what my morals are. That, you know, maybe this was genius. You know, I'm not sure how popular she is in the industry, because I know like in that industry there's like some, you know, heavy names or whatever. See, I was going to share something, but I'm not going to share because it's going to be taken wrong.
Don't share. Don't share, Sister Eddie. Don't share. Don't share. Don't share. You smart.
It's you know, if it was where she could potentially have this big name and that's something that they agreed on. Like I said, it just depends on what life you're living. If that's where their moral compass is, then they did well by what they were trying to do. Because it sounded like he said that it was helping them initially. Because, you know, I know at one point he didn't have the followers that he has now. So, you know, did that actually play a role? And if it did, then what they did worked, you know. But that definitely could not be for me.
Yeah.
Well, I would have to just beg to differ slightly there,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in moving forward with the conversation, because, you know, what you think benefits you really is, you know, something that helps bring along your demise. You see what I'm saying? But you think all the while that it's benefiting you, you see, but it's really death is involved in it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's a way that seems right to a man, and hey, this is working. This seems very lucrative. This seems like, yeah, let's go ahead and just keep doing this. Seems like this is working. There's a way that seems right to a man, but see, the end thereof leads to destruction. So is it really benefiting you? Because it's like it's pacifying what you need for the moment, but in the long run, you see what I'm saying? It festers death. So I don't know, when you say benefit them for the moment. You know, is, you know, when you're benefited for the moment, is that good enough? Because down the line somewhere, there's a consequence to your behavior. There's a consequence to your actions. You may think you're getting over now, but later on, you see what I'm saying? You have to face the consequence of it all. So, you know,
But
I
for
just
some
wanted to
people,
throw
it
that
doesn't.
out there.
Yeah, but for some people, the immediate is enough. So
I
for some
agree.
people,
I
the
agree.
immediate gratification is sufficient for them, and whatever the consequences
Right.
are
Good.
later, they really don't. That's why I said, like, it's a different. It depends on where you're coming
Right.
from, where your moral compass is. If you
Right.
and it's for what it sounds like they were trying to do. it sounds
Sounds
like
like
they
they were
accomplished it.
success. Yeah, they
Yeah,
accomplished it.
yeah. So
Okay,
I'm
I
not
see what you're
saying now that wouldn't be
So
success
you
for
probably
me,
didn't
for me
catch
and
on
you.
to did you catch on to what I was saying at all, or
Oh,
that
absolutely. Oh,
didn't
no, no, no.
strike a
I
nerve
absolutely
with you, or I'm just asking.
no.
That's all.
No. Oh, absolutely not. That's what conversations are for, just to get everybody's perspective.
Yeah,
So
no, I get it.
I
Yeah,
got what you were
right.
saying. Like I said, you and I are on the same page. This would
Oh,
not
okay.
work for me.
I didn't know that.
And
I
if
just
y'all
wanted to
ever
make
had
sure.
me with a husband, saw me with my husband, and y'all saw this kind of mess going on, get me, put me in a hospital or something, just so I can get myself back right. Because this wouldn't work for me. But I totally agree
But
with
you
you.
know,
For
it's
me,
something to me that you know, when we seem to be successful, when things seem to be working out, and we have the wrong motives behind what we're doing. I guess those of us who really don't have God in us, we see it as, hey, we're doing the right thing. But in actuality, you're doing the very contrary thing as to what God would desire for you to do. You see what I'm saying? And now because money and monetary things are given to you, somehow it makes you feel like, hey, I am successful. Hey, I'm doing the right thing. You see what I'm saying? But that's why that scripture keeps coming up to mind. There is a way that seems right to us as human beings. You see what I'm saying? But the end could be destruction.
I think he knows that's not right. I mean, that's why he's trying to justify.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you disagree with what I'm saying, Brother Clarence. I don't know.
No. I'm saying his position. I think
thought
you're
you were
right
okay.
about that, but I'm saying I don't think that's his issue. I think his issue is he's just trying to cover up the fact that he's a weirdo and he likes to, he would like to see his wife having sex with other people.
Yeah,
He gets off on that kind of
that's
way. Like
obvious.
Negro said, he has an infatuation with black men or whatever. And
Definitely
so he's
obvious.
Yeah. So I think that's why he's continuing to be that way, unfortunately for him. And so but see, that's why I think he had to sit around. I mean, if he really felt that way, why would he have to sit around a bunch of dudes on a table justifying why his wife is getting dug out by some black dude? Why?
Well, it looks like they're all in agreement because nobody was opposed to what he's doing. Am I right?
Let me tell you, these
or
two
did
guys,
I see the rest of the video? Maybe
these two guys are just employees. This guy has a show on No Jumper too, right? This guy's an ex-pimp, right? Allegedly ex-pimp, allegedly, right? So of course this dude is going to be, hey, yeah, man, any kind of way you can take a girl and make money with her, hey, that's no problem. Now, like you said, if you asked him about his own, like MTR said, if you asked him about his own wife, he would say, nah, I ain't putting my wife out there. But he's saying, hey, you're doing the right thing. Now, this how you know you ain't no real friends, right? Because a real friend would have told you, hey, man, we're not going on camera with that one.
Yeah, because I definitely would have said that.
Right?
I don't know any friends that I would not have told that to.
We can discuss that among ourselves,
No one.
right?
Absolutely no one.
Hey, Vaughn, we got to pull Annie in. We got to put Sister Annie in. We got to have a conversation with her. Should we do it online? No. we gotta have a conversation with her.
Yeah,
right?
There's some things that you need to do in private. Exactly.
Yeah, right. Hey, that's just Annie.
But by all means, let's pull that coattail. Let's pull
You gotta
it.
stop eating those Twinkies. Sister Annie. Got to. Right? We don't even know. They don't even know what's in those things, man. Don't eat them Twinkies, right?
But you know what? I'm a little bit offended by this whole ideology and concept. It for some reason it kind of vexes me and it irks me a little bit because you have children. It's like you're so selfish. This is a good example of what selfishness is, because it's all about me, wonderful me. Damn the children.
Yeah.
That's just pitiful to me. And nobody's talking about that, but they're talking about the money you're making and hey, see what I'm saying? The accolades I'm getting. All of the likes and the clicks and the views.
Right. And see,
that's what we've come to as a society.
Yes.
That's how we meter whether we're doing good. It's whether how many likes we got, how many clicks. See what I'm saying? How many followers?
But see, here's the thing. A woman's persona, or the aura that comes off of her is like that gown she wears when the day she got married. It flows behind her. So everything she does moving forward flows behind her. And if she does some fugaziness, that's going to be flowing behind her. That's going to be coming with her, right? It's like them cans they tie to your car when you get married, right? It's following you, following behind you. So that's why you always want your woman to be, she's going to make a mistake here or there, but you don't want no major character issues like this going on. And see, but most of the time, even if she got major character issues, if your character is together, she can work to get her character made better in line with yours, right? She may not be perfect, but she, work together, get hers in line with yours. But when you as the man, and this proves something else, when you as the man, your character is out of alignment, everything's gonna fall apart. Everything is gonna fall apart. He was basically given the option to not have this happen, right? The normal person, or the person that was in a thinking, clear mind, would have said, no, because this is going to follow you. I want people to respect you. I want people to respect you 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 5 years from now. I want your children to look at you as the golden angel, right? You should be, right? You God's representative to them, right? God gave you your mother to be his representative. He's supposed to give you God's wisdom, love, understanding. Your mother and your father supposed to be God's representatives in your learning process, in the growing process, right? What did you give me, God? You gave me this person, right? See, here's the thing. How you going to tell it? How you explain that to a kid? How do you tell a kid when a kid goes to school and people picking up, I saw your mom on OnlyFans? How they going to deal with that? Are we going to put them out of this school and put them in another school? What happened when the next school find out? What, you see what I'm saying? This dude ain't hard to find, right? He's got the tattoos and everything, so you can recognize him anytime you see him. But more people are dealing with things like this and not trying to find escape hatches out of it. And there's a time and a place, man, even when you marry to somebody. I know you got wedding vows, but there's a line of decency and respect. When the decency and respect has been breached, the door is open. Now, are you going to go? Maybe not. That's your decision. I'm just saying the door is open. The lock has come off the door where you are not locked in that room anymore. You can actually you can make the decision whether you're going to stay or whether you're going to go walk out the door. All right, y'all, let's read some of these comments. Sim says he set her up for he can be justified for his future actions. I don't know what he's doing, Sim. I know he's doing something really crazy, man. It's all, he's having this roundtable talk to justify to the world. Here's why I'm letting my wife get out there and get banged out by dudes, right? It's not because I'm a creepo. It's because I was holding her career back, right? Being a good husband, telling her not to do it. I was holding her career back. Blackhearted Negro said he has a huge infatuation with the black man. Even if I told you, man, the black penis is a delicacy out there, man. It's a delicacy out there. And even white men want to see the black man.
Brother Clarence, I'm going to have to pause you right there again.
Okay, pause.
When you use delicacy and the other word in the same sentence, it just does not sound right to me, And I'm going to keep saying it as long as you're going to do it.
What's the matter?
Well, delicacy it's when you say delicacy, we always think of something that we eat, that we put in our mouths.
Okay.
So, I just think when you phrase those two together like that.
Some people do.
Dios mío. Okay. Well, you know what, brother? You have at it. You go ahead and have at that. But I'm
Some
just
people
saying.
do. Are we telling the truth? Am I telling the truth? Some people do that, Vaughn. Some people do
I
that.
can understand a woman saying that, but coming out of the mouth of a man, it just sounds different to me. But maybe
all
that's
I mean
just
when
me.
I say delicacy, all I mean is
well, I'm gonna leave it
it's
alone
something
now,
that's
and you can continue to say it if you like.
It's desired, and it's desired by a lot of people. That's what I mean by that. Where
Why don't you just say it like that then?
It's
Why
desired
don't you
by a
just
lot of
say it
people.
like that?
Because if I
Why
say
don't
that,
you just say
Ron,
it like that?
that doesn't have the same pizzazz as saying a delicacy,
Okay, well,
Vaughn.
brother, listen.
I'm
each his own. Go right ahead.
I'm in the word business, Vaughn. I'm in the
Yeah,
word business.
I
I
hear
have
you,
to, I have to
brother. I
say
hear you.
certain things
I
to
just
get a
think it
certain
sounds
response.
awkward. I think it sounds awkward for a
Yeah,
man to
but
say
see,
that,
Vaughn,
to
we're not in
phrase it
church.
that way.
Vaughn,
But
we're not in church, Vaughn. Vaughn, we're
but
not in
that's
church.
just my opinion, man, and that's why I appreciate your platform, because you allow us a space to, speak our opinion.
Oh
And,
yeah, man,
you know what
definitely.
I'm
I love
saying?
your
And feel
opinion, man.
free to
I love
do
it.
it.
I love it.
But yeah, it's just an awkward statement for me. But
All right.
I understand if that's you. I get it.
Yeah. Now, back to what I was saying. Before I was really interrupted by Vaughn Bryant. Black people, well, see, black people in general, right? Black people in general are, there are there's a I want to say not a stigma, but a fascination with the sexual exploits of black men and black women. Black people in general, there's a fascination, there's a sort of a taboo fascination there, right? I ain't really supposed to step over there, but I gotta, man, I got a natural curiosity because I've heard so many stories about black men. I heard so many stories about black women, and I got a natural curiosity about their sexual prowess, right? So that's out there. That's already out there. Now you mix that with prawn as well, it's already out there. It's already out there. Sim says benefits of the outside image, but not the inner. Yeah, like we said, what benefit a man to have the whole world and lose his soul? I mean, what? So your wife, your wife gets a big prawn career. Who cares? When your children gonna suffer, like Ron said, your children gonna suffer. What good is it? It's rich people right now with their children are suffering. Their children, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, I ain't supposed to say this because I shouldn't be, but man, I used to go. I used to work with a dude, and he did the same job I did, but he worked in the Hollywood Hills, right? And he used to go to Stan Lee's house. What did Stan Lee do? DC or Marvel? I forget. He did one of them, DC or Marvel. Let me look that up right now. What is Stan Lee? Stan Lee. Okay, what does Stan Lee do? Let's see. Publisher. What did he do?
Spider-Man. That's Marvel.
He did Spider-Man. That's DC then. I mean, that's Marvel. Yeah, it's Marvel. Excuse me. Stan Lee, CEO of Marvel. Yeah. Okay, so he did Marvel. But my friend used to go to his house, and Stan Lee would just be out there talking to him. And he used to say, man, if you ever get some money, man, don't spoil your kids. He said he had a daughter that was on drugs, didn't do nothing, was like 30 years old, still living at home, on drugs, drinking, partying, gave her 2 or 3 cars, she done crashed them all up. Sometimes you can have all this money, but that don't mean you're gonna have your children gonna turn out right. With the best way you got of making your children turn out right is being in their lives, especially the men. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. Negro said, keep in mind that these are influencers, so them doing this could be done to push a new agenda. I think so, but I mean, it's really bad. It's really a bad agenda. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's any good that could come out of having a conversation like this publicly?
No.
I don't think so. I think it was really handled in a
Other
bad
than we
way.
talk about
I just think it was just handled in a bad way. Now, what we're gonna do, y'all? We're gonna watch a little bit more of it, and then we're gonna have a round table, and then we're gonna walk away, because I keep hearing Vaughn with that every time we play it, right? So I'm gonna finish it up so we can say poor Vaughn.
Wait, hold on. I thought I was muted. You mean you heard that?
Yeah, we heard. I've been hearing it the whole time, Vaughn. I just didn't say that, man. I know how to play stuff off.
I'm just like,
can't handle it.
In the background. I thought I was muted, but I'm like, man.
God. And it's gonna be a one and done. Then I want to have the right to kind of like make that
What
call.
if this makes a crazy ass bag?
It will, because we're 50-50 on everything, right? Like the mortgage payments, everything. Like everything is 50-50. And she's like, do you want to like, would you rather have me just fall back on the porn stuff and just be a mom and we could just do that? Or would you
And
rather
you said no?
maybe dip my toe into doing this shit a little bit more seriously? I told her, I'm okay with it. Like I want to at least give it a try. I want to see if I can handle it. I want.
Am I crazy? Did I just hear that right? She asked him, she said to him, I won't do it. I won't do it. I'll leave it alone. He told her, nah, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Did I hear that right, y'all?
Hey, New Grove.
Hey.
What's on, New Grove? What's going on, man?
Not much. Had to come up here and, back up my brother's Vaughn's pauses. I was pausing all over the house.
I forgot to tell y'all to get the kids out of the room, man. Sorry about that, man. I forgot to tell to do that, man. Sorry about that.
I was just messing with you. It's a good topic, man. This is weird, man. Like I said, they'll push these new agendas. Maybe they don't even believe it themselves, but it's like this is something they want to push in society. This guy. I don't know about this guy, Adam.
Oh man, you know, New Growth. He's sick, man. He's sick. Anybody that would send their wife out to do something unnecessarily. Now, I would have more sympathy for him. I wouldn't understand, but I have more sympathy for him if he couldn't work, she couldn't work. There was nothing they could do, and this is the only way. I could have more sympathy for him. Still wouldn't say it was right, but I have more sympathy for him. This dude's bringing in millions of dollars a month. There's no need to do this, but he's doing it anyway, and he's trying to pass it off like, oh, I don't want to be selfish and hold your career back. What you mean? What you talking about? She just asked you, hey, she just told you, hey, man, I'll just leave this all alone. But he's showing his own sickness by saying, no, I want you to do it.
Right.
In my mind, y'all, that's sick. That's sick. Well, what do y'all think?
Right.
Well, first of all, New Growth. Well, I'm glad you're up here. You and Sister Annie. Glad both of y'all are up here. Now, we talked about a bunch of different stuff before we got to Adam 22. We on Adam 22 right now. But if you guys want to talk about any other subject, we talked about Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad Ali said that, what did she say? She said that the black man can have more than one wife. She said the black man can have deal with multiple women at the same time. And the black women shouldn't be, that shouldn't be an issue, right? She said that. Right. Shirley Strawberry. We talked about Shirley Strawberry's husband.
Right.
Holy smokes. It's getting ready to get bad. They got 15 more indictments coming down on this dude.
Right.
That does not look good, man. That does not look good. It looks like the feds are gonna get involved. And when the feds don't come after you unless they got so much stuff, man. They got a good line on you, man. So anything other than Adam 22 y'all want to talk about?
Man, I just think what's her name? Mrs. Strawberry. Oh yeah, well I heard that before. I think it's to a certain degree. I don't think I don't know. I didn't hear it all, so I don't know if you're talking about like the mental capacity of black men or men in general. But we just haven't been born and structured like that in America. Like that's not
Agreed.
that's because it's because in America it's more sexualized, right? So it's
Right.
like it becomes a macho thing as opposed to a community building or you know, because a lot of times they do say reports say that it's more women than men,
Of course.
pretty much.
Of
So
course.
if you got that, if you got that structure, that means it's gonna be some women that ain't gonna have men, no matter how good they become and how much they make themselves wife worthy. It's not enough, men to go around. So that's an aspect. I don't know. That's something that once was. I don't think that we are ready or gonna be ready anytime sooner for that.
What do you
Me
mean?
personally. I mean,
Oh,
be
you
us
ready
be ready
for
to have
having multiple women?
right.
Oh, okay.
Wives. Not
Okay.
women now. We've been doing that for a long time. We
Yeah, that's what I was about to
mastered
say.
that.
Wait,
Yeah,
Negro. What
but
you
but
talking
but
about?
multiple wives.
All right.
Multiple wives, because that's responsible. That's multiple responsibilities.
Agreed.
That
And
if you got three,
and even if you have multiple women, that's a lot to keep up with as well. Because see, you got to spend money over here, you got to spend money over there. You got to do what you need to do over here, and then down the street, make a right turn left. Come on.
you don't spend no money. You a real player, boy. You don't spend no money.
Hold on.
Is that how it goes? Okay, well, see.
You don't spend no money, boy.
Maybe
You
I've been
playing
out the game
game
too
right
long.
back.
Maybe I've been out the game too long, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, you don't spend no money now. Well, what they say on the Mac? I keep looking
Too
good,
much.
but no
But
doubt.
it's a great deal. It's a great deal of a stretch,
I'm
though.
just
To
playing.
me.
But yeah, I mean,
The stretch part of it all. I don't think I would be able to contend with that. Not just because I'm an older gentleman, but even if I was younger, I never wanted to be. It's too much. I got to be over here, over there, over there, over here. No,
right.
yeah. I'd rather listen.
Right.
My motto is this: I'd rather give 100% of myself to one woman. You see what I'm saying? Than 20% of myself to 5 different women.
Right.
That's just too much of a stretch for me. But that's just
Right.
me talking. But I know the young people in this day and age, they can manage
they
that.
can't.
They can balance that.
No,
Or
they
so they
can't.
think they can. Right. So they think they can.
Because there's so much more to having a wife, right? It's not just the sexual being able to sexually please her, or it's what y'all fail to realize. I know all three of us is the mother-in-law. You gonna have 3 mother-in-law? Are you crazy? Man, please. But yeah, that aspect, and then it's also, you're gonna have children, you're gonna have to take care of different personalities, you're gonna have to spread it, and you're basically just gonna be constantly working. It's not gonna be like you're gonna be at the house all the time, just chilling, going from house to house. Because you have so much more of a responsibility to take on. You're gonna have to constantly. That's a real sacrifice for men to have multiple wives. I know that a lot of people look at it from the opposite way, but that's a big sacrifice to be able to take care of multiple wives and children. And just imagine if you had 3 wives and you probably had like 6 kids. You're gonna have to pay for 6 college tuitions.
I can't
You're gonna have to
imagine that. I
Right,
can't imagine
right.
that.
Right.
Listen, I got one child, and I can't see beyond the one child.
Right.
I just could not see beyond that one child.
Right.
I mean, it's possible. Just like you listen, instinctively, you as a father, you do what you need to do. Like Clarence, he has more than one child. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So that instinctive a fatherhood thing kicks in, and so you're able to do the 3. You see,
now if he allows it,
mine kicked in for 1, and it's hard for me to contemplate, past that. You know what I'm saying? Because I admire those who have done it.
Because there's guys out there that got about 3, 4 kids, and it's just something in them that like, I don't want to pay this. And it's like, bro, you ain't got no time to come and hang out with me. You need to go and get that job. We ain't hanging. Don't call me to go hang out.
Yeah.
You got 4 kids to take care of.
Yeah,
man.
But see,
So-
go ahead, Sister Annie.
Oh, so no, go ahead, finish your thought. I'm fine.
All right.
Oh,
well, all I was gonna say is that you know, multiple children, multiple women. I know it seems like from the outside looking in, it seems like, oh man, that's great. You know, you can just have all these women and it's gonna be a party and everything's gonna be great. And most of the time in that situation is really heavy because you got the responsibility. Now, we're not talking about multiple people you having casual sex with. That's a whole separate thing. That's a whole separate situation. We talking about wives, where you got responsibilities to these people, right? You got the first wife, and the second wife should never affect the first wife. The second set of kids should never affect the first set of kids, and vice versa. And nobody should affect nobody else, right? So therefore, that's a lot of extra work you got to do to maintain everything, to make sure the integrity of the first house is never going to get tainted by the second house, and so on and so forth. It's a lot of extra work. That's why I would not encourage anyone to do it. But if you just got to do it, you might as well do it right, right? But that's sister.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. I'm just saying. I don't know if it'd be right if you have one wife, but then you have two others on the side. I'm just saying that's just me.
Well, we're talking about a grown-up situation, Vaughn, where everybody.
No, I'm talking about grown up. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Okay, well, but then they're not on the side. On the side people is people that you don't know about, right? This person's on the side. You don't know, you as the husband or the wife, you don't know about this other person. We talking about, you know that there's another set of kids out there. You know it. And so you know, and you want the best for those kids, just like you want the best for your own kids. And you want them you willing to sacrifice some of your time so this person can go give them some of his time, and so on and so forth. Right. So everybody knows about everybody. So that's the difference, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're saying it in so many terms, like for example, Nick Cannon.
Okay. What about?
Didn't mean to say Canyon, but Cannon. Yeah. So he, you know what I'm saying? He has all of these separate homes and separate people with children, and you know what I'm saying? And different households that he has to go in and out of. And you know what I mean? It's just a bit much, man. You know?
Yeah, well, that's a lot.
I don't see it as a way to live. But I mean, I guess you're right, Brother Clarence. Some people see it, you know, that they love to live that way.
Well, honestly, Vaughn, this is not foreign outside of America, right? America, our westernized mentality, but this is very natural in other places, though.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, I mean, I guess it's the way we brought up. Like, we weren't brought up that way. We weren't, our mindsets wasn't. We were brought up in taking care of household, 2-point such and kid. But it's like other places, I think that it's expected for certain people, certain men to have more, depending on your prominence or your status.
Yeah, you're doing a disservice to the community.
I don't know what Nick Cannon doing now. He must think he's in another country. But Nick Cannon and Future, they doing too much. And I don't think that they are really involved in I'm not going to say they're not involved in their kids' life, but they're not beholden to the women from what I've seen. It's like, I have a kid with you, but I don't feel I have any responsibility to you beyond this. Now,
how can you even be involved in 10 kids' lives when most of them are all over the country? It's impossible. It's impossible.
Right. But a lot of men though, bro, Clarence, it's like they're not in the households a lot anyway. That's how it's always been up, and kind of like, the man wasn't in the household. He might have to go out and he might be a traveling salesman, or typically the male wasn't in the house as much as it could. Even back in the, the 60s or 20s, man might go out and work 12, 13 hours a day. He's not going to be in the house that much. But I hear what you're saying, though. You can't be.
I mean, but
that means you.
If you have, if all the kids under the same roof, then they're being taught the same way, right? So when you got right, but when you got,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You got
and
six.
he's and cracking up. She said, "Brother Clarence is over there eating pork chops."
You wrong for that. You wrong for that.
You know what?
Oh, she
There's
got
nothing she
it.
can do about it. I love her anyway. There's nothing she can do about that. All right. So anyway,
that was a good one though. You got to admit that was funny.
And
That was funny.
It's not pork chops. It's a chicken sandwich. I made some chicken breasts last night. I made me some sandwiches this morning for lunch.
Chicken chops.
Chicken chops. I was just thank you for bringing that up because I was just about to send her a message there, like, girl, please, I'm eating me some grilled chicken sandwich. Right,
Do not defame his name. Don't defame his name. Come on now.
You know I know better than that, Vaughn. She a Taurus. I'm gonna leave her alone, man. I've seen Sister Annie go in. All right. So anyway, what we was talking about having multiple children in multiple states. How can you be there? I mean, it's impossible. Now, I agree with you, New Growth. Yeah, if you have a lot of kids, you're gonna have to be working a lot because you got to pay. You got to put food on the table. Agreed. But everybody's in the same house, New Growth. They have the same mom, right? So everybody's getting trained the same way, and the mom is gonna be pushing your program. You got one person to encourage to push your program, not 6 or 7 people that's pushing their own programs, right? They might not. I mean, you might have these kids and they all over the road, and then you might be in a Dwayne Wade situation, right? Where you was gone all that time, and now your son says, "Hey, guess what, Dad? I'm really a girl. I'm not a boy. I'm really a girl." A situation like that's not normal. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not normal, right? That's not a normal situation. So therefore, you might get caught up in some situations that might not be so, easy to deal with. And now you got to step in. But he stepped in, it was too late. By the time he stepped in, it was too late, right? It was just too late. And his current wife encouraged that, what's the word I want to use? I don't want to say behavior, but that thinking process to say, hey, if this who you are, pursue it. This who you are.
That freedom,
not even to think freedom? That maybe there might be some confusion there, right? This is a kid. Now he's 18. You want to do what you want to do what you want to do. But you're not 18 years old. You're 12, 11, 10, 11 years old. There might be some confusion there. Maybe they need to go see a counselor. Maybe, you got to see how solidified they are, right? And they may think they are. But the point is the father's not there. Father plays a huge point in how the direction of the thinking goes for the kid. Now, Ken ain't going to be there. Future ain't going to be there, right? What's the other one? Shorty Law? He ain't going to be there. Shorty Law, he ain't going to be there.
Shorty Law passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. But even if, let's assume that he's still around, right? 16 kids? By what? 11 or 12 different women?
Right.
You're not going to be there, right? But I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, he did pass away. Shout out to Shorty Low, man. But I'm just saying, in that situation, these guys ain't going to be there.
Right.
So what's the benefit
it's tough,
to the kid?
Man. It's
What's
tough.
the benefit to
Because
the kid?
let me ask you this, Brother Clarence, because like me and Vaughn was talking, like this is kind of a norm outside of America, right? Like in certain parts of Africa and certain parts of India, Asia, this is a practice where guys have multiple wives and multiple kids. It's like as much money as you have, Middle East, how many kids you have. And I know you were saying about different women pushing the same objective as the husband.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a problem there as much as a problem here?
No,
Like,
it doesn't happen there. It doesn't happen there.
What
That
you
would
mean?
only happen in a place like this, right?
Are you talking about the different mindsets?
Yeah, as far as women having multiple husbands.
No. Males having multiple wives.
Oh, okay. What did you say? What were you asking about that?
Because you was like, it would be hard for like a Nick Cannon or I don't know, Lil Boosie or somebody, guess on Future, to have these women pushing the same mindset as the man, right?
Right.
because you said outside of the home is different mindset. Do
Right.
you think that's a thing in some of these Middle Eastern countries and some of these African countries of men of power who have multiple kids and multiple wives?
No.
You think that's because it's more of a cultural thing and they
Yes.
have like guidelines? Yeah.
Yes. I think everybody they're all agreed that just to survive the environment, your children need to come up a certain way. So there's not a lot of leeway in how to raise a child. The father is definitely the center of the universe there, and the way he's telling the wives to do things is typically how they get done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in America, the culture, because of feminism, the culture is totally different, right? The feminist movement was initially started by white women who wanted to go back to work after World War II. And then it was eventually their husbands kind of talked them off the ledge a little bit. So they started coming out of the leadership of it. And who took over the leadership of it? White lesbians. White lesbians kind of took over the feminist movement. And so many of the things that they said that they were pushing in the feminist movement were beneficial and really beneficial to the lesbian community, right? Because they don't need men, right? So they don't have to do things to all the things that they were doing, breaking up the family and stuff like that. It's okay because they don't need men in the family anyway. They don't need a nuclear family, right? They're not doing the nuclear family. So some of that stuff, now some of the stuff that the feminine movement was doing was a good thing, right? Personal protection for women. They should be protected walking down the street. You shouldn't have to worry about whether somebody's going to jump on you walking down the street in civilized society, right? Some of the stuff, yeah, getting paid equal wages. Yeah, some of that stuff is good. But they kind of took it, the lesbians kind of took it too far. But shout out to OG Patrice, by the way. It's the white lesbians took it too far and got us to accept it. It's especially women in the Black community, unfortunately, to accept it. So now there's many ways of thinking, right? You could be with a female, she could have all kind of different, she could believe in God, yet be for the streets. Right? She could, there's all kind of different iterations of how people think. Whereas over there, culturally, because of the environment is so harsh, if you want your children to survive, better listen to this man. Because he's out there in it. Better listen to him and follow his advice. If he's resourceful enough to be able to create a life for himself where he can afford multiple wives, then you need to listen to this man. And I think that's the way they look at it.
Right. What you think, Sister Annie? You ready to be married to have like 7 sister wives or something like that?
Excuse me,
That
I'm
would
wife
not
number one.
work for me.
I'm wife number one. Excuse me.
Okay, so first, in a marriage with me, that would not work. And it would, so to your point where you're saying like in other countries where this is something that's understood, if I was somewhere else and this was the norm, then it would just be the norm for me. Because I've grown up in this space that I have, all I know is that it's monogamy. Now, so with me having the mindset that I have right now, one, if I couldn't find it in scripture to co-sign it, then I wouldn't do it. But then even if it was in scripture, if it didn't specifically say that the man had multiple wives, but it also gave me some room to have multiple husbands, are we exercising both of those? Because I could see where, 2 husbands could benefit me too. You know what I'm saying? So like if there's a benefit for him, there's an argument or a position where I could say
You crazy, Sister Annie, you crazy.
Wow.
In
the word of Von
we
Bryant,
really going down a slippery slope
No, but
right
when
now.
I say, no, I'm saying, but
in the words of Von Bryant, pause. Pause.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
And then you have to think too, like even like is it that it's the conversation, or it could be a conversation for now because of the number of women against the number of men, because even if you use that, you got to think, is the large number of women, are they all heterosexual or bisexual? So do they even want the company of a man? Would they even want a husband? So even though there's more women than there is men, are there more available women for a man than men available for women? You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
to me, I would have to bring in all of that too.
So what do you think? Do you think it's more available women for men or more men available for women?
Physically, based on statistics, or it's more women.
Just from your experience,
This,
or from.
Well, yeah, no, I'm a closet person. Like I just stay in the house, so I don't have access to as much knowledge as y'all do. But I was here in DMV when they did the women's march. There was a lot of women out there,
right?
That were in relationships or whatever, that were walking. Right. So I'm thinking that because I would have to also think about men that are homosexual or bisexual. So I think that there's more women. Are there women that are willing to be okay with that? Maybe because of my selfishness and I just want, it's my mind. I wouldn't want to share. So even if it is in scripture, I'm saying, hey, I'm either gonna be married to one man or I'm just not gonna be married, because that wouldn't work for me.
Okay.
Yeah. But wait, I wanted to say something about and we can come back to this, but I want to make sure I don't forget this point about Shirley Strawberry. I was listening to when you were reading the letter that she wrote, and somewhere in that letter, I thought I heard when it was said, regardless of what was said that I said before this statement trumps it, basically. So it sounds like probably when she probably first found out, she was like, oh, disgusted. She was probably bad mouthing him or whatever. And then maybe she looked into some stuff. He explained some stuff and, maybe it makes sense to her. But I'm still trying to figure out where these animal thing, what that comes in.
That's going to come out later.
Yeah, that, I would just have to pray to God that
Okay, so hold on. Animals. Wait. I missed something. So you mentioned animals. Animals are involved now.
Yes.
Yeah, like he can't be around animals. Then you said, I thought I heard that.
I'm done.
Vaughn, come back.
Listen,
come back, Vaughn.
You might as well. No. You might as well stick a fork at me right now because I'm done.
Yeah, that one. I don't know. I think I would have to repent and ask for forgiveness because I couldn't. That's a whole
crazy.
lot. That's a lot.
Well, let me ask. I got you guys here. You guys are all smart. Let me ask you something real quick, and I want all three of your perspective on this. When is it time to let go? You're married. You took in your vows. You're taking your vows, and you take them very seriously. When is it time for you to let go? When is it okay for you to say, you know what? This is way past what I signed up for. It's okay that if I walk out the door.
Well, I would say three things, and three would be a part of my answer. The first one is infidelity, definitely that. And the second one would be physical abuse, because I don't believe anybody should stick around for any type of domestic violence, physical abuse, anything like that.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? And then the third one is death. So that's where I stand on those three.
What you mean death?
Death to us part.
Oh, what? That's not. You're not leaving somebody when you pass. They pass.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Vaughn always got to put a twist in there, right?
Those are the only options he's going with. Okay.
I'm just saying. Because the first two, that's not going to work. Now the third one is acceptable because that's uncontrollable. You see what I'm saying? Not unless you went on and murked your significant other.
Antifreeze, right?
You know what I'm saying? And then you have people doing that. You know what I mean? But You know, it's not too many reasons that I could come up with, because a lot of these reasons why people split are very frivolous reasons, and they're things that they are not willing to work on as a unit. You see what I'm saying? As soon as the road gets tough, then you get going. No, that's not how it goes in marriage. That's not how you get longevity. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me throw a monkey wrench in this.
There's going to be some peaks and there's going to be some valleys.
Right.
You see, there's going to be some highs and some lows. And so you have to know how to move in those areas in order for you to have longevities. It's a lot of give and take in marriage. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to accept things that you don't want to accept.
Right.
Oh, but you don't understand that, ladies and gentlemen. See, that's why your marriage. That's why your marriage lasts 5 minutes.
That's what I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in it over, huh? Because
all right, go ahead.
Okay, so let's say this couple, right, and they love each other, but it was just something about this they were going through a little hard time, and one of them slipped up. I ain't gonna say man or woman, infidelity wise, and it was just like, hey, I made a mistake, right? Wasn't that one of the reasons you say it was for divorce?
I believe that's a reason for divorce.
That's hard time,
Scripture talks about that. So that's why I back it up with the scripture that talks about it, right?
Right.
Okay. I mean, that's just where I'm coming from with
I know
infidelity.
Scripture, right? But I thought it was for better and worse, right?
Right. No, and I get it. Now, better and worse. Now, are you willing to deal with that indiscretion of your significant other? Because some people have moved past that, and that was their choice, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's also an option on the table. But if you saw it so fit to leave and remove yourself from the union, that would be a definite cause and an excuse for you to do that.
That's interesting. Because I think everybody and that's what I was bringing up the point for. Everybody has their tipping points that's different. Nothing can be concrete, right? For you, is those things. For somebody else,
Well, no, I'm not to say that you can't. You listen. People cheat on each other and they forgive each other and they move on. You see what I'm saying? So that's definitely, a scenario in the situation. But if per se that, my wife cheated on me, and that was the deal breaker for me. You see what I'm saying? I have a receipt in the Bible for that. I have a receipt in the scripture for that.
But you signed a contract in the logs that says for better or worse. Unless you gave your own vows for better or worse, except a little chick on the side. You signed a contract. That's kind of like, do you think the contract that we signed as married, it is line up with the scripture?
Well, I these vows that we have now, let's be honest about that. They're not scriptural.
Okay.
They're not. They're man-made outside of any biblical premise. And we know that. Come on. They do make sense, though. They do make sense when you're making a covenant between one another. So I don't see anything wrong with it personally. That's just me talking. I don't see anything wrong with it personally. For better or for worse, sick or poor. Yeah, come on. That should be the covenant.
Right. And they're
don't just skip out on me. Don't just skip out on me because the rent's due and we're trying to figure out how we need to pay it.
Right.
Let's work through that together. You see, so it makes definite sense, the vows. All of those vows make very good sense. But like I said, you can defile the marriage by doing certain things.
Right.
One is definitely infidelity, because now you have defiled the covenant. You see what I'm saying? You have defiled the contract. And they need to put that in there when you stand up into church too. That's just my opinion.
All right.
And they do say, wait. They do say forsaking all others. Don't they say that?
That's what they say.
Okay, so You know, it's in there. It's in those vows. Do you promise to do this, that, and the other? Well, it looks like you promised to do this, that, but wait, but you're not holding up the other part.
All right.
So the contract has to be retracted, or something has to happen.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you. I just think everybody has their different breaking points, right? Like somebody might can put up with one thing where another person can't. And it's even though we would like in a perfect world to just say, okay, this is the breaking point or the tipping point. Because me personally, my thing is like, what do you call it? Dishonesty.
Yeah.
If I'm with if me and my wife couldn't trust me, if she couldn't back me up in situations that she didn't feel necessarily 100%, that would be the breaking point, tipping point for me. Not saying that infidelity and all of these other things wouldn't play a major component, but it's like, how can I fix that if you don't trust in me? It's like, so everybody has different things. I guarantee Brother Clarence will have a different thing. Sister Annie will have a different thing. Because I heard a lot of women was like, well, cheating is not the most, but if he did this, if he made a relation, if he don't want to go to counseling, if he had a baby, or if he want to continue to cheat. So everybody has different things based on their
Everybody, yeah, it's different. It's different,
yeah,
you know.
so
And it's just
depending
like,
on
you
what
know,
Sister Strawberry told him up front. Like if she told him,
yeah,
hey, I can't deal with this. Like don't bring I know and that should have been something she talked about, like you said, Brother Clarence. She might have said, hey, you gotta leave that criminal. I can't deal with you in this criminal lifestyle. If anything else come up again criminal, we just gonna have to let it go. So I hope
yeah,
she did that, you know.
But you know, and unfortunately, most people don't have that conversation up front, right? They just assume the person's gonna be the same all the way through the marriage, right? Because in the beginning, everybody's good and everybody's on their best behavior. As time goes on, the real them comes out. If they're really a good person, then you're gonna see it. They're gonna just maintain that. But if they got some other stuff going on, some fishiness, then that's gonna start coming out, right? Because you can only hide for so long, right? You can only hide your real you for so long, right? You with them, 4 years, 5 years. Okay. You didn't fart in front of them in the first 5 years. You didn't dig in your nose. You didn't, whatever, leave rings in the bathtub or whatever. You didn't do none of this stuff at first. After you get comfortable with them, you're like, F it. I'm finna, we gonna just, whop, right? You in front of them, right? And so we get more comfortable, we get more relaxed, and the facades come down. Those of us that have facades up there, for the facade's going to come down, and you're going to see the real person. And some of these things you're not going. There's no way you're going to be able to see it coming.
We can't give it to 100%. We can't go in there without. Do you think we can go into relationships with a person without facade? Right, like let's say.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Sister. And you go out with a guy, right? And y'all having a good date, and y'all might riding back home, and he, like Brother Clarence said, he let out one right. Are you riding home, right? Or you just, with that to me, that would be a deterrence if I seen that up front. You get what I'm saying? So I think that is a facade. Some facades are, I think they're just like natural, right? Because they're guiding our real self from that person, because to be in a relationship is super vulnerable. You're making yourself super vulnerable.
Well, boy, new growth, I'm not telling you to do that on the first date.
No, I'm just saying if it
Sister
does,
Annie, get in the car. Get in the car, Sister Annie. Get in the car. Watch this. Bop. Right?
I say watch this.
Right? Nah, man, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you're in a marriage, after you actually marry somebody, the real you should be coming out like right away. You should be being yourself away. It shouldn't take 5 years, 10 years. Some people 20 years. And you start finding out, if you start following the breadcrumbs, you start seeing they've been leading this double life the whole time, right? And you're like, what the hell is going on here? Right? Eddie Long's wife started following the breadcrumbs. She said she tried to hang in there with him at first. But she started following the breadcrumbs. She's like, wait a minute. This stuff been going on forever. I've just been sitting here like an idiot, right? So you've been telling me, oh, I got to go on this business trip. I'm going on this business trip here. I'm going on this business trip here. And he going out to see these young dudes, right? But he was going for it, right? The whole church was going for it, right? But I want to hear everybody's answer. What is the deal breaker? Where is it at the time when you can cut it loose? Did you answer that question, New Growth?
Vaguely, yeah. I said, the trust. If you can't trust me, if you don't, believe in me, I think that's a big deal breaker for me.
Agreed. What about you, Sister Annie?
So that's why, like, for me, it's more important to be a woman of God than it is to be a wife. Because if I'm being a woman of God, then my husband is going to benefit from me being his wife. There's things that in my flesh that I tell you that, like, a man putting his hands on me, I don't even understand that concept. So that would be something definitely in my flesh that I'd be like, I'm out. The infidelity, that's not a cool ticket either. That I think that it would just depend. It would just depend. It'd be a whole bunch of. It couldn't be some fly by night thing. It had to be a whole lot of ingredients that made him vulnerable in that spot. I don't drink. I prefer to not be with somebody that drinks because I don't ever want someone to bring me with this sloppy excuse that they were drunk or high or something, because that's not gonna fly either. But so I would say that definitely putting hands. I could say infidelity, but I'm gonna be totally honest. So I know what I'm saying now. When I'm married and I'm in this relationship and I'm with my husband, things that are very easy for me to answer now won't be as easy to answer when I'm married. What New Growth was saying, like I'm this, like, a person that can, like, walk away, or a person that can like I had a friend, this is not a guy friend, but like one of my friends that I've been friends with for like 10 years. And she didn't like something that I did. But it's not something I did to her. It's just that because she and her husband were going through a separation, I was friends with both of them. And she wasn't happy that after 2 or 3 years of them being separated, and it's just real, they're already talking about divorce. She was not happy that I met the new person. And she made a statement in her expressing to me why she was not happy with what I had done, even though I explained to her how the scenario came about or whatever. And she made a statement about what she thought of me as a friend for all these 10 years. As soon as she said that, I said, oh, when we hang up, that's the last time I'm talking to her. There's some things that my mind and my ability to stay in something will just cut off. That I haven't talked to her since. That's been a minute. So that, like, somebody questioning who I am, who I've demonstrated myself to be, that is something that, because I can't reprove myself to you. I am just who I am. I'm naturally who I am. And if that's not good enough, then it's good that we find it out. It'd be good that we find that out when we do, and we not be afraid to walk away. But I definitely would be, for this thing with Shirley Strawberry, I would be searching scripture. Where in here can I get out, God? Because I want to get out. I want to get out. Especially with an animal. Oh my goodness. No, where, Lord, can I get out of here?
I don't know what,
So
I don't know what's going on.
that would be my deal breakers. I know that when he's not mine. My husband will never be mine. Children are never yours. They're God's. So I don't have ownership of him. So, if when we get married, things are just not lining up, I want to have a biblical reason, or I won't say justification, but right to step away. But in my flesh, I'm probably going to be wanting to step away, and it's going to show up in how I am in our relationship. So yeah, those are that putting the hands on. I've never had that. Thank you, God. And for any woman or man who's had somebody to put their hands on them, I'm praying for your strength to recognize that, you don't deserve that. And I pray for the the time that when you're strong enough to walk away, that you're able to do it in a way that you can actually get away and it not cause more harm on yourself. So I pray for anybody that's ever gone through that. I've never seen it, in my close circle of people. Well, let me take that back. I didn't see it, but I heard it. But my friend lied to me and didn't tell me that that's what happened, because I heard the door and I heard him I heard him say something. And when I knocked on the door, I asked her, was she okay? And she said, yeah. Years later, I asked her, did he put his hands on her? And she said, yeah. But she was like, almost like making light of it, because she said, oh, we hit each other all the time. The only reason I didn't go in the room when I heard that, because I said, if I go in there, because my thing is, if you're going to fight my friend, you're going to have to show me that you can beat both of us up. But I didn't want to go in, because I was like, if I go in there and she started fighting me, I'm going to be in there fighting her and him.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. Never do that. Never, ever, ever do that.
Yeah. But that's what it is for me.
All right. Well, I'm glad you brought that issue up. Now, this is, in my opinion, strictly committed relationships where, people have been together for a while, or marriages. I don't care what happens. Never go in there. You don't go in there. You can call the police for them. If you think somebody's putting their hands on somebody, you can call the police for them. But never, 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 because that's what you're going to hear. Oh, we both do that. Sometimes it get heated like that, girl. And sometimes you're going to hear stuff like that. And then if you go in there, you bust in there and you say, hey, don't you put your hands on my friend? The friend will turn around and say, girl, what you talking about? And the next thing you know, them two against you, right? Mm-hmm. Nah, never do that. In my opinion.
No, thank you for saying that, because I honestly stood at the door for probably about 5 minutes to make sure I didn't hear anything, because I was gonna bust the door down. But I'm glad you said that, because if I ever now listen, I took a little kickboxing. I could do a little something. I could keep his leg down while she's doing something else. No, I'm glad you said that, because that's actually my instinct was to protect my friend.
Of course.
The logic of that would have needed to be do what I can so someone else can come protect her and potentially me too. Because what if he had done something really, really bad to both of us? So that's a good point.
And you do all that protecting, right? You get her out of the house, you get her in you find her a shelter, and you find her someplace to go. You come back a week later, guess who's all hugged up in the driveway, all hugged up, right? On the porch, right? Them two, right? And and now they both got something against you, right? And it's like, Let
me ask y'all this question. I know it's a little, I can answer it quickly, but like you said, she said we fight all the time, right? So in those situations, because usually when you hear something like that, it might be a scream from the female, or help, or get off of me, but if a couple fights, right, is it domestic abuse, or is that just dysfunctionality? Like, because 9 times out of 10, if they're, what classifies them as fighting as opposed to being abused?
Well, definitely physical. Anything that's physical, that's the first thing that's going to be brought up to the forefront. If there's physical, I grabbed you, I choked you, I tripped you, I pushed you, I kicked you, I spit on you. You see what I'm saying? Those things, definitely. Now there are other types of abuse. There's verbal abuse, but we're really not going to call the police about verbal abuse, because you can walk away from verbal abuse. You can dismiss yourself from verbal abuse. But physical violence, you're definitely there and you're caught up in it. So, two different things. You know what I'm saying? Two different things.
I would say to that, with the physical violence, you said what constitutes fighting and what constitutes abuse, right? I think those are both abusive terms, because anytime you have to use violence to get your point across, that means that you can't figure out no better words to say to inspire the person to do what you ask them to do. And if you use violence and you're successful with using violence, for example, I tell my wife, I want the chicken cooked this way. She don't cook it that way. I come home, I bite into the chicken, it don't taste the way I want it to taste. I smack her across the room, right? Next time I come in, she got the chicken cooked the way I want to cook it. So now what have I learned? The lesson she taught me is if I don't like something, I smack her and she'll learn how to do it. She'll do it right? So you teaching the lesson of acceptance and the acceptance of the violence when you don't communicate, you don't put them in a position where they have to communicate better, right? And if they don't feel like violence is going too far, that's an issue. So I'm going to say that violence should never be an option in a marriage. It really should be an option in any male-female relationship, but it definitely shouldn't be an option in a marriage, because what you're going to do, because I smacked my wife this time, then I smack her another time. I smacked her this year, and I smacked her the next year. I smacked her the next year. And then I might stop smacking her, right? Because I get tired of smacking her. She's too easy to smack. I only smack her every once in a while. We think all that rage that every time I smack her, it builds up a charge in her for revenge, right?
Right.
Which is normal. That's normal. Revenge is a normal emotion. Right? Retaliation is a normal emotion. So they're going to want to have a desire for retaliation. But what's stopping them from retaliating is some other factor, right? This dude's making all the money. It may be hard on the children if I had to take his children and leave. Whatever the reason is, that's what's holding them back from actually retaliating. Or this is, if I hire a hitman, that's illegal, right? So it might be many different factors that's stopping them from retaliating, but you're going to stoke the fire of retaliation. And so eventually, it may be 4 years, it may be 6 years, maybe 10 years, she's going to eventually retaliate, whether it's passive aggressively or directly. You're going to get, now the most dangerous way is going to be the passive aggressive way. They slip something in your food. You go and wonder why you're getting sick all the time or whatever, and you can't figure it out. They tell you, hey, this we looked at one of your hairs. You've been getting poison. You got arsenic or poison, right? Or whatever, right? So my point is, this is one of the main disagreements I had with Kevin Samuels. The disagreement I had with him was that, he said, well, you can hit, just like Shahraz Ali, you can hit on a woman if you got to. If it's necessary for you to beat on her. If it's necessary for you to, and just because you're making more money, you should be able to have as many other women as you want. And I think without discussing that with a woman, I think you're stoking the fire for retaliation, and eventually it's going to happen to you when you least expect it. When you're the most down on your luck, right? You walk into the doctor's office, you get the diagnosis, hey, you got diabetes, or you got this, or you got that. You got to do this, you got to do that. Your life is going to change. And what you need the most is support. That's when that person going to strike, in my opinion, man. So to not do that, just be upfront with everybody, in my opinion.
The reason I asked that question is because, lately I've been seeing a lot of like domestic issues, like male and female, but it's not necessarily as if the man is just, because we have a program viewpoint of like, okay, well, she's not cooking the chicken right, like you said, bye. It's kind of like, it's mutual, right? It's mutual back and forth, and sometimes the girl might clock and hit a bye. So then it becomes a fight, and then all of a sudden it becomes an abuse situation as opposed to being a fight, right? And it's getting very dangerous, right? Because I'm starting to see.
Let me say this, New Growth. Let me qualify what you're saying real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. Okay. Now, abuse is when there's one person imposing a will on another person through the violence, right? This is this one person that's constantly using violence to impose their will on the other person. What do you call that? what do you guys call that when it's not? It was a toxic relationship. You just said it a couple of minutes ago. Dysfunction. When it's just both people beating on each other is dysfunctional, right? It's dysfunctional. But that's not one person totally abusing the other person.
Okay.
So I wanted to clarify those two different things. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate, by the way. I wanted to clarify those two different things because abuse is really one person pushing a program, and the toxicity is they just both swinging on each other, and that's bad too. But I think
that's what I was trying to clarify. Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify because I'm starting to see a lot of like just fights. Like it'd be male and female fights. She might cock off and hit him, and I mean in the parking lot, it's getting real bad out here. I don't know what it is, but it's just they fighting, and a lot of times, just because of the physical makeup of us, the male might get the better of it, right? And it's classified as an abuse or some sort. But it's like, at what point is it just a fight? And what point does? Go ahead.
What I would say, in particular to men, because you're right, and that's actually a really good question because I do have a friend that she probably would wear a guy out. You know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for the guy, but like, what I would say to men is, if what you're doing with that woman, and if you were doing that in front of a police officer, how would he perceive you and how would he perceive her? If you know that if you two are fighting and a police officer would say, all right, I'm getting ready to cuff you, I'm saying just don't do it at all. Like figure out ways. And I know that it's easier said than done because there's some people that have grown up and they've seen violence and that's the first thing that they gravitate to. There's some people that their triggers, once they're pushed, their body responds a certain way, their mouth responds a certain way, their ability to bring themselves back is not as strong as it in other times. I would just say start conditioning yourself to removing yourself from a situation, because it will more than likely be that even that thing that you may just see as fighting as opposed to it being abuse could land you in a heap of legal issues, and you could potentially do some harm that is not something that you can come back from. So to the person mentally that's going through it, because there's some couples, like you say, like I said, like my friend, that's something that she saw as like, okay, it's cool that we go back and forth. That's not okay. That wouldn't be okay for me as an onlooker, and I'm gonna call. Even if you like, now I'm taking Brother Clarence advice, but at that time I would have jumped in. Now, if I see that, even if you're my friend, I'm gonna be trying to call 911 because I don't know how far this thing can go, and I don't care what y'all are used to. It's uncomfortable for me to see, and I know that this thing could shift very far in a direction that you're not thinking. You're not playing chess mentally on where this thing can go. You're just being reactive in a moment. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm using the best thought process I can of what this thing could potentially become. So that's what I would say. It doesn't matter what you're thinking mentally. It's what would this look like to an onlooker? What would this look like to law? That would make me come back.
In that incident, it's kind of like I agree with what you're saying, but in that incident, that's kind of like sexism. That's kind of like another sense of advantage. That because the only reason I ask is because I watch a lot of these live Zoom court shows, and it's starting to switch. It's starting to switch. Like the girl, it was one girl who went in there. She was, he got the best of her, but the judge said who struck first, and they found out she struck first. She actually charges were pressed against her, right? And women are going crazy, and it's just like that's a female. But we have to do something as a society to stop taking. If we're going to take advantage of the niceties of being a woman or the advantages of being a man, we must respect the niceties of the opposite sex. Because if you take both of them away, and you allow people, okay, it ain't right for a man to hit a woman. Because you ask a lot of women, they had a little review, like they say, was it ever right to hit man? He said, well, sometimes when he acting crazy, I might smack him. Or, just because sometimes he ain't listening, I might hit him across it. Women say this and they were laughing. Everybody was laughing, but that's sexism, in my
Terrible.
opinion.
That is
Yeah.
terrible.
And that's
That's
what our
terrible.
society push. And if we
Yeah.
really want to go towards equality, we got to stop doing that. Because that right there, and it's starting to get that way, and women are starting to be like, they starting to be, bombarded with like, okay, well, you're guilty. Well, you're gonna get a TPO on you, or you're gonna get this because you did smack him, or you did push him, or you did spit in his face, or right? And these things that women got away with for centuries, right? Which was a
Right.
nicety because we always knew, hey, we can overpower a woman, which all of us know. But when you go in there and advocate for equality, there's no room for subtleties. So that's why we got to be very careful because that man is thinking the same thing too. Like, I hate to bring up that Chicago incident. That man and people are starting to see that if we're moving everything over into the same bracket, that guy who hit that lady, he saw her as equal, regardless of how we do or less than, but he saw her as equal. We cannot bring that same mindset back into place. Well, that's a female. No, she's not. She's equal when we going for that job interview. She's equal so we have to find a line of respecting it. She's equal when she's yelling at me. If she hit me, she's equal. It's something I think is a bad road that we're going down, and there's gonna be a lot of more of this stuff happening because I'm starting to see it now. Like, brother, why are you hitting that woman? And then all of it, she got in his face. So the things that we grew up on, our generation, well, me and your generation, Andy, they from the silent generation. But our generation, generation, generation X, Generation Z sees things totally different than what we see. Like that ability to just look and say, hey, she's arguing, let me walk away. They don't see it that way. I don't know how we're going to be able to re-implement that, especially in a society where everybody's the same.
And it's funny because 2-to-1, they weren't taught that.
Right.
They grew up with examples that did exactly, what they saw, and so that's how they respond because they do what they saw, what they grew up seeing. You see, what would make you as a man strike a weaker vessel? That's a cowardice move right there. You see what I'm saying?
What would make you as a woman? Why are you putting your hands on him? Like and
I agree.
It's like I wouldn't go punch a tree because I'm gonna mess my knuckles up. I already know I'm not going to punch a tree, but I may punch a kickboxing bag, right? So I'm not going to go hit something that I know is going to cause me harm. So whatever it is that I need to do to bring myself back to some reality right there, because I can't just assume that every man that that I may have tension with, or just raise my chest up a little bit with him. I can't assume that every man is a gentleman. I can't assume that every man is going to have the ability to step back from his frustration, because evidently I didn't stop myself from mine. I don't even on the panel, like when I hear y'all start talking, I just try to be silent. I don't get it right all the time. Sometimes I keep pushing through it, but for the most part, I just try to step back, because for me, and I'm not saying that this has to be for other people, in my spirit, I submit to the presence of a man. I what I'm saying? So whether I'm in this space, whether when I have tension, when I realize that sometimes I've just gone across the line when I'm having a conversation with a man, and that goes for a woman too. I can't get slick in the mouth with a woman, but I definitely monitor myself when it comes to a man, because I know the kind of restraint that he's going to have to not exercise the same kind of reactive behavior that I am. So I'm trying to look out for him too. So in my actions, I'm trying to check me, and also check me as I would impact him. So I don't want neither. I don't want none of us going to jail. I don't want any of us to be have bodily harm. I don't want any of us to
Well,
lose
you
our
know
life.
what? In response to what you just said, you know, I definitely agree with what you said. You know, a woman has no right to put herself in harm's way if she has any good sense. But what we're seeing is a lot of these females and women, they don't know how to meter a man. You see what I'm saying? Because they've been so used to being so flippant at the mouth. You see what I'm saying? And they've gotten away with it for long periods of time
And
until
it's
they really
praise.
don't believe that when, you know, there's going to be one person that you approach the wrong way and they're not going to respond the way that you think that they should respond. You see what I'm saying? Not that they have an excuse, because there is no excuse for a man to put his hands on a woman, regardless to how she's running her mouth. You see what I'm saying? Regardless to how she's rolling her head and rolling her eyes and picking her teeth with her fingernails. See what I'm talking about? No, there's no excuse for that. But because a lot of women don't understand that you have some ignorant men out here who's not even going to put up with even that. So you need to know how to meter an individual. See, that's that spirit of discernment, right? Because some of them are lacking that. And they think that they can put their hands in a man's face. And because they're a woman, that he's going to, you know, fall back. When in actuality, you have some nuts out here, which has, it's evident that we have some nuts out here. You see what I'm saying? They're going to do whatever they feel like doing, whether you're a woman or not, you know? So yeah, I agree with you. You know, women need to know how to fall back when they're dealing with strange men. Because see, especially if it's a stranger, you don't even know what this person has in their pocket. You don't even know if you say good morning if they're going to snap on you. You can't just walk around in the grocery store smiling at every man you see.
But see, Vaughn, the thing is, my point was, I agree with you totally. But it's like when our society start taking away these roles, right? When we start taking away status of certain person, nobody knows what they're doing. Like, it's sad to see people my age in the club with 21-year-olds, right? We all in the same circle, so there's nobody who can sit there and set a precedent and say, hey, okay, this is how. Like when I come on here, when I first came on YouTube, I always looked at you and I said, wow, that's in 60 years, that's how I want to be, right? I'm just playing, but you know, you set a because you moved a certain way, your calmness, your this and that, and it's like so we need to see that. So if we don't see that, it's not going to be able to formulate itself. Some people will do it out of just studying, but to see that. So if the women are being taught that they can do whatever and they can do this, and men are taught that they trash and they this and that. It's like, and then this thing going on now, where we battling each other. It's really becoming a war, and it's starting to formulate itself in physical things now. On the internet, it's just yelling and arguing, but in real life, it will become physical, and I'm seeing it way too much.
Yeah,
and it's scaring me. Like,
and
I try to calm the women down.
Yeah. No,
I try to calm the women down sometimes, and they are. I said one sister, right? She got into it with a guy over a parking space. So the guy drives by, ignorant, almost kind of clipped the car, but he didn't. And I seen her. She has her two babies in the back. Both of them under 10. She gets in the trunk, pulls out a bat, and just going off. I'm gonna F him up and down. I said, sister, calm down. You got your babies in the car. It ain't but F that. And it was like, I didn't know what to do. It was like her energy was way more harder. And if that guy would have came back, right? Or if that guy would have been there, who knows? How that would have exploded, right? As opposed to it's something in our spirits now. I don't know if y'all seeing it, but that right there, when I seen that in the restaurant, unfortunately, is commonplace now. And when I saw that, I was like, wow. Because if you look at a video, it was a lady in Mississippi, and her husband, they just had an anniversary, but her husband was out. She was like, "Yeah, he ain't been home all night, out with his friends, and da 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 da." She comes in there. He comes in like, "Look, baby, I don't want to argue. I'm getting my stuff." And her and her mom and then going at it, and then going against him. And he's like, "Look, I'm just trying to leave." Next thing you know, you hear gunshots. Kids in the background, and she, oh my God, on Facebook Live, I think she killed him on Facebook Live. Right? So the energy of the women is not the energy of my mama, not the energy of Sister Annie or my wife. The energy is changing drastically in our women, and I
Yes,
think
it is.
we're not paying attention to that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So
And as a result, as a result, this is what we're seeing. You see, what's going to happen to the next generation that's coming up? You know, what will they be like based upon the examples that are set for them? You know, we're moving in a bad space, ladies and gentlemen. It's horrible. You know, our women, you know, I don't even know where they're at, these young women right now. You know, it's
and
a
the sad
disgrace.
thing, we not there to help them, let them know. Like our young boys, our men are not there saying, "It's cool, I got your back. You ain't gotta be that. You got." So we dysfunctional as a community.
Yeah, and nobody's calling nobody out. That's the problem. Nobody's calling nobody out.
I have a perspective on that, and I feel like the women don't have to be better women. When they have to be better women to be sexually selected, then they will be better. But they don't have to be better to be sexually selected, right? There was a time sexual selection wasn't good enough. Matrimony was the apex of the sexual selection process, right?
Right.
Now, a lot of these people, they just want to be sexually selected for to be participate in the sexual marketplace, right? Bless you. And now, unfortunately, these women don't have to be better. They don't have to be sexually selected. All they have to do is be able to bump up sexual tension in some kind of way, and have some type of beauty appearance that can attract the average guy, and away they go. They don't have to be better people. They don't have to be, and a lot of that violent nature, they can hide it, right? They can hide it. Oh man, women could be just what you want in the beginning. And then, like we was talking about earlier, you find out, because see, people can only do that for so long. Then the facade starts coming down, and now you start seeing this person is crazy. This person is crazy. I didn't know they was crazy. I thought, you know, maybe they got a little something going on. Everybody got a little something going on. But this person is, you know, they clinger crazy, right? You just trying to figure out what's going on. Right, but see, sometimes you get too caught in the soup.
Not clinger, brother Clarence, not clinger.
Yeah, only me and you know about that one. They too young to know about clinger.
Yeah, you confusing folks now with the clingers.
I mean, just clinger crazy, man. So they don't. But the point is, by the time you find out how crazy they are, you in the soup. You in the soup. You stuck, and now you like, man, I'm in it. Because now, is there signs? Yeah, there's always signs, but do you read the breadcrumbs? No, we don't read the breadcrumbs. It's like Shirley, right? Shirley could have saw, hey, wait a minute. This dude got an open warrant in California, got an open warrant in another state. He had all these, he got this other stuff that he got going on where he was, you know, he had done some fed time, done some state time, right? What's going on here? This is why this kind of stuff that's why the investigation is so important, right? The courting process is so important, because when you courting somebody, that's when you asking the really, really tough questions, right? See, you just dating at first. You dating for about maybe 6 months or whatever. And then you say, man, you know what? I don't spend enough time with this person. I'm interested in taking it further. Let's start the courting process. Okay, everybody agrees to start the courting process. Well, that means I'm going to meet your family. We're going to discuss your income, your debts, your assets, your liabilities. We're going to discuss all of that stuff, your criminal past, your health. We're going to discuss all that stuff. Any past relationships that may be causing an issue now when you got, like you said, TPOs out there or whatever, you got issues out there. We're going to discuss all that, both people, right? That's why courting process is so important. But see, most people do. They skip the courting process, right? Because they don't want to offend the other person. Hey, what's your can we exchange medical histories, right? Nah. They don't want to offend the other person. Can we exchange medical histories? Can we exchange credit reports? Can we exchange W-2s? Can we exchange can we meet each other's immediate family? Can I talk to your mom without you there? Can I talk to your father without you there? Right? I mean, both people, right?
It's crazy, Brother Clarence. I'm going to cut you off. But certain jobs, people have to do this anyway. They have to give up their medical. They have to give their credit score. I need
Almost every
reference.
job.
But where they actually
and their
check them,
criminal
like they
background,
go
you got to
boom,
do a
yeah,
life scan, right?
Everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But it's funny to me how we're more comfortable in doing it to an employer, right, than to somebody that we're going to spend the rest of our lives with.
Because this is a critical issue with us as Black people, especially us as Black people. But it's very, very critical. We have learned to take questioning as disrespect. It's like what I said before. The white people, the reason why white kids do much better on standardized testing than Black kids has nothing to do with intelligence. It has everything to do with the boxes that we as Black parents put those kids in. Kid come ask you a question. Why does the car sound like that? Don't ask me no questions. So we tell them don't ask no questions, right? So we teaching them the lesson that asking questions is disrespect. You showing disrespect by asking questions. So they don't learn not to even ask questions no more. So what should you do when you're in class? You should be asking questions. So the white kids are asking questions, right? Because their parents don't tell them don't ask questions. Their parents let children have a natural curiosity. They let their natural curiosity flourish into development and driving them into a career. You let their natural curiosity, if white man working on his car, his son see him working on the car, he tells, and the son say, can I help you down? Can I get under that hood with you? Yeah, come on, son, get under the hood. A lot of times, Black people, they say, hey, Dad, why are all these parts over the car? Boy, get out of the way. Get out of here, right? We just shoo them off, right? We don't sit down. And then we get to a point where we done did that so much, when we want them to sit down and talk to us and we want them to sit down and participate with something with us, they don't want no parts of it, right? So we have this confusion going on, whereas in the white society, I'm not saying they perfect, but I'm saying overall, generally speaking, they encourage the natural curiosity of the kids, and they're not in a box mentally, whereas Black kids a lot of times, because we as parents teach them the unfortunate lesson that if you ask questions, you're being disrespectful. It's just like even here on YouTube, right? If I go to another YouTubers and he starts saying, hey, I believe this and this is that, and this is YouTube page, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm the man on this YouTube page, right? I go there and I question him. He's not going to say, well, Clarence might be right. First thing he's going to say is, how dare this Negro? This ninja came over here and questioned me on my own show? What's wrong with him? You know what I mean? I mean, that's how they going to think. That's how a lot of Black YouTubers think like that. Like, why would you even question me? You making me look bad. Not you're bringing truth to the situation. You making me look bad. I got a brand I'm trying to push here. Not the truth. The brand is what I'm trying to. So until we get out of that culture, our children will always be trapped in these boxes that we put them in by telling them to not ask questions. Now, here's another problem that's going on. You asked, Grosso, so I'm going to give you the whole thing. Here's another layer on top of that. Now, children of that era that has happened to. Now they're out making music that reinforces the fact that you ain't supposed to ask no questions. You either 100% with somebody or you not with them, right? No matter what they doing, right? The Charleston White effect. If you either 100% with this man, even though he's telling, he's threatening the art people and all this, either you 100% with him or you a hater. And that's where that's the way they reinforce that through the music. So now they have it reinforced through the music. They have it reinforced through the television shows, right? What do we say, Vaughn? Bad Negroes acting up in Atlanta. Bad Negroes acting up in California. Crazy Negroes in Chicago. Crazy niggas in Miami.
Don't forget Miami. Don't forget Miami.
Crazy Negroes in Miami, right? All kind of iterations of how Black people can have dysfunctional relationships. So our children are learning how to have dysfunctional relationships from the television. That's one thing I do agree with Shahrazad Ali. She said that our Black children are watching TV, and that's where they're learning how to have relationships, not from watching the parents, because a lot of times there ain't two parents in the house. So they watching two-parent relationship or how to relate to the other opposite sex from the television. Well, what do we got out there that shows us in relationships? Negroes acting up in Miami. Negroes doing tattoos in Chicago. Negroes in the music business in LA. Negroes doing this over here in New Jersey. Negroes doing this in Atlanta, right? All kind of different ways to show our children how to have dysfunctional relationships. So now they're being reinforced through the music to have dysfunctional relationships. They reinforced through the media, the television media, and the internet media to have dysfunctional relationships. Why? Because ain't nobody gonna watch you. You got a show about New Growth and his wife, and he loves his wife and he loves his kids. That show get canceled in the first episode, right? Nobody gonna watch that show, right? They want to see people fighting against each other.
Yeah, we want to see them going at each other, right? That's what we want. Yeah,
people want to see this conflict, but what they don't understand is we are promoting this conflict to our children, and that's where now it comes back to what you're talking about, New Growth, where you see these women on these shows, and they're more violent and more violent and more violent. They throwing drinks in each other. They remember when they first started out, they was throwing drinks at each other, right? They would just throw the drink in the person's face, right?
Right.
Now we done got to the point where they putting their hands on each other.
Yeah.
Right? Now they putting hands on each other. Okay, what do you think that these little Black girls are learning?
Yeah, and they have some shows where they actually let them fight.
Right? And they
and then they break them up after after they put hands, they break them up.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But Brother Clarence, you make a very good point, man.
Thank you, brother.
It's always a good feeling when me and you agree, because I don't often agree with what you say. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's far and in between. But when I do agree with you, man, listen, it is such a good feeling, because it brings me in closer.
I try not to be on the other side of you, Vaughn, but sometimes the road just goes that way. So you know what I'm saying. But it is good when we finally agree on something, right? Yeah, man. But
you're making a lot of good sense, man.
That's what I
agree with everything you just said just now.
Thank you, brother. That's why, because Negro brought up a good point. But how do we get here? This is, in my opinion, that's how we got here. And it ain't enough of us as men. We don't watch enough TV to write in to say we don't want this on the program, right? Men ain't watching TV no more. We have just walked away. ESPN is firing left and right. They like Cape Canaveral. They firing a lot of people, right? Why? Because they can't get the ad revenue because men ain't watching TV no more. Men are using apps. They ain't watching TV no more. Men are just really walking away from the television. So most of the shows are for who? The women, right? And that's smart, marketing-wise, because why? You're going to make way more money selling stuff to women than men, right? Why?
Right.
Because men are going to spend their money. Men are only going to spend their money. typically a man's not gonna see something on TV and say, "Oh, baby, can you put some money on my card so I can buy this motorcycle?" Right? Men are typically, if I ain't got the money, I ain't gonna buy it, right?
Especially black men.
Well,
Amen to that.
yes, they will spend their own money, and when they don't have no more money, they'll stop. They're not gonna try and buy nothing else. Women are different. Women will spend her money, and then she'll start spending your money. Hey, I just saw some new pots and pans and some bed spreads on here. This look great.
You know, Bed Bath and Beyond, you know, they're going out of business. We might as well run over there because they got 80% off. 80% off.
Vaughn, I need you to put $150 on my card.
Now, you know, you can spend $2,000 talking about 80% off.
Right? I need you to put $150, $200 on my card, Vaughn. Well,
and that's not by mistake.
Huh?
That's not by mistake because they know most of the advertising is to females. Like 75% of advertising dollars are focused on female consumers.
I'm sad because they're gonna spend not only their money but your money as well. So they smart to do it because you as a man, you only gonna buy for yourself. Typically, most of the time, you buy for yourself. The female's gonna buy for her. She's gonna buy for you. She's gonna buy for the kids. She's gonna buy for her mama. She's gonna buy for everybody, right? So they're gonna
again.
Huh?
Her again. Her another time.
Hey. So they know that they're gonna spend way more money than you, and but they know you gonna pay for it all, right?
Hey, I want to ask you this: 3 men up here, you know, we want to know how can y'all buy? And this might not be you, but I'm just asking you for the consensus of women. How can you buy so many clothes and look in the closet when it's time to go somewhere and say, I ain't got nothing to wear?
Ooh, okay, that is me.
Oh Lord.
I don't think through the outfits. I just think through during the pandemic, like you go to TJ Maxx and Marshalls and all of them, and they had all these clearance items. So I was just buying a whole bunch of, this is on clearance. So I may have a top that doesn't necessarily go with any of my pants. Like you can always throw something on with jeans, but that wasn't my intent in getting that shirt. So sometimes it's that I don't slow down enough to actually think through the outfit. So then when I'm trying to go out, and then I may think, well, wait, if I've gone, I don't like really wearing the same outfit in a month.
Oh Lord.
So even but that doesn't mean that I have I'm saying I may switch. So if I wear a particular pair of pants,
I got you.
I don't want to wear that shirt with that pair of pants again in that month. So that's just for myself. But I guess maybe there's some little ego going on there too, right? But I just don't want to have the same outfit on. I feel like I go to work every day. There's no reason I should be wearing the same clothes within a month over. And I think I got that from my cousin, but so I think that's what it is. Don't think through the outfit and the different occasions. And then you don't think through the organization either. Like I like a really neat closet. So sometimes we're looking through, and because we're not organized enough, we're not seeing that we actually have something in there that matches. That might be in one of my bins that I have a t-shirt that I could have worn with a pair of pants. So I think lack of organization could be a reason. I know it is for me, and just not thinking through the outfits.
I got you.
Hey y'all,
I just said that the other day.
Can I bring Patrice into the conversation, y'all?
Oh, hey, Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Let me bring Patrice in the conversation. Patrice, we've been talking about a bunch of stuff. We talked about Shahrazad Ali. She said that black men can have more than one woman. He got the ability to do that. And, maybe that's something that the sisterhood should look into more in America. We also talked about, what else did we talk about? Oh, we talked about Shirley Strawberry. Shirley Strawberry.
Yeah, what's the latest on that? Because last I heard, she was really begging the judge to go light or release her husband or something.
Yeah. We just read that letter. We had that letter on here where she had wrote that letter to the judge to ask him to be released. And then
so has he been charged officially?
I thought that's why they arrested him, because they charged
I mean,
him.
I didn't mean charged, convicted. Like,
Well, they haven't completed the investigation, so I don't think they have put all the charges out on him. I think they charged him with enough to just hold him, right? And now he got the bond. They want, they gave him a bond, but it's like $800,000, right? So they saying, nah, can you just let him go, right? They're trying to reduce it, but he's been a busy
So he just
man.
has to pay 8,000.
800, excuse me, 800,000.
So he just has to pay 8,000 then.
No, 800,000. They gotta pay 80.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I missed the zero.
Yeah, right.
80,000. Yeah, but that's a lot, man. Listen, but I'm pretty sure that they have that money. They have that money to do that.
Yeah, man.
But I think 80,000 ain't nothing. Probably, they're making good money in the entertainment business, right?
I think that I think they're trying to pull him out so they can get him out of the country, because I don't see him beating no Fed charges. I think they waiting. They're holding everything up to let the feds do their investigation. That's what it seems like to me. And so when the feds get done with it, feds got 97% convictions. I mean, once they get on your tail, they're not coming for you unless they know they got a slam dunk on you. So
the feds on them too, bro?
Yeah, well, when you do that CP and it's across interstate lines.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So,
yeah.
Now listen, let me ask this question. Is he guilty of these charges?
We don't know.
Because what happened to, innocent until proven guilty, but I'm just saying, I mean, do we know for sure that he actually did these things? Do we have proof?
I think they have enough evidence to prove it. I think they got enough evidence right now to prove a lot of this stuff, but they want them, I think because of the feds want it like ironclad, right? So they try to get everything together. So they're trying to hold the guy because they know he got it. As soon as they let him go, he's out of here, in my opinion. They're gonna put him on a plane, he's gone. So they don't want him to do that. He's gonna do like Russell Simmons.
He's gonna do a Russell Simmons. I was just getting ready to say.
Yeah, he's just gonna jump out of the country. And
but what is that? Where does that leave Strawberry then?
Well, he wasn't a major portion of. He wasn't a major portion of her income anyway. So I mean, she's not gonna be
a major part of her life, right? I'm just saying.
I don't know. I mean, when he had the girlfriend in Florida, so.
Exactly. How much of a part? I think it was more of a convenience.
But she's pleading for him to get out. So I'm just saying this.
I don't know.
Does she consider him a major part of her life? I'm just saying.
He might still. He might. I don't know. She might. But like Negro said, she might just have a thing for bad boys. Who knows? I mean, she just might have a thing for it because Michael Strawberry was
them kind of bad
guy. so I don't. I mean, I don't. She just got something, maybe. But anyway, we talked about Shirley Strawberry. Then we talked about Adam No Jumper. Did you see that part? We talked about Adam No Jumper, where his wife, he's sitting at the round table with his buddies, and they're congratulating on him letting his wife go out and in the prawn industry do her first scene with a black dude, right? So and yeah, you heard me right.
Wow.
You heard me right.
I mean,
you heard me right. You heard me right.
It's just people just on some straight up buffoonery, coonery, fuckery.
You sure got it right.
I'm sorry. Like I'm so tired. I'm so tired of people. I'm so tired of people. I really am. I have no idea. I know Adam Jumper is he had a situation himself with underage girls, and they was getting on him about it. When he was talking about it on his podcast. So that doesn't surprise me. People like that pretty much are open and fair game to almost any and everything when it comes to the sex industry. So including trafficking, including being with underage people, that whole perverted pedophilia notion. So it's not surprised that he allowed his wife to do her first porn scene. Like these people like that.
No, Patrice, not her first porn scene. It's her first porn scene with a black dude.
Oh, wait. Oh, as if she was already doing porn.
She was already doing prime.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She
Wow. Okay.
She was doing it with him. They had a little OnlyFans thing, and she was doing it with him.
Oh, they were
Adam
doing it
22.
together. Okay,
Yes,
got
with
you.
Adam
And now
22.
he allowed her to step outside of their marriage and do it with a black man.
There you go. On
Oh
camera.
boy.
I'm sure
Wow.
they've been doing this
Okay.
stuff already.
Yeah, like
privately.
yeah, these people, y'all, these people are a different breed, y'all. I mean, oh God, it's
This stuff, this
I mean,
actually,
this
goes
is
back to slavery.
yeah, this
This
is
is not no.
Patrice and Vaughn, man. Between Patrice and Vaughn, who got the more throw up in their mouth, right?
I'm telling you, man. I'm just like, man. I mean, my
What do you think,
goodness.
Patrice?
what I think.
Yeah. Or about anything we've been talking about, anything.
Well, I'm not surprised even at some of the things that black women will do to protect black men that's in that affiliation with that mess either. We have women do that all the time, protect their spouses and knowing that it's a possibility they're involved in some type of pedophilia behavior. We know that comes from so many families of sweeping stuff under the rug and thinking it's just going to go away. Now this is out, and if he's convicted, that's a whole different story. It's no amount of money, no matter a pool of power that she have, Steve Harvey have, or anybody else have is going to be able to stop a conviction if he gets convicted. If it is proven that he actually did this, he needs to get what he deserves. And I'm sick of women protecting these type of men and these type of situations when things like this happen. That is the problem in our community. We continue to be acceptance of this type of behavior and don't say nothing. We can't tell nobody. See, we've been doing that in our community, in our households for decades. We got pedophilia uncles, cousins, brothers, like what? And we do that. And now women, same thing. They do the same thing when it comes to their husbands. It's unfortunate because it's not Shirley's fault, but let the courts the courts prove if he's innocent or guilty. And if he's guilty, he needs to get prosecuted to the full extent of the law, in my opinion. And I don't care that that's her husband. It could be my husband. It could be your husband, anybody's husband. I don't give a shit if he's doing this to children.
Yeah.
Okay. Same situation with Brother Polite. That listen, I have zero tolerance for people that hurt children. I do. Zero tolerance. And they need to be persecuted to the full extent of the law. And it doesn't matter whose husband it is, if he's doing these nefarious things to underage children.
And what about the animal charges? I mean, is that on the table still? Because
Wait, what animal? Whoa! What animal charge?
He's doing something with animals. They said they're gonna indict him or something with animals. So
oh my God, y'all! I had no idea. Are you kidding? So bestiality too?
Must
Listen,
be.
I'm going off of what Brother Clarence said. Now I don't know. I haven't read it.
I mean, they haven't come out with they haven't charged him with nothing with animals, but they say they got stuff that says something he's not supposed to be around animals either. So I don't know why would they not?
Maybe he was abusive to a dog or something like that. Probably.
So let me ask y'all this: do y'all really think that this lady was really this blind to what was going on in a man that she married, or Steve Harvey for that instance blind? Y'all keep it on
people are. Well, I'm gonna keep it a beam. I'm gonna keep it a beam. I think that
covering up what they do.
Yes, and listen, and in that industry, let's just talk about. I don't know if y'all know, but your boy Steve Harvey is kind of a piece of crap. I don't know if y'all know that. Y'all know that he has 2 child abuse charges allegedly on him child abusing and beating his own child. And it's alleged, and I'm gonna say alleged, that a friend of the family spoke out on him, possibly, being on the DL and having porn pictures and all of this stuff, and and being involved in that. So it wouldn't surprise me at all that he's into
you got to say corn or prawn or something like
corn allegedly corn with other men, and he's involved in some DL stuff. Okay, so listen, it's people on other platforms talking about it, and he tried to shut this woman up and put charges on her in the state of Texas, and she ain't never been in the state of Texas in her life. He's tried to blackball her and call this woman out, who was a friend of him and his wife's, been knowing him for years, and she done exposed him and saying that this is what's going on with his situation with him, allegedly the ex-wife Mary, who Marjorie took away from her, just like Mary took Steve Harvey away from his first wife, Martha. Y'all don't know some of the stuff that these folks be doing.
I don't know what these.
So,
I'd be so busy trying to figure out what I'm doing.
Exactly. I know, but it's a lot, and it's a lot. And and Steve was was harassing, putting charges on this woman, trying to say she was embezzling money, trying to blackmail him and all of that. And she never got a dime, but she exposed a lot of stuff allegedly about Steve and the ex-wife and Marjorie and all of them. And all of that. But this is what's going on with your boy Steve. So to say that Steve may not have known, he may have known. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Y'all don't know some of these Hollywood people. Like seriously.
Yeah, well,
I just scratched the surface telling y'all a couple of stories I know. So it's some crazy stuff going on with a lot of these people. As far as the sister Shirazi, how you pronounce her name? Ali.
Shahrazad Ali.
Shahrazad Ali. I agree with something she said. I don't agree with that. Now that part I don't agree with. Because she likes to say, well, wives were dealing with their husband knowing that they had other women, before, and other families and stuff like that. And it's truth to that. So I guess she's saying it was accepted then. You should be able to be more open and accepted to it now, if you want to live that type of lifestyle, whether it be poly or open or whatever you want to call it. That's to each his own. I don't agree with it personally, and I don't agree with the part where she's talking about men. If you gonna hit your wives, hit them with an open hand. Nah, you ain't putting your hand on me. Period. Point blank. Right. Because I got two friends called Smith and Wesson for you. If you come over this way, talking about trying to put your hands on me. I'm just saying.
Miss Sophia, don't do it. Don't do it. Miss Sophia, don't do it.
Brother Clarence, I just want to mention, because you said it earlier. So I'm gonna say when I read that, what I understood, or my take of it, which doesn't mean I agree. I'm saying I understood what she was, or at least what I think that she was trying to say. Like in the same way that y'all say that there's more women than there is men, that maybe women have to be okay with a man being with someone else, right? So it's not that it's right, especially for women that don't want to share a man, but you're saying that you may have to, because they're going to do it anyway. You were sharing with them anyway. It's better that you know it and it's in front of your face, right?
Correct.
When I read what she said, what I took that to understand what she was saying was that there are some men that are going to be violent to women, where they take their life, where they, use weapons, where they, just do a whole lot of stuff that have, because I know this one woman that I follow, this man threw acid in her face. So there's men that are doing very extreme things like that. What I took from what she said was, if there was a way that we could scale back those extremes to where those men that can have those kind of highs and reactions, if they could scale it back to just, and I'm saying just, but not, it should be not at all. Nobody should be hitting anybody at all. So that's just already understood. That I hope that that's clear about my position, and I'm not agreeing with anybody that thinks anybody can have a right to hit somebody. What I took from what she said was, if there's a way that we can get those extreme cases at just back to at least just this right here and not that would be something that could change the volume of extreme the deaths and stuff
Okay.
of domestic violence.
I
That's what
understand what you're trying to say that she was saying. And again, I don't agree with that. And I don't want us to be I don't want that to be the excuse that she used, that because it's more women than men, as an excuse for men to want to exude that behavior. Well, it's
no,
more.
she didn't say that. No, she didn't.
No,
I'm
no, no,
sorry.
no. I'm saying no. I'm saying that I don't want us as a community, because see, that's what I'm seeing a lot on these platforms. Like, a lot of men are using the poly situation to take advantage of the poly situation as an excuse because it's more women than men. See, I think I think a lot of times that pushes the narrative in the brain of men. Well, we can take advantage of this situation because for that very reason, and that I don't agree with. And I'm not saying she said that. I'm saying that I think that because I've seen and heard enough men that's being down with this poly cause use that as an excuse, or for wanting to live a poly life, to have multiple women, to take advantage of having multiple women, just for that very reason, because there's more women to do that, right? And the part with and I understand her part, what she's saying about, well, if men could just not hit women, beat them down with their fists, but slap them, but you're still putting your hand on a woman. And let's be clear, these men are not doing that. Do you see the nefarious things that they're doing to women now? They're not willing to be angry enough to say, well, I'm gonna hit her with an open hand. What did this brother just lose his life for in Chicago? Did you see? Did it look like he wanted to hit her with an open hand? He used his fist. Men, it's a lot of men that are angry, especially our black men, and they misplace that anger, and they don't know how to deal with it, and they take it out on women because they have a deeply rooted hate for women. And a lot of it start with their mothers, some of it start with wives or girlfriends or whatever women in their family, for whatever reason, right? And I'm not saying all, so please don't paint that picture. But that brother lost his life because he didn't make a choice to say, well, if I'm a hitter, let me see, maybe I'll hit her with an open hand, and that may make a difference, than instead of come after laying haymakers on her with my fist, whether it been open or closed handed. He still could have seriously hurt that woman, and he lost his life because of that. So at the end of the day, with that comment, for me, it's problematic, because a man know that they are stronger than a woman regardless, and they know that they can overpower and beat a woman if they really want to. But these men are not making a choice to say, well, I'm just gonna slap her with an open hand and she goes somewhere and sit down. No, they hitting and beating and stabbing and shooting women and stomping and burning and pouring acid on women, like they're doing the most nefarious things to our women. So no, I don't agree.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, sister. Like, but you said something that was very powerful. These men know that they're more powerful and can overpower women, right? That's what you said, right?
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, listen,
How
I'm
in
gonna
the
have to.
hell?
I'm gonna
Forgive
have
my.
to.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna have to step down. I was trying to wait to the closing remarks, but
I'm sorry, Vaughn.
I got a couple
trying
of
to get
pressing
there.
things that I need to do. And
Okay.
but great show. Listen.
Thank you, brother.
I've learned a lot today. And interesting topics. So tomorrow's my birthday. So
Oh,
yeah.
happy birthday, brother Vaughn.
Yes. So
birthday.
yeah. So, but I do have to go. But I just didn't want to leave abruptly like that. So,
Hey, Vaughn.
Well, enjoy your day tomorrow,
Hey,
brother.
Brian, I'm gonna have some fireworks for you on
the floor.
on Tuesday.
Hey,
Okay.
Vaughn.
All right.
Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
I'll call the fire department today, because I know how many candles you're gonna put in that cake, man. So we call the fire department, have them standing by or
Yeah, we have a fire extinguisher ready. Yeah, at all times we have the fire
department over there just to make sure that don't burn down, man. Because I know how many candles you're gonna put in that cake, man. It's gonna take y'all about an hour to get all the candles on there. So
yeah, it's gonna take a minute.
Waiting on standby, right?
I'm gonna have a few people help me blow those candles out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, happy birthday, man, and many more to you here.
Happy
All
birthday,
right.
brother.
All right.
Happy
Peace,
birthday,
peace,
brother
peace, and
Von.
love,
Man.
everybody.
All right.
All right. Now, getting
What
back
were
to
you?
getting
Yeah,
back
because
to
I thought brother New Growth was saying something to my
he had a
response.
question. He had a question.
Yeah. You like you said, women know. I mean, men know that they can overpower these women. That's a given, right? How don't women know this?
Oh no, women know it. Women listen. Women know it for the most part.
Right.
Women know it. They still choose to whatever you're alluding to that whether they cause the man to put the hands on them or not. I don't know the situation that you in the content in which you're saying it, but of course we know as women that men or overpower us and can overpower us and absolutely take advantage of us physically in that situation. Yes, absolutely.
I don't know if we know that anymore, sister. Right? Because if I know that, right? If I know that Mike Tyson has knocked out plenty of dudes, I'm not going at Mike Tyson like a certain way. You got it. Well, I'm gonna, it's a certain mentality. My mind is programmed. But if somebody programmed me like me and Clarence was, I think I could beat Mike Tyson. Remember, Fresh Prince had that joint.
Well,
Remember
what?
that, Clarence? I think
Oh
I
yeah.
can beat Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, his mind watching that TV, right? His mind. He's like, oh man, I can beat Mike. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what am I thinking? Remember the Martin episode when Martin thought he could beat the Hitman
Yeah. Tommy
because
Ernst.
he
Yeah.
won a little match. He had his little wrestling belt to get Hitman.
Yeah.
Your mind goes into a point of you're not understanding what you're dealing with, and I think it's both parts because if you provoke, like you said, these black men who have been through so much stuff, who have these issues, and if you are coming at him as if you're going to attack him, right? Or you feel like he's going to explode. And I think
Okay,
it's
okay,
both of
brother.
our parts.
Brother New Girl, what women are coming at men like they're gonna attack them on a physical level?
Oh my
Now,
God.
wait, hold on, because I'm gonna say now I'm not saying it's not scenarios where men shouldn't defend themselves in a situation where a woman is coming at them to physically cause them harm, especially if she have a weapon. But a lot of times when a woman don't have a weapon, a man can still power her. He still can subdue her. He still can hold her down without
Of course.
physically violating her in that
Of
way,
course.
right? Okay,
Of course.
now, just because a woman may be smart mouth, may talk a lot of trash, is no reason for a man to put his hands on a woman, even if she's wrong and running off at the mouth. Those are words. That's not
She's
her
she's
putting
no
her
longer a
hand.
woman at that point.
But
She's no
I
longer a
understand.
woman at that point.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying to you, it does not, words does not warrant you to be physically violent with someone. You can't, what are you going to tell the cops as well? She kept calling me a BS, a band. She kept calling me a band.
Right.
And so I had to put her down. What is that going to get you? It's going to get you
Right.
time in prison. I'm just
And that's
saying.
what we talked about
Because you
earlier. We
can't
talked
say,
about that.
well, I put my hands on her because she called me a name and called me words that hurt me. So I had to get physical with her. Now, I'm not saying in the instance where a woman is physically coming at a man, especially if she have a weapon. Because I've seen a woman come at a man without a weapon. He was able to subdue her without beating her up. Let's be real.
Right.
Men can do that, right? They
And he was
just
a good
choose
man.
not to do it. Exactly. But a lot of men are not like this one man. But I have also seen where, yes, women have come at men with weapons. And then, yes, if she's trying to take a life, you have a right to defend yourself no matter what sex that person is. I'm totally all for that. But I'm saying we got to look at the scenarios surrounding the incidents when a man know he is physically stronger than that woman.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna give you like I told Sister Annie about this. I have a relative, right, that committed a female relative that committed one of heinous act, right? She's in jail right now, right? And she said, "I do it again." It's like we gotta stop believing that women are in a. So what if you're physically bigger or physically smaller than somebody? we have to hold women to the same. Because when you get in the ring, if that lion is bigger than me, I'm not going to go and provoke that lion. I would be a fool to, especially if that lion hasn't eaten and if that lion has served, I would be a fool to. So yes, that lion is in a position where, yeah, he attacked. At the end of the day, that lion attack or that dog attack, and you have to put that thing down. But at a certain point, we cannot keep allowing people to poke a certain situation, especially in our society where we know that a lot of things, black men are trash. Like Brother Clarence had been in the situation with the girl with the studio, where it was just like, and it's like Brother Clarence is older. Me and Brother Clarence are older. This guy was 32, right? And not saying he's right. I'm just saying everybody was wrong in that scenario. We don't have any place to put honor or anything on anybody in that scenario.
Which scenario are you talking about?
With the hot dog situation, the lady and her son.
So
right?
so you saying okay, so in what way was she wrong? Tell me what way was she wrong?
Combative with him. Let it go.
Because she chose to not to be silent. She chose not to be silent, made her wrong.
Yes, just like
okay, hold on. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So because she continued to have a talk or argue with him, you're saying that is the reason why that situation happened to her.
No, I didn't say that. I said nobody was just being praised in it. But the situation happened because two people engaged. So at a certain point, as a woman, like it's certain things that a woman has, a certain dynamic in her brain to say, this man is bigger, stronger than me. And he's saying, if you say another word, I'm going to knock you out. At some point in your mind, in your mental cavity, something has to say, shut up. Right? Because he's not doing it. Right? If y'all supposed to be the wisest sex, and he's not doing it. So why am I going to continue with somebody who has the ability to hurt me? In this situation, hold on, let me finish. In this situation, it turned out that she survived and he was taken care of. But in most situations, it's not that.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you saying when he said that to her, she shouldn't have said nothing. She should have stopped arguing with her and just be quiet, and maybe what wouldn't have happened would have transpired. Okay. And that could very well be. That could very well be, but we don't know, right? That didn't happen,
right.
And we know for the most part, Black women are going to talk and speak up. We just know from that I'm not saying, unfortunately, sometimes listen. To our own fault, sometimes we don't be quiet when we should be quiet. I agree with that.
So let's not. I think a lot of times, I'm gonna give you this example before I bounce. I was at a convenience store, and it was a Black female, like around the same age as me, and a young girl that was at the register. It was like 11 o'clock, and it was slow. She was waiting on something, but she didn't have it. The manager was looking for it, so she was talking to the young lady behind the register, mentoring her or whatever. And it was about 5 or 6 minutes. I said, excuse me, I just have one thing. I said, you mind if I pay for this right now? I'm sitting here talking to her. That's why I don't like y'all. And And she just was going off on me, right? On. And I'm trying, usually my spirit is like, okay, cool. Yeah. Then she said something. I said something that was just me. I said, because she didn't have the greatest looking. I said, you don't need to buy that. You need to be over the makeup section and start talking to me, right? That went off. So she goes off. I ain't no sucker. I don't even know where I'm from, but I let it go. So she kept talking and she followed me out the store. And she was getting in her nice Mercedes, right? And she said, that's why I should have some dudes come deal with you, right? Automatically in my mind, I'm triggered. I heard that all my life. I know what that means. I turned around and I charged in her direction. And I saw the look on her face. It was like, oh shit, I sparked the tiger. I provoked him, because at that point that was a threat. And then you know what I did? I just sat back and looked at him. And I said, what you say you're gonna do? He said, yeah, I said, because you know I was wrong. I was in there trying to mentor the girl. And all of a sudden it came out. And next thing you know, I just gave that lady a hug. and she cried in my arm. I said something in me because I was ready to attack her. I don't know why. I don't know why. If a dude did that, I would have been the same way. You threaten me in my life, I'm gonna attack you. We have to stop doing that.
You wouldn't have
Huh?
you wouldn't have hugged no dude.
No, I'm talking about I would have hurt that dude. I wouldn't even stop and thought because the dude's eyes wouldn't have looked like he was scared. He was like, "Let's go."
Yeah.
But in that moment, I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't even know I had that in me." But it's something that is all in it's human beings, and it's like you can't provoke that. There was no need for her to follow me out the store. There was no need to keep doing this stuff because I just wanted to get out the store. So I just think about that sometimes, and I'm like, man, I can see how things happen, not justifying it, because I could be the one y'all talking about right now. But let's stop on both ends, right? I shouldn't have said that smart comment. She was poking me. I walked out the store and let it go. It was like, war words, and we'll hurt people if we allow our words and our egos to not separate and say, hey, I respect you as a man, I respect you as a woman.
Here's where discipline is going to make a difference. See, those who got the discipline are going to be able to walk away in those situations, right? Those who got the discipline, you're going to hear something and it's going to trigger you for a hot second. Then you're going to say, you know what? Is this really worth it? To go back and forth with this person and suppose it gets into a bigger issue, is it really worth it over a hot dog, over a cheeseburger, over parking space? Is it over a box of toilet paper? Is it really worth it? See,
right.
Whoever have the discipline, who's going to be able to say, okay. But see, we as Black people, man, unfortunately for us, we got these simplexes, then we got these complexes. So one of the complexes that we have is where we had this issue where, we're not going to back down. I'm not backing down. Well, you're not backing down. I'm not backing down. And nobody wants to back down, right? I've told you guys about the story about me and the gangbangers that was blocking me from going. One of us had to move, right? So I'm sitting there with him. I'm sitting there, and they honking at me to move. They're like, "You move." I'm like, "No, I ain't moving. You move," right? And I sat there and thought about it. I got my son here, and I'm like, what do I got to prove to these cats? I don't have nothing to prove to them. Let me just go on and move out the way. Now, if they want to stop the car and get out, that's a whole nother ball game. But I'm gonna move out the way. I ain't got nothing to prove. And I moved out the way. And they up you old man and drive off, right? But the point is, I had to put my ego down. But see, we got in some of our people, that's all they got is their egos. That's the only consistent thing they have in their life is their egos. That's why so many Black men are in jail now. Why? Because they have these egos that nobody was willing to back down. So they did something like already in the graveyard. They did something like that young man did in that store where they attacked a woman. They physically attacked someone. I don't care if a man or a woman. They physically attacked someone. And they thought it was going to go one way, but it went the other way, right? He's like, oh, don't say nothing to me. I'm going to do that. Now, part of the reason why I think the lady was talking so tough is she knew she had a weapon in the car in case something really got out of hand. She had a weapon in the car. So that's, I think, why she was able to talk so tough. But I think, like you said, I think most women, now, should you not say nothing? I'm not saying you don't say anything. You see something crazy happen. But if you realize that you're talking to a crackpot, a maniac that's telling you, I'm going to do this. Okay, there's nothing wrong. You ain't losing no points by just saying, okay, I see this dude ain't wrapped too tight. Let me just go ahead and leave him alone. I came in here to get some chicken. I didn't come in here to fight with some Negro over whatever we was fighting about, right? Let me get my food and let me get out. But see, that's going to take discipline. That's where the discipline, just like you lead me into something else, new growth, doggone it. All right, so discipline is going to save us in this life, in this wicked society. Discipline. That's why they don't want you to have discipline, doing everything to strip discipline away from you. They give us drinks. Right now in the store, it should be illegal to have fruit punches and soda pops and stuff. That much unregulated sugar in a drink can kill a person, right? They got it for sale right now. You can go in the store and buy as many of them as you want, and so they don't kill you fast. They kill you slow, right?
Wow,
That's
that's
Elijah
a
Muhammad.
great point.
Elijah Muhammad said he said we eat anything as long as we don't die right away. If we don't die right away, we'll keep on eating it, even if it's bad for us, even if the cumulative effect is going to be bad health of all types. Right, we're still going to continue to eat it. But that's where the discipline comes in. We have to work up our discipline and learn how to get control of our discipline, right? We can't, what can we do? If we don't, if we don't get our discipline up, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? We're going to be in a bad situation, and then it's going to be like, will our situation be bad from having our situation to be bad from eating the wrong foods. Our situation be bad if we don't have a discipline of what media to watch. We'll be watching bad TV and bad internet, right? If we don't have the discipline for the people we got going in our heads, right? We got people that's telling us, oh, Sister Annie, you gonna do that? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Nah, just go ahead and just be like you already are. But I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to learn something. I'm trying to learn a new instrument or whatever, right? They just be like, nah, Sister Annie, go ahead and just do you. You know what I'm saying? Just be you. I wouldn't do that, right? They give you bad advice, right? So we got discipline is what's gonna save us. Y'all, discipline.
You're so right, because I'm thinking about that moment. It was like almost 12. I'm in there buying junk food. I was sick of my job, right? I just got off my job. I had a bad day, right? So I went in there and my whole spirit was out of line, right? But I was still, hey, excuse me, man, can I get? But I was at my tipping point. So at that moment, I lost it, right? So if I don't keep myself prepared, like you just said, it can come again, right?
Yeah.
And that's tough. That's tough because I didn't know me. I felt so ashamed when I went home and told my wife. She's like, "What?" It was just a lot of cumulative things that was going on in my life at that time, and somebody was pushing me. So that's what we got to keep in mind. I even heard 50 Cent, the biggest beef starter, say, well, if you see somebody at the light and they have road rage, let them go, because you never know what that person is dealing with.
Man, they might be on the way to the bathroom, right? They might have a problem where they got to go to the restroom right away or something crazy, right? I told you, man, one day me and my old boss, at the time back when I was in training, me and my boss, man, we was checking on some people out there in the field, and we pulled over, and he said, man, he said, I got to go use the restroom. So we pulled over at this McDonald's, right? So I said, well, shoot, I might as well go too, since we're here. So we get there, and we was like number 1 and number 2 to get into the room. As we got there, for whatever reason, the line got long. It was probably about 7 other people got behind us for the men's room, right? So we standing there, and, everybody's there chopping it up, whatever, right? We waiting for the men's to be open, right? This dude comes up, man. Mexican dude comes up, man. Oh, sirs. He's talking to all of us, right? Oh, sirs, please. I got to go in the bathroom, please. I have some coffee, please. I got to go in the bathroom, please. So we tell him, hey, man, I don't think anybody's in the women's bathroom. Go in the women's bathroom. So he went in there. He said, oh, no, I can't use that one. I got to use this other one. And we was like, what? Man, you got to go. You better go. And he's like, no, I got to go in the men's. Right when he said that, the door opened, right? Man, that dude flew in there, right? My boss was in front of me, right? I said, why'd you let him go in there? He said, man, look at him, man. He's not in no shape to be, would you rather him be out here and wet the floor? I said, yeah, you're right. I said, yeah, you're right. I said, but what the bathroom in there gonna look like when he get done?
But bro, Clarence, what if he had to do the number 2 because the coffee gave him the run? So you don't know which one. You don't know which one it was.
That's what his issue was, Patrice. That's what he was saying. He was holding it. He was holding his backside, saying, "Oh, sir, please, I gotta go, right?" And so I was like, "Hey, man, just go in the women's, you know what I mean?" But then, you know, my boss said, let him go in, let him go, man, because you know he's in bad shape, man. You don't want to be out there in bad shape like that. Somebody, you know, be like,
then y'all had to go in after.
Yeah, we had to go in after. But luckily, because my boss, you know, just let him go in there, everything he made it, and he was able to make it and do his business in there. But you know, my boss was like, "Hey, man, if we keep him out here, guess what? All of our shoes gonna be messed up. So let's get him in there." So anyway.
Wait, let me say something real quick, if you don't mind.
Yes.
And you know, I don't normally cut across, but I got to cut across for this one. New growth, please do not take that situation and hold it too long, because thank God that you were able to stop that from getting as extreme as it could. You know, it could have been.
Right.
So don't beat up on yourself too much. I'm proud of you for being able to step away from it. I'm proud of you for even making the situation better by giving her a hug. And it's something about the tension that you both were going through that day that caused both of you probably to just react in a way that was just totally off, you know, out of character. So just know that, you know, first of all, you got interceders. So I'm praying now. I know I got to pray even more to make sure that, you know, when you get in situations like that, and your wife and your friends and your loved ones around you, we praying and interceding on your behalf so that when situations come like that, because it gets all of us, we put the right formula and ingredients together, and we all gonna be, it's just gonna go left. But I'm proud of you for one, being transparent enough to share that on this stream, because everybody knows you, and that's something that nobody would have expected from you, but letting us all know that we are all vulnerable and that could happen to any one of us. So I'm just thankful that the situation came like it was. I'm glad that it reminded you that when you get in that space, that you know what, I got to recognize that before I start like maybe getting around people or saying words or whatever. So this is going to cause you to have more discernment and take more precautions when you're in that state. So I'm proud of you for that. But sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate that. That was tough, man. It was a low point. It made me redefine a lot of things I was doing, because you know sometimes you can walk around with stress on your back. You can walk around with a lot of stuff and hold it in. That's what we do a lot of times as Black men. Sometimes we hold things in. We don't even know we to that point. But that was the tipping point, and I was like, thank God. God did intercede. Somebody did. You must have been praying for me back then. It was just like, what you doing? Like, no, you know, this is not right, right? Regardless of how she feel. But in that moment, when somebody threatened me, I'm like, nah, I come from a situation where that was not tolerated. But when you say you're going to have somebody come get me, I was like, so, and it just was a low point. But, and I'm not saying that's the only time it happened to me, right? Most of the time it happened with guys, but it's still the same energy that does not need to be there. Because when you live in certain areas and communities, everybody is carrying around a lot of this and a lot of that. And it's just like, I just remember last time Brother Clarence told me about him and the girl that was getting at him when he was coming out of the building and wouldn't open the gate or something like that.
Yeah. And
I related so much with that. And I was like, well, damn, if Brother Clarence can, you know, go through something like that, because I just felt so bad, because I'm like, damn, this is not me, but it's normal. So I think we just need to do a better job of governing each other. The men need to govern the men, or the women need to govern the women, because we can't come at each other like this. That's what they want. They want us to be combative. And put me and Clarence, you know, me and Clarence, she might have hit me and I might have knocked her out. Like OG and you said, the police gonna say, hey, you use too much force, so I'm going to jail.
Right.
Yeah, and sisters, what sisters are doing, sisters like myself and other sisters, we are getting armed, we are getting trained, we are getting licensed to carry. We especially being in these positions where we know we have to protect ourselves because there may not be men around to do that, right? So listen, men, you need to think twice before you come and want to come upside some sisters' heads sometimes, because you don't know what these sisters are starting to protect themselves out here. So, men better think twice before they come around talking about putting their hands on women all the time. Like, it's too many of us. It is being deleted off this face of this earth by the hands of said men, unfortunately.
All right, Chuck.
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Patrice, but I know Sister Annie got to go. So let's just start some closing remarks so everybody can get some closing remarks in. Let's start with Sister Annie, because I know she got to go. She got some things she got to do. So let's get some closing remarks, sis. What you think?
Okay, so I'm actually glad that we're ending on this note. First and foremost, everybody keep your hands to yourself. How about we just try to do that first?
Exactly.
But what I would say is, I know that I have control and I get to decide in a relationship what is acceptable or okay for me. And me sharing my husband is not an option. It's not something I read in scripture. And I probably would rather not be married than to have that. But I just think that people, definitely do what works in your relationship. We definitely will have opinions, especially like we talk about, like with No Jumper. I have an opinion on that. That just is kind of odd to me. And something you had said earlier in the stream, where you said like that women, they are okay with their man almost like basically going broke, trying to spend out and buy them stuff. I'm saying, if you want something that bad, get it yourself. I would not feel right watching my man struggle so I can get some material thing. So, if you want something, work hard and get it yourself. And be mindful of other people. It's not just about what you want or what you think is okay, or that you feel like you get to react and respond in a moment. Then other people do too. If you're going to be short-tempered, know the person you're having a short temper with may have a short temper too. So if we just kind of govern our conversations and our behavior like that, I think that we would come out better as a community and as a people. So I absolutely love y'all. If you're listening, Von Brian, happy birthday again. But I love y'all.
I love you too, sis.
Love you too, sis. Love you
All
too,
righty.
sis.
Okay.
All right. See you later. Have a good one.
Gotta go.
All right.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Well, let me jump out of here real quick, y'all, man. Once
Okay.
again, peace and love to everybody, man. Great seeing y'all. I ain't seen y'all in a minute, but OG Patrice, yeah. Hope you don't think it like I'm saying men are allowed to hit women. No, never, right? I'm just saying let's bring those respect levels back up on both ends. And I'm gonna do my part as much as possible because I got daughters, I got a wife, I got people in there, I got what I'm saying. So I got guys in the neighborhood, and I'm trying to project that hey, the woman is what we live for. The women and the children we live for them. We protect us. We the guardians. We ain't gotta fight them. But at the same time, I teach my daughters, don't I hate to say it, but don't bite the hand that's trying to feed you. Your only protection, right? You ain't got no other protection in America besides us. We might not be the best, but ain't nobody else gonna be there for you but us. We ain't the best, but we all y'all got. So let's love each other, man. Let's be great people. Continue to be great people, all the people on the panel. And I'll holler at y'all.
Absolutely. All right, young man. No, I didn't take it that way at all, young man. I understand your point, and well taken, but yes, that's always different scenarios.
Hold on, Patrice. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul, get on over there and subscribe to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul. Check the brother out, man. Got a lot of good videos over there. Check him out. Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Can we bring Bolo in the conversation?
Of course. Absolutely. Yeah, bring brother Bolo in. I saw him join the panel.
Yeah, I didn't know because I sent him a text on Wednesday. Trying to get back to me Saturday. I mean, I don't know if he might be waiting to come up here. I don't know. Brother Bolo, are you there, brother? Are you there? Hello? Hello, brother.
I'm here. I'm
you
here.
are here. Okay,
I'm here,
okay.
sir.
I didn't know. I mean, I
Hello.
saw your avatar, but I didn't know if you was here because, it takes you a while to get back to everybody. So I didn't know if you was gonna, be responding right away.
My bad, brother. My bad. I apologize. My work schedule has changed. It's kind of crazy right now. I'm trying to get it back to where it was, or some type of similitude to what
You're
it was.
lucky. I'm gonna take
So,
that excuse.
my
I'm
bad.
gonna
I
take that
apologize.
one. You're lucky. You're lucky. I'm gonna take that one. What's going on, big brother? How you
Okay.
doing, man?
Hey, sister OG. How you doing?
Hey,
I'm
brother
good.
Bowler, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
good.
I'm alive, so I got another day to get it, to get it right. So, I'm here.
There you go.
We definitely
Yes,
got
sir.
to see you, brother. We definitely got to see you, but we want to know, do you have anything to say on
Thank
any of the topics that we've been talking about?
Okay, here's the thing, man. I was in and out.
Okay.
So I caught a little bit of what you guys were saying pertaining
want me to go
to
over
the
the stuff?
ego of man. So please.
Okay, real quick, I'll give you a quick rundown. We were talking about did we do Shirley Strawberry first? No, we did something else first. Can't think of it. It'll come back to me. We did something else at first. Then we talked about Shirley Strawberry's husband being charged with all of this pedo stuff. And when is it a good time to leave? When is the proper time, even though you've taken those vows? When is it time for you to say, well, you know what? I'm able to walk away from this situation. The door is open, right? We talked about Eddie Long, talked about Jimmy Swaggart and all that. When is it able to open the door? Then I think we talked about, what else did we talk about?
The sister Shiraza Ali. We talked about that.
Shahrazad
I can never.
Ali.
Shahrazad. I can never get her first name right.
Shahrazad Ali. She came up and said, "Hey, black women should start understanding that black men are probably going to be having multiple women in their lives, and so what the focal point of what she was saying is, why not do it right and be a wife and have the responsibility come with it, instead of right now you just having the sex. Why not have the responsibility come with it and be a wife? So you be wife number 2 or wife number 3 or whatever. That's what she was saying. Then we talked about Adam No Jumper. Adam No Jumper, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but Adam No Jumper, he has his wife, who is the mother of his child, he was being congratulated by a group of friends for allowing his wife to get her burgeoning Prawn Star career going by he allowed her to have relations with a black dude in the business. And so he was being congratulated by the little round table. We was talking about how weird that was. And so basically we just talking about all of those topics and whatever else you want to throw out there, brother.
So basically it sounds like you guys were talking about the madness that's going on earth.
Correct.
Exactly. A lot of nefariousness.
It's like, listen, what you're starting to see is the desensitization of common sense. That's what's happening now. Like here we got something here in New York, right, where they can just stop you arbitrarily and just see what's in your bag, which is illegal.
Right.
So what happens is they desensitize you to it, so that when it goes into full blown, when it's applied, it's something that you're already used to.
Right.
You're already used to it, so there is no fight. So what they're doing is they're desensitizing us to common sense. All this nonsense, and all those that do have common sense, you're met with such a nefarious a backlash, canceling. You'll lose your business. You'll get fired, such and such, right? So they're making you. They're trying to. Well, they're not trying. They're doing it. They're pushing that fear. Like something ain't right, but because of that fear of that retribution of what will happen, you just let it go. And this is why, the Father says, who will stand up for righteousness? Who will stand up for righteousness? Who's going to say that this is wrong? Right? those are the people that are going to be ridiculed, scoffed at, and ostracized, and all this stuff. Yeah, there's going to be a definitive line that you're going to have to cross and say, I'm not dealing with this no more. This is why the Lord tells you what? My children, come ye out of her and partake not of her sin. That's the point. So when when you have men, and Brother Clarence, you and I speak a lot pertaining to the men's side, because it's us. It starts with us, right? A lot of us like to point it at the woman, but it starts with us. It's kind of crazy how men will want all of the accolades of being a king, a president, a dictator, a czar, but they want to give the woman the same punishment that they get, which doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. So if you're going to give her the same accountability as you, then she should be equal to you.
Right.
That's what should happen. So we got to start dealing with the brothers, get ourselves together. You know what I'm saying? We got to start talking about, listen, there's a lot of men that have a lot of mental issues, that have had a lot of traumas, and us as, stepfathers, uncles, brothers, big brothers, we got to help them to become what we are, men.
Yeah.
There's nothing like seeing what you have to become, feeling what you have to become, touching what you have to become, experiencing what you have to become. It's easy to tell a man to be a man, but if he's never seen it before, if he's never been in close proximity to it, how do you expect him to be that? And then judge him on it.
Yeah.
So, it comes with a lot of patience, and it's not easy. It's hard. Clarence, this. It's not easy. It's very hard.
Yeah.
But it starts with us. If we get our minds right, if we get it together, if the men can get it together, the women will follow.
They got no choice. They got no choice.
The women will follow. But we can't, they have no choice. They have no choice. It's like it's like when I remember when my parents used to take me on vacation, take my siblings on vacation, and they would take us to places that, they wanted to broaden our horizons, being that they were from a place where, they had to fight war. So they took us to a lot of places where only white people were. And when you saw that other black family, there was like a spiritual connection. There was nothing that you needed to say. Y'all just connected.
Yeah.
There was just a connection, right? A camaraderie that was there. Oh, I'm not the only one. I'll look for you at the pool. That's the thing that we need to have as children of God. We need to have that with our brothers. There has to be a connection. And once we have it, the women will lock in. They'll lock in because they have no choice. You got two choices, either rock with it or don't.
Yeah.
Those are two choices you got.
Pretty much.
And they'll lock in. But when you don't give them a choice, and you're sitting there trying to fight them, there's something in their spirit saying, nah, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And you're sitting there complaining. Like these guys, they come every weekend and they complain about women. They spend 48 hours on the woman they don't want and don't spend an hour on the woman that they do want. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. It doesn't. And half the time they don't have men up there that are married. Half the time all of them are single, going through something, and these are dudes giving you advice. Shouldn't you be talking to someone that's married?
I mean,
so we set ourselves up to fail.
I mean, hey man, you must got a window open with the YouTube on it, because I can hear echo from us. Maybe you got something open, bro.
Oh yeah, I got central air on. I'll turn it down. I'll turn it off for you. Hold on.
All right, man. I mean, I just hear the echo. I was like, oh man, maybe he got a window open.
Is that better?
Anyway. Yeah, it's better, man. All right, you were saying?
Okay. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. You know, we keep doing the same things and expecting different results. How does that work? How does that work? That's the definition of insanity. It just is. You know, it's like we've been trying to do it, bro. See, we've been trying to do it that way, and it just doesn't work, bro. It just doesn't work. You know, we're trying to be husbands at the same time as being husbands. We're trying to be wives at the same time as being wives. I've never seen an NBA player get into the NBA and then become an NBA player. I've never seen it happen. They had to put the work in. You know what I'm saying? They had to put the discipline in. And I heard you talking about that earlier. Discipline. A lot of the times, what we don't realize is when you're looking at life, it's 10% what happens to you, and the other 90 is how you respond to it. That's what it is. 10% what happens to you, and 90% how you respond. Discipline that you've had, right? Because all of you know that's why God tells you be angry and sin not. He's not telling you not to be angry. You know, OG Patricia did me dirty, right? I have every right to be angry. See, when you get angry to the point where you can't think, when you're like the Hulk, nothing good is going to come out of that because all he does is want to smash. And he was more of a detriment to the Avengers than he was something that they needed. So I need to be angry and sin not, meaning I'm going to be angry. I'm going to let that point of me not being able to think subside. And then when I'm a little bit calm and the smoke clears and I can actually process what happened between her and I, now I can call her up and be like, sis, let me tell you what happened, man. And, you know, this is what I didn't like. And now we can converse with each other as brother and sister, opposed to me being so angry and all I'm dealing with is emotion. Because here's the thing, we can't deal with each other without emotion. So when someone tells you, like, you know, when they say men shouldn't have emotions, they're stupid when they say that. When someone says you shouldn't have emotion, they're being stupid, period. Emotion is what connects us. Emotion is what's going to allow me to have empathy or sympathy toward the situation.
I agree with you, brother. So
Can you hear
preaching
me?
to the choir here. I can hear you. You preaching to the choir. I have a question for you and Patrice. I think I know how Patrice gonna answer it, but I don't know how you gonna answer it. I think I know how you're gonna answer it. So we'll see if I'm right or wrong. Okay. So my question to the both of you is, the question came up earlier about if men can have multiple wives, can a female have multiple husbands? And I'm saying, I'm going to give you my position. I don't care if you guys disagree with me or agree with me, but I just want to hear your opinion. Well, my opinion is that's not going to work. It's really not going to work for the same reason that Shahrazad Ali said it wouldn't work. She said it wouldn't work because it's going to be hard for a woman to cook two meals in two different houses on the same day, cook 2 meals and see 2 husbands. And it's just going to be hard. One husband's not going to say, well, that's okay, you're not here today. It's all right. Whereas a woman might say that to a man, well, he's not here with me today, but he'll be here and he takes care of things. So he will be here, right? So do you guys think that there's a way for a woman to have multiple husbands or multiple men in her life as a long as a long-term relationship? Either one of you guys can start or whatever.
Well, I will say this. Short answer, I'll say yes, because I know that there is a culture out here in, I think it spun out of the islands where women are the queens and they get to choose multiple men or husbands, and the man have to cater to the woman. To the woman. I think this guy told me it started out of Jamaica, I want to say, but there is a sector net that is now happening where the woman is in this matriarchal position where she gets to choose the men and the men get to cater to her. I forget, he told me the name of it or whatever, and I forget what it is, but there is these type of things coming up in a lot of in a lot of society situations because of the whole poly thing and the multiple wives, that's happening even in like Mormon communities, certain sectors of it, not all, because all Mormons don't practice that, but and even, go back to our own culturally, ancestors with Africa and things of that nature. So there is situations where there's cases where women are in these positions. Me personally, don't agree to it because I have seen firsthand with friends and people I know that's in these type of relationships, and I've seen, like, out of 100%, like 99.9 of them go wrong because of feelings and emotions and things of that nature, and people think they can handle their emotions in certain aspects. Jealousies come arise. I've seen horrific things happen in poly relationships. I've seen horrific things happen with people that swing. I've seen horrific relationships happen where, yeah, the man is put in that position with a lot of women, and they, to a certain extent, they think that they is controllable, and they may can control it for a certain amount of time, but a lot of times in these type of situations, they almost never work, and it's because of the very sad thing that Brother Bolo just said. People are Human beings are emotional, and when you let your emotions get involved in it, it's 9 times out of 10 going to end up being a problem. And I think a lot of these relationships, people that are in these type of relationships, they hide it for so long and try to put a facade that everything is perfect in that world when it's absolutely not. I know people that have lost their lives, when stuff go down. I know people that have committed self deletion and then deletion of the spouse. I know people in that industry, that have left one of the spouses, and you supposed to be there's supposed to be rules. You're supposed to be committed to this person and this person, and then it goes awry. And I've seen where one person gets with the person that they let in the situation, and they end up leaving the main person in the situation and leaving them and the kid. And listen, and especially when you have children involved, it can really become a mess. I know people personally that this type of thing has affected them drastically. So that's why I am, me personally, against that type of those type of relationships. But there are relationships coming up where women are absolutely in the forefront of doing that, with having multiple men.
I think you crazy. There's no way they can make that work. No way. Well, the only way it will work is, well, I'll tell you. Let me let me let Bolo go first, and then I'll tell you why I think that can't work. Well, Bolo, what do you think, brother?
I don't think it's madness. This world ain't set up for it. Especially, with women. Women think differently than men, because men are able to separate certain things when you come into that thought process. But the way it's set up today, it will never work. It won't work. You know what I'm saying? The thought process, and like OG Patrice said, the emotionality that is being taught, opposed to logic and context and perspective, that's not being taught enough. So it won't work. But if we're talking about women having more than one dude, it can't, because women, at the end of the day, women are still soft and pink. At the end of the day. So, they feelings will get caught. As much as women think that they can think like a man, just on the left hand side, on the wicked side, it always catches up. It doesn't last long as far as emotions are. They get caught up. So no, I don't think that this world is set up for, the way it is. No, it's not set up for it. So it wouldn't work.
Bro Clarence, are you there? I think something. Can you hear me, Bolo?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay.
He stepped
Yeah, I
away.
think so. Okay, well, something going on here, but yeah, I agree. These situations tend to get out of hand. People seem to think that they can handle it. I like I said, I know friends. I had a very close, one of my best girlfriends, invited that into her situation with her and her fiance, and need to say, behind her back, the fiance and the girl started doing it without the friend. And guess what?
Right.
They never got married. You see what I'm saying? It broke up the engagement. It just everything. The girl's friendship that got brought into the relationship, they friendship ended, and then she lost a man and a best friend, one of her good friends. So, like, no, I mean, again, when emotions come into play, and we seem to think, yeah, we can handle it. Oh, I could deal with it. I'm strong enough. I'm this or that. But when feelings get in the way, a man went and shot up the whole freaking swinging club. Now he invited his wife into this swinging lifestyle. She
Oh
was a
my God.
she was a home woman, stayed at home, kids, soccer mom. Oh, but oh, you bored and we got to spice up our marriage. And then you invite your lifestyle to the swinging. And then when he's gone away on business trips, she up at the swinging club. He can't deal with it. See? And then he goes up to the swinging club and he shoots up the club and then go home and eliminate himself. He kills the wife. Listen, I'm telling you, people think that they can handle and it's very easy for that sister Zarazi Ali to say, yeah, you women should deal.
Shahrazad Ali.
Shahrazad, thank you, Shahrazad Ali to say, yeah, black women need to be more open to this, more accepted. Okay, say it for black women does, and she may be open to something, may be going good for a minute, but emotions get involved. Oh, you giving her more attention. Why she get more time? Why she get this day? Why you give her those flowers? Why you taking this trip with her? Listen, we try to act like emotion and we don't get jealous. We don't, especially when it's involving your spot. I know, listen, a friend of a friend, same situation, her and her husband brought another woman into the situation. They want to start this poly life. Guess what happened? The two women ran off and left the husband.
Oh, wow.
See, and I'm telling you, people. So when people say that, oh yeah, let's open up these things and be more open and inviting to this, because it's more women than it is men. So I don't think that should be an excuse that be used to want to live a poly life. It's just because it's more women than men. I think that shouldn't be the excuse. And I've heard on a lot of these panels in these YouTube streets, men use that. Well, I'm gonna be more open now, to the poly life, because it's more y'all than it is us. And I figured, and men feel like they have the upper hand to some extent, and that's the reason to have multiple women.
Yeah, that is definitely the wrong reason to do that. Yeah.
They're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that's definitely the wrong reason to do that. Okay, so let me tell y'all why.
Oh, and I just want to say this. Most of the men that talking about that and live that life can't even freaking afford the one wife, not less known 3, 4, and 5 wives. Stop it.
Right. And that is definitely, I would say, 80 to 90% of the time. All right, so let me tell you why, Patrice. I don't think a poly wife, a community, a strong, you're not gonna have a strong community where the wife has different husbands and she goes sleep with one husband one night, go sleep with one set of another family the other night. That's not gonna work and you're gonna have a strong society. Excuse me, the strongest societies that have been made have been with the nuclear family, right? Where there's at least one man in the household, and that man is the head of the house. Okay. Whereas when you got two men contending over one woman, there's confusion there where who's the chief protector, right? When you have two women and a man, you have a chief protector, you have a chief provider. Those lines aren't blurred there. Now, is it right? Now, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying there's less confusion in that situation than in the situation where the wife is and how would the wife, who would she respect the most? Husband A or husband B, as Sister Annie say? So those questions are up. Or is interchangeable. One day I respect this man more, and one day I respect this man more.
It's the same type of culture, like whatever the number one person be in that position, the first wife, so it would be the first husband or whatever, the same way it is in like African culture or
You
whatever.
can't do that with two women though. I mean, with two men, you can't do that with two men. Because the men
Bro, I'm just telling you what I was told about the thing. I don't know.
That's what I'm just saying, Patrice. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, Patrice. It ain't gonna work.
Listen, I agree with you 100%. I don't necessarily see it working either way, but that's just me. But I agree, especially when it comes to the woman perspective. We know that culturally, especially in African culture, they have done it, for centuries. We know that. But I agree the other way around, because I do believe in the man being, the head of the household and Godhead of us all, right? Like under that whole hierarchy, right? I do believe that wholeheartedly. So yeah, I believe that. No, and it's listen, when the woman is the carrier, and see, and this is a lot, and it goes again, if you know anything about sex education and the women being the carriers of a lot of things, the women are the carriers, and a lot of times they think they going in this only being committed to the people that's in it. A lot of times that don't happen either. Let's just be real about that.
Hold on, Patrice. Me and you gonna talk about it. Let me let Bolo go because he got to go. Bolo, you got any last words before you dip out?
Yeah. The last words I got is gonna be this, man. A lot of us are so focused on this flesh world. More than one woman, more than one man, women submitting, men leading. We're so caught up instead of having. Instead of focusing on a relationship with the Father, and then doing work on yourself, getting over your triggers, getting over your traumas, and having a direction and an intention. So to the brothers, what I would say is, the answer to a woman submitting is having Christ-like leadership. That's your answer. Nothing more, there's nothing less than that. That's the answer to it. So stop trying to force a square peg into a circle. It doesn't work. Do the work. Do the work. You have to do the work on yourself first. And once you build that house, they'll come to you. Right? So with that being said, guys, bro, I'm going to call you later.
Right.
Love you, bro. Thank you for having me. OG,
all right,
always
brother
a pleasure
Bolo.
to see you, my sister.
Always a pleasure.
Have a
The
blessed
pleasure's
day.
mine. You too.
You sis.
Peace.
All right,
Be
if you
good,
haven't already
guys.
subscribed to Bolo TV and The Village, get on over and subscribe to Bolo TV and The Village. Check them out, man. Good stuff over there. Good stuff over there. All right, girl. Now I got you one-on-one. You can't run nowhere. You can't run high.
I can't run.
Bolo.
I can't hide. I can't hide.
Bolo and Vaughn and all of them. Now I'm gonna ask you the tough questions, girl. All right.
All right, bring it.
All right. So the first thing I'm asking. Okay. Well, I already asked you about Shahrazad Ali and the whole situation with that. Now let's get into the Adam 22 situation, right? Let's go. Just jump from Shirley to the Adam 22. We'll go back to Shirley. So the Adam 22 situation. Do you think? Now this was my thinking. My thinking was that because he said that the reason why he let his wife do this prawn scene with a black dude, right? It's not her first. She's been doing prawn, but just was doing it with Adam 22. Now she's starting to spread out because people that wanted to, distribute their content, saying, "Well, nobody wants to see her with just you. You got to show she's got to be with other men for us to distribute her."
But why do she got to just because everybody else said so and that's his wife? See, that's the stupid part. like what are we doing?
Patrice, I ain't finished yet. Let me finish.
Okay.
Right. So he said, he said the reason why the reason why, so she came to him and said, "Hey, look, she got this offer to do this with this dude." She said, "Hey, I won't do it. If you want me to, I'll leave the prime business." And because he's making a couple $1 million a month on his channel, Adam 20 No Jumper, right? Just
Right.
that channel alone, he's making a couple $1 million, right? So he's it's not the money's
Wow.
not an
Just
issue.
off the channel alone, or off the channel with their OnlyFans
No,
thing?
just that channel. He's got other channels that he's
Wow.
making money off of too, but just the No Jumper channel is making like $1 million a month, right? So they don't need the money because altogether he's bringing in a couple $1 million. So anyway, a month, by the way, and so
That's crazy.
right.
Wow. It just goes to show you a lot of the nefariousness is where exactly it's almost prophetic, where these people are they look at, they're in a light of fooling a lot of the people to make them think that because they're wealthy that they are not getting a lot of their gains by ill-gotten gains. And it's unfortunate that the shadow of that reality it's really making the bad people look good and the good people look bad. That's so sad.
Patrice, wait, I ain't finished yet. So he's making he's making a couple $1 million a year. You're right, but he's making a couple $1 million a year. So he said that he realized that he was holding her porn career back, not because he was jealous, but because he was not looking at it as a business, right? He said, "Hey, look," he said, "I'm holding their career back, not because I'm a creepo, but because you know I want her career to flourish, right? They already got one kid. They got one kid together already, right?
Poor kid.
Man, right?
So
my thing
these
was,
kids ain't responsible for some of the parents that they end up with, and it's unfortunate because it end up trickling down to them a lot of times. Being a product of that environment, it's unfortunate.
Here's the question. Sister Annie is running me out of the room, so it's gonna be my last question. So it's like, okay, so do you think that, okay, so I already told you he's making a couple $1 million a month, making $1 million already with just the No Jumper channel by itself, making $1 million.
Right.
And he got a couple other things going on. So money is not the issue. Now he's saying he let her do this because he wanted to know if he can handle it. He wanted to he don't want to be the one holding her career back, and so on and so forth. My thinking is that he's just weird type of dude, and he wants to just push it. So I'm asking you what you think, since money can't be the issue. It can't be the issue because her OnlyFans, she probably making maybe 10 grand tops on that. She ain't making a whole bunch of money on that. So why promote that? Why do it?
Well, I can imagine that she probably made a lot more, by doing this with the black guy, right? Doing the porn with the black guy. Exactly. And now listen, if he claiming it is not about the money, but I don't want to hold her back. I don't want to hold my wife's career. That's a bunch of hogwash BS, right? At the end of the day, like I said, I don't care for him. He has been a known pedo himself with his history he had with an underage girl. So listen, the proof is in the pudding with the people that we put on these pedestals, that just because they wealthy and got a large platform and they are looked at and followed by so many people that's helping them get rich through ill-gotten gains. It's unfortunate that this man gonna sit up and use that as an excuse for saying that, I'm gonna allow my wife to lay with a black man is because I don't want to hold her career back. Bull crap. You're weird. First of all, you're weird, right? And that's what you're into because you're weird like that, right? Your history shows that. And it's nothing new with this dude. So I'm not surprised at all. I think it's a bunch of BS that's what he want to try to say as an excuse. Just say that you like that lifestyle, like that's what you into, and just be done with it. If it's not about the money, then what is it? It's because you're into that, and that's what you're about. Period.
There you go. I was telling Vaughn the same thing. I said they probably been doing this behind the scenes.
Oh, you best believe.
Thing, right? But now they're doing it on camera and everything. But I feel bad for the kids, like you said. But let's take a little listen into Adam Jumper. This is Adam Jumper explaining how he is cool with his wife getting into not getting into it. She's already in the prime business, but she's now doing prime with different people now.
To me, it was kind of like, the reality is that her career has been, helped by me for sure, but also held back by me to a certain extent because of the fact that we would only shoot together. And
take a man to realize that shit.
The number one thing that she gets asked, that she gets requested, whatever, is they want to see her shoot with another guy. And, we've kind of had the conversation over the years, and I started to come to this realization that the reason why I didn't want her to do it was not because of my own personal jealousy or anything like that. It was really just the fact that I didn't want to be the guy who got roasted on the internet that week. I didn't want to be the one that everybody was making videos about, whatever.
Wait, hold it. Stop it. Stop.
Like, that's kind of a stupid reason for me to.
Yeah, you're stupid. You're stupid, Adam. That is a stupid reason, because I didn't want to be on the chopping block of social media, because I allow everybody else to tell me what I need to do with my wife and my marriage. Oh my God! Like, I want to throw up. I want to throw up in my own mouth and. And these other guys up there talking about, yeah, man, that's what's up. Like they egging this. This is the behavior. This is the nefarious behavior of people. Like, they sitting there egging on, yeah, man, go ahead, man, you the man.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, it's foolishness. I'm sorry, but when he said that, you don't want to be.
His wife needs to have the space to do a plan, right?
You don't want to be the laughing stocking on the chopping block of social media. So I had to put my wife out there and let her get down with a black man. See, it's not because I'm jealous or anything, or my insecurities.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm sick to my stomach. These people.
Me being a good husband was getting in the way of my wife's pride career.
Oh God.
A good husband, so that her pride career could explode.
Let me hear some more of this nefariousness.
It's ridiculous, man. It gets better.
Hold her back from doing something that would realistically be very, very good for her career,
Right.
This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that there's been decades of media that have created weak men. Because in his mind, he wants his chick to be the boss bee. He's indoctrinated to want her to be strong and independent, irrespective of being married to her, irrespective to him being a multi-millionaire through just the brand of No Jumper.
Can we talk numbers at all in terms of like income? Are you comfortable sharing any of that?
Sure, I don't care.
What is the whole brand make in a month or in a year?
I mean, No Jumper might bring in $1 million a month.
Wow.
And then Plug Talk, not quite as much, but in the ballpark arena of that.
How?
Where's it?
We do that. Jeff?
Yeah, you got to consult us on the. Is it sponsorship revenue?
Not really. That's how we would get to $2 million a month, is if we had a fucking Barstool Sports type ad sales team really blanking on our shit in ads. No, I mean, a big part of it's Patreon. We have a Patreon that does 6 figures a month. Facebook has been insane. We're making a couple $100,000 a month on Facebook. YouTube does good.
So you make millions of dollars per month, but you're allowing your wife to do this for money? You have literally no need for money, my G. Why are you so worried about her career and holding her career back? You are.
At the end of the day, bro, like I said, not watching or being.
You was knowing that she was doing. No. When she went on, truth is that the guy.
Forever.
Because the truth is that the guy that she shot with is somebody that I'm very cool with, that I spent time around. I trust him.
Wow. I'd rather it be somebody I know and cool with, because that'll ease my conscience and make me feel better about what I'm getting ready to allow my spouse to do. Because see, I know this person and I'm cool with this person, so it's okay. It'll be better on my conscience because I know them and I'm cool with them. Oh my God! Like, again, I want to throw up in my mouth, bro. Like,
Hey, you
These
guys got to
people.
investigate these guys, man. You got to investigate these guys, man, because you don't see. I'm telling you, man, they can lay slow for a while, but after a while, man, they got to come up to the surface. They got to come up to the surface, man. It's eventually, sooner or later. Okay, a little more, Patricia, then we're gonna let it go.
When she went off to go do this shit, it didn't. You know, I wasn't like hurting inside, and
You
just
wasn't
knowing
there?
that she was doing. No, I stayed home. I'm not being the driver.
I'm not watching or being the driver though. But at the end of the day, bro, like I said, I'm pretty sure Sharp got the same thing to say as me about that.
I don't know. Sharp's a little more misogynistic than you. Let's hear it, Sharp. What do you think when you hear this?
I look at it like this, man. You understand, and I'm just gonna be transparent. Both of y'all, time's ticking. You only got so much time in this industry. The porn star industry is like a good haircut. You could be here today looking good, gone tomorrow, and it's just over. You know what I mean? So I feel like do it and capitalize off it now while you have the chance to capitalize on it, and don't wait until shit starts to fall at an all-time low to say, okay, we'll finally do it.
Y'all
You
suck.
gotta hit it while it's high.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
Get it while the getting is good. Getting it while the money. Listen, we all know. I used to live in Vegas. We all know that the porn industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. They have a thing every year called the Porn Grammys, right? And it brings out celebrities and everybody in all sports people. So listen, we got to be real. A lot of these people are deeply involved in the porn industry. Celebrities are, people in the sports figures and all of that, right? So we know it's not a multi-billion-dollar industry because ain't nobody buying it and doing it, right? We know that, right? Like,
right.
So the reality, and listen, and I remember being doing a show in Vegas, and I met this really nice couple, and she was a porn star, and you know, and this guy was her husband, and all of that. Now on the surface, they were a nice couple, treated me nice. We had laughs and talks. They bought me a drink because I was performing. They came to the show, whatever, right? And and in that instant, you're nice to me as a person. That ain't my business what you do. I don't agree with what you do, but I'm not gonna sit and not gonna play God and or judge and jury for that. You treated me nice. It was about respect. They were clean when it came to me. They wasn't foul with me or nothing like that. But they told me he told me that's what his wife did. They were there that weekend for the porn Grammys and all of that. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And all of that. And they invited me to go. Of course, I turned it down. I had never been as many years as I lived in Vegas. But I do remember, Brother Clarence, if you remember back in the 70s and 80s, that porn star that turned, found God, turned her life around, got married. And she was one of the biggest porn stars back in the day. Her name was her porn name was Deep Throat. Remember her?
Yeah, I remember hearing about her. Yeah.
Oh, you remember hearing about? Okay, so I'm not saying people ain't redeemable or whatever, but I'm like this situation right now, and the brother just said it. People are taking advantage of capitalism in any way they can to get money, to get wealthy, stay wealthy, remain wealthy, and it doesn't matter to some people about how they get it. Some get it on the backs of other people by doing nefarious things to their own people, ripping off their own communities. We got a lot of charlatans on YouTube right now doing that, right? Because they want to get wealthy. People use people all the time, right, to get what they want. And this is a prime example of that. He just happened to be more privileged at it because he's a Caucasian man. Listen, and this is the thing about a lot of times with them, they don't care when it comes to he's not looking at this is my Caucasian wife that I need to be putting on this pedestal or whatever. At the end of the day, it's about that dollar, and it's about the fact that I want her to be free to do what she wants, and I don't want to feel like I'm holding her back. That's the excuse that he is using to just say, basically, to keep from saying I'm a piece of crap. That's basically what it is. That he's a piece of, because and for other men in these positions, having these conversations to one up him just goes to show you the mentality of where we are in society, that we are willing to do anything for the almighty dollar.
I don't know, Patrice. I don't think it was the money with him. I think it was more he's just a freak like that. And he
Well, yeah, that too. But I'm just saying, I'm saying based off the conversation they were having, the guy was saying capitalize off of it now while it's good. Don't wait till it get bad. And then, when you can't make that much money and then let your wife do it, you might as well let her do it while it's more money involved. It's like, oh my God. But you're right. He's a piece of.
Let me explain what I'm talking about, Patrice. Let me explain what I'm talking about. Okay, so what I'm saying is that's what they're saying on the surface. Hey, we're doing it because I'm not letting my wife sleep. I'm letting my wife sleep with this other man because it's gonna help her enrich her financially. And the other guys are supporting that with some bull crap on the
that
side,
part.
right?
Exactly.
But in reality, you don't need the money. We just saw you making millions of dollars, so you don't really need that money. That little bit of money she's making on OnlyFans, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what you got coming through the front door. So,
right. Did he ever say how much she made?
No.
Okay. Yeah, but he did talk about but he did talk about how much he make off of Jumper, the other pages, your Facebook. That's a lot of money for a person to make off of social media, right? So again, you're right. Why? It's not necessarily about the money for him to allow the wife to do that and talk about want to hold her career. That's a bunch of bullshit ass excuse. What I'm saying to you is, no, that is just what you want to do, and you want your wife to do it, and that's just it. Why don't you just say what it is? You're trying to lie and sugarcoat it and make it look like, oh, I don't want to stop her career. What? Korean, like, come on, Korean porn. Allegedly, wasn't nobody doing it but him and her. So that's y'all career together. So now you just taking her career to another level, right?
Yeah. But see, I'm like you. I'm with you, Patrice. I've known a lot of people that have been living them crazy lifestyles too, and I've never seen it end on a happy note. I ain't never seen it end on a happy
I have yet to see it end well. And I'm not saying that it may not be a small percentage of cases out there that that's not in that. I'm just saying I have never seen it. And if anybody have seen it, be real open and honest and come on these platforms and say, no, it's all good. We're be open and honest about it, because see, they could come on the platform and say that it is that, but we have no proof. We don't live in those homes with those people. We don't know what they're doing outside of when they on platforms talking about they live in a poly life and it's all good and we all get along. Come on, stop it.
I mean, there's a test. There's tests. If there's tests in monogamous relationships, I mean, there's trials and tribulations in monogamous. It's going to be
exactly, bro. Exactly.
In a poly relationship, right? It's going to be twice that in a poly relationship, and that's what men don't get. See, in a poly relationship, it's not only twice the sex, it's twice the responsibility, and that's the part they're leaving out. They're leaving out that so if you want that more sex is going to be very expensive, because now you got more responsibility, and so
and the black men that on these platforms saying it, bro, honest to God, they can't even barely take care of one woman and one wife. Like, let's be real. Let's just be real.
You don't know that, Patrice. Patrice, you don't know
okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Listen, men that live, wealthy men that live those lifestyles that really can afford those wives ain't on platforms talking about how they can afford those wives.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Right? They ain't saying nothing, man. They too busy trying to make sure they ain't getting yelled at or fussed at or nothing.
You too busy trying to maintain.
Exactly. Right.
And they got women. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We got to start shutting down, girl. 7 hours.
Yeah.
We got to shut this puppy down. Girl, you got any last words you want to say on anything? Hit all the topics, anything or whatever.
Again, just briefly, I think it's this situation is an unrealistic approach for. I would specifically say our people to think that we can handle it. Our people don't have the wealth that the Adam Jumpers of the world have, right? We just don't. And for us to, even be trying to talk about this lifestyle in a light where we think we can take care of multiple spouses, I think it's just unrealistic. I think feelings and emotions, when they get involved, it comes into play with a lot of things. We like to say that we can handle things, and in the interim, we may think we can in our mind. And hindsight is 2020. When reality hits and real life situations hits, then that's a different story. I'll say that, and I'll leave that where it is. The sister, Ali's sister, I have agreed with some of the things she said, but those, like I said, those two things I don't rock with at all. The putting the hands on, open hand, closed hand, like I'm not down with that. I'm not down with having women to make a choice, or men use that as an excuse to make a choice to want to have multiple partners. I'm not down with that, and I'm gonna leave that where it is. More power to the people that do. Good luck with that. And as far as the Shirley Strawberry situation, yeah, man, if this brother end up being convicted of these charges, it's very disappointing and disheartening for this sister continue to be supportive of this man. Now, I can say as of yet, he has not been convicted. So her writing a letter, and I'm not saying she's not supposed to believe her husband. That's her husband. So if he's saying I didn't do this, and believe me, it's gonna be proven in court, we'll see. I'm not saying she shouldn't stand by him, but I'm saying if it is proven in court and he is convicted of this crap, her and women like her should not no longer be in relationships and marriages with men that harm children. Period. Point blank.
Yeah.
And I will digress from that.
Wait a minute, let me ask you a question, Patrice. Do you think she had any knowledge of this just children stuff was going on? I don't think she did.
I would hope, bro, seriously, I would hope to God that she didn't know. Now, Steve Harvey, on the other hand, he questionable. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I agree
with his own history. I'm just saying.
I agree with you with that, and I didn't even know nothing about that. I was just talking about on the strength. Yeah, man, he's definitely questionable, but okay. All right, girl. I interrupted you. Sorry about that. So where else were you going?
No, I think that's all you talked about, right? That's all you covered was the jumper and Ali and the Shirley Strawberry. Yeah, but I mean, good show, bro. But the protection of women is important, and I'm not saying that. Yeah, women need to shut up sometime and not talk or talk back or have these toe-to-toe conversations with men. I think women need to fall back a lot, but men need to fall back and as well, and not figure that they have the right to overpower and put their hands on a woman just because she's talking and he wants her to shut up. That's not his place to make that decision to put his hands on her in a physical way just because she's talking and he don't want to hear her talk.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. It don't matter whether it's a man or a female, right? You might be a man and a dude talking to you like that. You got to look at the situation and say, okay, this dude is out of his mind.
Right. If it was two men, I've heard a man say that to another man. Man, shut up. If you say one more word to me, you up. I've heard two men get down like that. So yeah, you're right.
I mean, we all been in that situation, and sometimes is it really worth it? Is it worth it to show these people you got an ego, or you say, you know what, you're right, man. Okay, got you, and just get your food and get up out of there, right? And now now that's not a place I'm gonna go. If they got people like that going in there, then I don't go to a place like that, right?
Right. And I agree too with what New Growth was saying. We do have to know when and where to choose our battles, right? Like, cause people are getting deleted over like traffic stops or road rage or like, so yeah, absolutely know when to and what battles to pick and choose.
Whether you a man or a woman,
absolutely
approach you like that. You got because and I know, Patrice, you from Chicago, I'm from LA. We got millions of undiagnosed people running around out here, right? They have mental issues and they undiagnosed and untreated, and they out here running around, right? And any little thing could trigger them, right? And so they look like they normal, they walking around like they normal, but any little thing that trigger them, man, they go bananas, right? So you have to recognize when you're around somebody like, well, okay, you see this dude going crazy, you're like, okay,
And bro, Clarence, when I worked with the young boys, and I will say this, I see a lot of angry black men on these streets, right? And when they grow up in the inner city, in poor, impoverished neighborhoods, we know that there's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, a lot of different things on young black boys. Not that, and I'm saying that, I'm not saying that they're not on young black girls, but they are predominantly on young black boys. And if it goes unchecked too long, they grow up to be angry young black men, and then they grow up to be angry young older men. And I'm tired of watching certain channels where these men are doing these nefarious type of things to our women. It's too much. It's too many angry black men, to the fact where they actually are eliminating our sisters. I told you that one channel, Black Girl Unlost. That's all you predominantly see on there, is where our men are doing these things to our women. And Leah Godon, that's another channel. I'm subscribed to both of those, and that's over and over again. And these are young, these are young boys that obviously had problems growing up. They become angry black men, and then they get girlfriends and marry. They don't know how to deal with their anger. They don't know how to deal with rejection. They don't know how to deal with conflict resolution. And that is the problem of why a lot of things are going on in our community right now, brother, when it comes to men doing these type of things to women. I'm not saying women ain't doing them to men, but predominantly the number triples of what the men are doing to the women than the women are doing to the men. Now that's facts.
Absolutely. It's a lack of integrity in the male side of the population. Absolutely, yeah. So that's your last word. That's your last word.
That's my last word, brother. I digress.
All right, sis. All right, then. Thank you for coming up and coming back and everything. Your input is always needed.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you allowing me your platform to give my opinion and views. And I hope that's something that I said. And when you're talking about solutions, let's end it right quick with that. When it comes to the Adam jumpers and people like them of the world, people like them are a certain percentage of people that's gonna continue to do that, right? And we can't control what grown people do when it comes to whatever they choose to do in their marriages and things of that nature, right? You do you. So that's what I'll say to that, you as a solution. But I'm saying, don't be a part of the problem if you can't be a part of the solution, because we know in that industry, especially back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that is so many of those stars that end up meeting their demise because of that 3-letter word, that H, that I, and that V. Because when you going around willy-nilly and living that type of lifestyle, getting down with all these type of people, don't be surprised if the numbers skyrocket when it comes to STDs in the community.
You know who HIV is, the who have the biggest cases of HIV? Black women.
Absolutely.
Black women.
Yeah.
It's exploding in the black
but we know it's a lot of times it's because a lot of our black men are living on a DL. Right? They going both ways, and they coming and they bringing stuff home to their woman who is the carrier. Right, the woman holds it; she carries it in her. Once the man puts it in her, she's the carrier, and then that relationship could break off, and she goes and she lies with another, and she's spreading that. Let's talk about the realness of that, right? Of where a lot of that can contribute not only to that, but you know what else is spreading her rampantly, and when it comes to in that industry and with a lot of the strippers, herpes. Let's talk about, people think a lot of it's a hefty price you pay, to get wealthy or to do this or that and want to lead these type of lifestyles, right? And when you, even in the poly or the swinging or any of those lifestyles, when you get these partners, if you are not doing these sexual transmitted disease checks on people, you don't know who you are encountering this with. You could meet somebody that maybe used to be in that lifestyle, but they not no more, and you meet them, you start dating them and all this and that, and they can come and bring you something something that they didn't know they had from that lifestyle, and you ain't never lived it in your life. It's so many. I've seen so many various of things, Brother Clarence. That's why I'm saying choose wisely. It's a lot that goes along with living an open sexual lifestyle. Period.
Yeah.
And that's why I say about solution for that one.
And I agree with you. And I just want to push this because you brought up a good point. If you're dating somebody and you haven't been sexual, maybe you're on the third or fourth date, you haven't been sexual, but you're thinking about it, man, just say, hey, let's both go get checked.
That part.
Let's both go get checked.
Facts.
Just to make sure.
Because especially, bro, if like you said, you know that you clean and on the up and up, and then you may not have dated in 6 months, a year or two or whatever, haven't had a sexual partner, but you know you are clean, but you start dating somebody else. Now, they ain't told you off the bat that they lived a poly life or a swinging life or just a regular life, but they ain't told you that they have been sexually active with multiple people, right?
Right.
And if you don't go to that person and say, let us both get tested. Now, I know I'm good, but just to reassure you and myself, I'm going to get tested with you. Now, if they reluctant to get tested with you, that's a problem. That's a problem. You know what I mean? Listen, if we talking about this whole dating thing and vetting thing, that need to be a part of the goddamn vetting. That part right there. Especially if you know what you're not doing or haven't done. You don't know what the next person haven't done. And I don't care if they say, well, I ain't dated nobody in a year or two. You still don't know, because again, that may have been their only partner, but that don't mean it was their partner only partner. Let's talk about how deep the rabbit hole goes when it comes to that.
And you're gonna find out that's what they call a gut punch. That's when you go, in boxing, you get a gut punch. That makes you decide if you want to continue, right?
Exactly.
Right. So this
is why these men on these panels talking about, oh, you need to be able to hit it after the third date. I heard somebody crazy say that one time on his platform. They got a large platform. If you ain't giving it up by the third date, I'm looking at him like, so you just want the cootie cat by the third date, but you ain't vetting this woman to see if she ain't a carrier of something.
You walk
and then if that don't work, you move it on to the next woman and you want something for her after the third date. Like, oh God, like I can't.
You walking yourself into the graveyard, walking yourself. But that goes back to the discipline we talk about. You got to have discipline, man. You got to have self-esteem to be able to tell a person, hey, I like you. I really like you. And I want to take this, I'm getting to know you better. And I think maybe we might be getting into a little sexual activity later on. So just to make sure that we're both okay, I'm not going to bring you anything. You're not going to bring me anything. Like you said, already in yourself, you clean, but you just say, hey, I don't want to bring you nothing. I want you to bring me nothing. Let's just go get tested to make sure everybody's clean, and then we can have sex, and then it's not no problem. And do you agree with that, or does that make sense?
Or if I can show you, within a week span or 30-day span where I went and got tested, and I could show you my paperwork. Can you show me yours?
Patrice.
No. Hold on. Now, I'm just saying. I am just saying, as an example, I'm saying to you, that if I got my papers right, that I've been tested in the last 30 days.
Right.
And I meet a guy, right? Sample. And now we date, a few months go by, whatever, right? Or even just say 3 weeks go by, and he, pressure and talking about this whole sex thing. And I say, hey, well, I'm clean. I've been tested in the last 30 days, and I show him my paperwork. I say, will you be willing to go get a test? Now let me say this. If he say, okay, well, that was in the last 30 days, but I don't know, still have you laid with somebody in the last 30 days that could be infected? I ain't got no problem with saying you right. Yes. But will you go get tested again with me getting, will you go get tested with me getting it tested again? I have no problem with that. But see, we got people that don't have papers at all, bro, Clarence.
Yeah, all I'm saying is
that can't show nothing to nobody, but will deny going to get tested with you if you want to go get it again.
What I'm saying is that's a good idea. That's a great idea. And my whole point is,
and I know because I've done it before.
See, that's my whole point. Is you don't let them bring you no paperwork. You go make sure you both get tested. Oh, I just got the shot, Clarence. I just got the shot. 20 days ago. Oh well, get the shot.
Absolutely. Listen, being on the dating scene as a single woman, and I know when the last time I was sexually active with someone, right? And if I know I'm back on the dating scene, I'm going to get myself checked to say, okay, I'm good with myself. I got this paperwork saying I'm good. I ain't got no problem. I showed papers to somebody. I literally have. So, but again, bringing up the conversation to men is always the problem.
Right.
A lot of time. And I've had them say, well, that was 30 days ago. I know you ain't slept with nobody. I said, okay, you want me to get tested again? No problem. Let's go down to the free clinic together. How about that?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
That part.
Perfect. That's perfect. Always go together. That way he can't bring you some paperwork.
Faulty paper. Because he might know somebody at the clinic. He might know somebody at the clinic to hook him up for $100, right?
There you go, right there.
I feel you. And that's both male and female. You're right, because that's both male and female. You're right.
Everybody go together. You go to a neutral party together. That way everybody gets their results at the same time. It's all good. Hey, let me see your results.
I know you win and you know I win because we was there together getting it together. Yes, I agree with that. I'm just saying, I like to bring real life experiences, and like I said, I'll talk about my life experience myself, because people get mad when you talk about them. So you don't mention their name. So I'll say I use me, right? Being a single woman that is dating, right? Like that's an important factor for me, and especially if I know I haven't dated in a long time or been sexually active in a long time. I think it's very important. I don't see the same way we ask for that background check, that credit check, we need to be asking for that STD check. Real talk.
Absolutely.
And when it comes to, like I said, the sister, Sarazi, I told you about the thing. Sahara, oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry for murdering her name. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know harm. Sister Ali, I'm just gonna say that. Sister Ali, I got mad respect for her. I understand her angle with things. I agree with a lot of things when she talk about what we have sold ourselves out as a community by allowing the feminist movement, the government, and things come in to take over. She 100 on that. I agree with that part. I just don't agree with those other two angles that she had. But other than that, I ain't got no problem with the sister. And again, Sister Strawberry, I would like to think with every fiber of my being that she didn't know this about her husband. And I wish her the best. But I do know that if a conviction is proven, if it is proven in a court of law that there's evidence that it will convict this brother, I hope she will be just moved the fuck on with her life. Move on.
She ain't gonna.
Let it go.
Have no choice. Patrice, they already got the 4 prime charges on them already. They got 15 other charges they said they finna drop on them.
Yeah, I know.
This dude is gone for at least 20
years. The rabbit hole goes deep. And it's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate because, me as a black woman that want to say to another black woman that I don't believe that she knew this, right? And I'll hold to that, right? And say that is the case. But be it come that he's convicted of any or all of these charges, the most thing she need to be able to do is dissolve that marriage while he in prison and move on. Period. And move on and try to do better. And damn sure don't let Steve Harvey introduce her to nobody else.
Hey, Charlie, I got somebody else I want to introduce you to. No, Steve, thank you. No.
Like hell to the no.
No.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm just and a word of advice for anybody that have a friend or a relative that want to introduce you to somebody. You have to be smarter than the serpent. do background checks on these people. The main 3 backgrounds that, we talk about, the credit, the background, and now the STD need to be a part of that. It really does. Need to be, listen, because that 3-letter word is plaguing our community. And now the other one, the 5-letter one, or is it 6 letters? 6 letters, the herpes, that one is plaguing our communities as well.
Yeah, man. The big 3. We got to check everybody out. No matter what, your mama bring this person to you, the church bring them to you, whoever bring this person to you, you need to check them out or yourself. You got to do your own investigation, right? But anyway, anything else, Patrice?
Absolutely, brother. That said, this was interesting conversation, but it's conversations that definitely need to be had because these things are affecting our community. And I will say the Adam Jumper thing, our people off into porn, the porn life too, real deep, because we know, our brother Lawrence Fishburne's daughter is in that, and he a celebrity, and his daughter is a porn star, right? You know that, right?
I did.
Yeah. So, and sometimes it doesn't matter, who your parents are, how you raise them, or whatever. Once they get grown and make decisions on their own, and they know right from wrong, you have no control over what your grown child decides to do in their marriage, in their life, when it comes to sex, unfortunately.
Yep, for sure. Anything else?
No, that's it, bro. I think it's a good conversation. Salute to everybody up here on the panel. I respected their perspective and chat. Everybody that support in the chat, what's up? Chat is where it's at. And I think everybody gave good, strong performances today. But I was glad I was able to bring a different perspective to talk about that other part of that check we need to be doing on each other out here, because it's serious out here.
Yeah. Now, when are we going to talk about Polite? When is that going to
Whenever you're ready, because his court date is July 7th. So if you want to wait until wait and see what happens and talk about it as, and bring up the court thing, because I think they're going to be doing it on the same type of platform that Shirley Strawberry's husband just had it on. So we may be able to get some footage and we can have the conversation then as it comes, after the court date.
Why don't we do a part 1 and part 2? Part 1, we actually gonna go through Polite's
the start of everything. His whole life, the conscious community.
Yeah, we
all his scams.
We try to introduce Polite to the community and try to go over some of the stuff.
Yeah, because I'm surprised a lot of people didn't know about Brother Polite. It's a lot of our people don't know about Brother Polite. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, because he ain't out there like he was, right? He was out there before. And,
but we gotta take it all the way back to the Dr. Yorks. I mean, that's where his star came from, right?
Yeah,
we gotta keep it a bang. Yeah.
Even before that. So we're gonna talk about Polite and Sonnet and all that. So let's see. Let's do it next week, since his court date is on the 7th, which is
I think that's Friday.
It's Friday. That is Friday. Okay. So we'll do it Thursday, and then we might hit it again
Saturday. Sunday. Okay. Sounds good. Whenever you're ready, bro. Yep, just hit me up and let me know if you need anything from me or do anything or research anything or whatever. Let me know.
Yeah, I need it. So whatever
I always send you stuff anyway. So.
This girl right here, let me tell you about this girl, man. This girl right here, man, will fill up my text messages with all kinds of stuff, right? He'll fill up everything, right? And I'm like, man, Patrice, I'm working for the white man right now. I can't watch that right now, Patrice.
I do too, bro. But look, I still be knowing, because I told you we get certain newsletters. We get certain. I got privy to certain things that I get from people, right? So to kind of keep ahead of the game and knowing what's going on in our community. So
I love it, sis. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, because
no problem. Love you too. Absolutely. Absolutely. And have you had the conversation yet to talk about what's going on with the Supreme Court decision with affirmative action and the 14th Amendment and all
No,
of
we
that?
haven't had that conversation
Okay.
yet.
Well, you know what they just passed with this whole voted thing with the whole affirmative. I think that may make a good topic too.
No, we need to get into that. No, we haven't even discussed that, but we got, because you know what, they got that passed because they've been doing this Ocean Gate thing. So our eyes have been taken off the real
Off the
situation,
prize.
right?
Off the prize,
You know
right?
what I'm saying? So my eyes was,
There's
they
a
got
lot
me up
going
on that too.
on. We gotta
Yeah.
definitely keep our eyes and ears open and knowing that things that's taking place now that's literally gonna affect us as a whole in
There you
society,
go.
and especially our race, unfortunately.
There you go. There you go. All right, girl. I'm gonna
All
pull
right,
you
bro.
down. I appreciate you. I
All right,
love you,
talk to you
girl.
soon. Love you
All right.
back.
All right.
All
See you
right,
later,
bye
girl.
bye.
You know that girl crazy, right? But Jesus sent me all kind of stuff. But I need that, right? I need her to send me that stuff. So, because then I got stuff to pull from to see if I'm gonna have a show about something like this. But every now and then, one of the things I got to give to Patrice, every now and then she'll say, "No, bro, we got to talk about this. This we have to talk about. This ain't no option of not talking about this. We got to talk about this." So, and I need that sometimes, because sometimes I don't have the depth to see it all the way through. And Patrice can see all the way through because she's at the meetings with these people and stuff. So she'll see how serious the situation needs to be discussed. So shout out to Patrice on that one. All right, y'all, we got to get out of here. 7 hours and 27 minutes. Oh, man. I'm going to get strung up by Sister Annie. I'm going to get strung up by Rico. I'm going to get strung up by Vaughn. I'm going to get strung up. I got to get out of here, y'all. I got to get out of here. Okay. How did everybody do today? Crazy girl, what you still doing in the chat? Crazy girl. That's my sister, man. I love her. All right, so y'all, how did everybody do today? I think everybody did great. We talked about Adam. When we talked about Shahrazad Ali, right? She said black men are able to have more than one. She said black men are able to have more than one woman, more than one wife. But I think what she was alluding to was if black women would just settle down and just open their mind to the poly lifestyle, as far as having more than one wife. I think what she was alluding to is it won't just be sex. If you play the game right, you can have a responsibility with the sex. I think that's what she was trying to push. I think that was what her goal was. You know what I mean? I really don't have nothing to say about the poly situation. That's something that I'm not interested in, the poly lifestyle. But I know some people are. I don't have no. If you can do it, if you can pull it off. You one of the Kevin Westleys or something like that, you can pull it off. My granddaughter put all these things on me. Y'all see these things on my arm, but she wouldn't let me walk out the house without them on. But if you can live that life, man, you can make it work. Hey, make it work. I'm not no judge of nobody's household, man. Once your front door closes, how you work is how you work. Now, now, let me tell you my only pullback on that. My only pullback on that is how you treat them kids. Now okay, to me, two pullbacks. How you treat them kids and how you treat them old folks. If you're mistreating the kids and the old folks, then I'm coming. But if it's a grown woman that's choosing to stay there, or a grown man that's choosing to stay there and be in an abuse, what can I say about that? I really don't like that. But if the kids experiencing abuse, old folks experiencing abuse, man, Brother Clarence definitely will report you. I have done it so many times out here in LA where I've reported people, right? I reported situations that I considered possibly might be abuse, with kids living in a house with nothing in there, right? So I go see something like that, I probably will report it, right? Unless I see there's a lot of love there. Now, if there's a lot of love and the kid is getting a lot of love, then maybe I say, okay, they're just having hard times. But if I see the kid is just being neglected, abused, dirty clothes, no food, stomach growling when I walk in there, whatever, right? Like, got to report them, right? Forget everybody's feelings, man. You got to report them. Remember, like I told you, I saw It was a camper out here, man, and I thought I heard this baby crying. I said, I don't hear a baby crying. There's no way there's baby. No way they got a baby living in that situation. No way. I said, man, I told myself, hey, man, that's crazy. Next thing I know, somebody came in, somebody else had reported it, and the police came and took the baby. I said, damn, there is a baby in there. I knew I heard a baby in there, right? Patrice said, but Clarence, I reported a family member. I don't play when it comes to the children. Yeah, we can't play with the kids, man. The kids and the old folks, man, we got to look out for them, man. They can't look out for themselves, right? They stuck. And if we ain't looking out for them, man, they're going to get caught up. We got to go back to, like New Growth was saying, man, we got to go back to where we looked out for each other, not because it was some kind of financial gain involved, but hey, man, it was just, that's just what we gonna do, man. That's just the kind of people we are. We just gonna look out for our people, right? So yeah, man, look out for the kids, look out for the old folks, man. If you see something crazy, man, you ain't gotta directly go to the door and knock on the door and nothing like that. You just call the cops, let the cops come out and handle it, right? Maybe they take the kid, maybe they don't. Maybe they take the old man, maybe they don't. Or the old woman, you never know. But at least you reported it and blood's off your hands, right? I wish I would report that kid, but luckily God is good, man. Got somebody else reported, because I was saying to myself, I know there's a kid. And then I kept convincing myself, because I was like, I would listen, I would stop and listen, and something they did made that baby stop crying, right? So I was like, nah, I didn't hear no baby crying. And nobody would have a baby in that type of situation there. In a camper, dirty old camper that was all beat up and everything, I was like, nah, nobody would have a kid in there. Cops came out and took that baby away from them. So that was a good thing, right? Good thing. Anyway, what else we talked about? We talked about Shirley Strawberry. When is it time to cut the cord? When is it time to cut the cord? When is it time to walk away? Let me tell you when it's time to walk away. I'm talking about married people now. You know, you can walk away at any time. You boyfriend, girlfriend, you can walk away anytime. You know what I'm saying? But that you don't have a commitment. You don't have a covenant. You're just pre-covenant, right? You have a pre-covenant, not a covenant, right? A strong covenant is a covenant with the Lord, right? And the state, right? Everybody's getting together saying, you're responsible for this woman. You're responsible for this woman. So sign right here, sir. You're responsible for her, right? You ain't got no covenant, right? But when you married, you got a covenant. Now you got a serious covenant, man. You took some vows. You say, hey, look, I know it's going to be good times, but the vows are for the bad times. The vows are for the times where the stuff you didn't see coming that can have a dramatic effect on the relationship, right? Well, Shirley's in that situation, right? But a lot of women in that situation, man, where they find out the man's been living this other lifestyle and been doing all these different things with all this free time that they got on their hands, right? Shirley knew something was up, because, like they said in the thing, she had a house that she had out here in 2022, out here in Inglewood, California, where I met Patrice at. Out here in Inglewood, California, she had a house that she took his name off. She quitclaimed him off of the house so it could be sold, and whatever he had going on wouldn't be affected, right? Nobody would try to attach the money from the house because of some stuff he had did, some nefariousness he had going on. I don't know. I think, they knew something was out there. They knew some stuff. Some of this stuff was out here. I think they don't have no idea that the thing was going to get this bad. I know that they didn't know that. Shirley didn't definitely not know that this thing was going to get this ugly. But it is. Here we are. So when should Shirley walk away? I don't think she should walk away. Sometimes you got to stick by your husband. Stick by him as long as you can. As long as you can, right? So as long as she's married to him, she can't testify against him. So I think to help him out, what she should do is she don't know anything anyway. What she should do, I don't think she do. You never know. But let's assume she don't know what's going on, right? She know he had this little bank fraud, that type of stuff, but she had no clue about the CP stuff, none of this stuff, right? How him and that chick looked like, to me, they was trying to pimp these little girls whatever they were trying to get a little get a little stable together to run them out of a hotel room or whatever. I don't know, right? Craigslist or whatever, right? Anyway, so talked about that, right? When is it time to walk away? Let me tell y'all when it's time to walk away. It's time to walk away when you've been disrespected and unappreciated, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle. When you can't put the genie back in the bottle, it's time to go. Because some people, man, if you forgive them, they not gonna respect you. They already showed you they disrespecting you by being, either going out and being involved with other people, or taking your money, or running the finance into the ground, or whatever they did behind your back. They already showed you they don't have no respect for you, because they don't have no respect for themselves. And a person that has self-respect wouldn't do that to a person behind their back, right? But a person that don't have no self-respect for himself, he just gonna be doing whatever he gonna do. A person with no self-respect, the only thing that's gonna stop them is when they get caught. That's when they gonna feel bad, is when they get caught. They're not gonna have these hang-ups until they get caught. When they get caught, that's when it's all gonna hit them. Boom. Right? Like, oh, I can't believe I did that, right? But it's not because they shouldn't have did it in the first place, because they got an overwhelming drive to do this stuff. It's not until they get caught. That's when they're gonna have the epiphany, like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have did this. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. Yeah, fool, but it's too late now. It's too late now. Now it's like, what difference does it make now? Right? Right? So anytime you're getting abused, you abuse, physical, mental, any kind of abuse, you can walk out the door. Or disrespect, in my opinion, in a situation where you don't have what do you call that? There's no way to get the genie back in the bottle, right? It's too difficult for you to try to forgive whatever they did, and it's going to affect you in a bad way to be with them. Even though you love them, it's going to affect you in a bad way. Sometimes you just need a break from somebody until you can get over it, and then you can retry and start again, right? But sometimes, man, ain't no getting the genie back in the bottle. So only you know when you can leave. I'm just saying the door is open. Anytime the vow has been broken, right? The vow has been broken by other person, because you take those vows together. Either person can break the vows. And once those vows are broken, the door is open. Now you have the choice. Camille Cosby chose to stay. I'm thinking she chose to stay because she knew about this crazy lifestyle before all this stuff came up. She knew her husband. She knew what kind of dude he was. So she knew about all this stuff. And I'm sure maybe he sat her down and said, look, baby, I done did all this stuff. They trying to sue me for it, this and that. He probably sat her down and explained the whole thing. But she was probably right there when it was all going on, right? They looked like they was probably the type that was, they was living that freaky-deaky lifestyle, right? I'm saying, we all think about it for a minute, right? It's like, man, this is crazy, right? This is a crazy situation, man. This ain't gonna make the situation better. All right. But anyway, Patrice said they sorry they got caught. Yeah, they are sorry when they get caught. Everybody's sorry when they get caught, because that's when everything floods into them, right? Before then, the demons could keep everything away, keep all of that emotion at bay. But when they get caught, the demons leave. The demons can't withhold all that emotion. Boom, the emotion hit them, right? And they just like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I did all this stuff, right? But I think when one person breaks the vows, the door is open. It's your choice. Are you going to stay? Are you going to support them? Maybe you can support them by divorcing them and then helping them find a good counselor, helping them find a good lawyer, helping them find whatever they need, right? But I don't think anybody should stay in a situation where they're going to get their finances pummeled, they're going to get their emotions pummeled, they're going to get their physical presence pummeled. I just don't think you shouldn't have to stay with your husband or wife if they break a vow and they say to you, but we said for better or for worse. Yeah, better for worse. Not you breaking these vows. See, the better for worse is stuff that we can't control. Somebody gets diabetes, somebody has a health condition, you get hit by a car, you're a paraplegic, something like that. Not, you going out and doing something, breaking the vows. No. That's the door's open once you do that. Patrice said, bro, Clarence, that's true. It's a story about the Cosbys and Steve Harvey and his second wife family and his second wife, Mary, allegedly. Girl, man, this girl know everything. This girl know everything. One day, man, everybody has interviewed Patrice. I need to interview, but I'm going to ask her some hard questions. I'm going to ask her some hard questions. Hey, Patrice, how you know all this stuff? Huh? How you know all this stuff, Patrice? Was you around or something? How you know all this stuff? Huh? Oh, I heard it. I heard it, Clarence. No, I am going to interview Patrice. I'm going to interview her. We just going to get some funny stories from her about the entertainment industry, about Vegas, about different stuff that she's done. We're going to interview her, man. That's going to be an interesting story. I mean, I know they did it on Knowledge and Relationships, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it even more in depth. Listen to some of her funny stories about the entertainment industry. All right, we talked about Shirley Strawberry and when should you leave. We talked about Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad, Patrice. Shahrazad. Thank you, Sister Eddie. Shahrazad Ali. Talked about her. We talked about Adam Jumper. Can you believe this man said, I'm holding my wife back by being a good husband and not letting her sleep with other men. I'm holding her prawn cure back, right? Then they have a bunch of other knuckleheads. Then you got a whole crew of other knuckleheads. I would know right instantly I don't have a friend in the bunch. How can you say you got friends and they justifying the bullshit that you're doing? It's bullshit. You got your wife out there sleeping with other men, and I could say for it, man, hey, we need this money, Clarence, because you know what I'm saying, we need to get this money. I don't have no way of, I don't have working. I'm not working. I'm a quadriplegic. She don't have no skills, so we got to get money now. I would be more sympathetic. What I think is good? No, I'd be more sympathetic, but I wouldn't think it was good. I can't even be sympathetic in this situation. The money is not necessary. You don't even need the money. So what are you doing this for? For your own freakish desires. Well, damn, just like Patrice said, just say that. Just say it. Don't stop telling us you trying to help her career and so, all that bullshit. Stop it. Stop it. You're not trying to help her career. You just a freak and you want to see her be with other men. Just say it. And then you got fools around the table saying it takes a man. It takes a man to let his wife go sleep with somebody else for money. That takes a man. Man, I think if he look at that video, even him himself would say, damn, I'm sitting around a bunch of knuckleheads and I'm the king knucklehead. They taught and tell him he's doing good by sending his wife out to go sleep with other men. The wife asked him, hey, I won't even do it. But, like Minister Farrakhan said, smart people know, they know when to put something to a vote, right? They know when to get a people a chance to vote. They already know how the vote's going to go. And they know, yeah, we do democracy. Right? She said, yeah, if you don't want me to do it, I won't do it. But I really want to do it. But I won't do it if you don't want me to do it. But I really want to do it. I'm really excited about doing it. But I don't want to do it if you want me to. But if you don't want me to, but if you want me to, I'll do it. But if you don't want me to, I won't do it. What's he going to say? Go do it because I want you to be happy. Go do it. I want you to be happy, girl. Stupid. Never, ever, ever ever, 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 ever do something with somebody just because they wanted to do it. Don't know. You have your own reason, right? Stand on your own reason. There's no way you should let your wife listen. If anybody ever tell you that it's okay to let your wife sleep with other men, they're telling you way wrong. It's not okay. And if your wife wants to sleep with other men, that's cool. Just let her know that this is her last day being your wife. That's cool. See, because some people is for the streets. Some people want to get married because their mama told them they should get married. Their grandmama told them to get married. The church told them they should get married. The mosque told them they should get married. The temple told them they should get married. Their favorite auntie told them they should get married. So they got married. But deep inside, they for the streets. They got a love for the streets. So they put them streets down for a few years. Okay, ain't no problem. Then a new employee comes to work. Raul comes to work and Raul is there. Raul is looking good. Raul is smelling good. And Raul's got that energy, that sexual energy, right? That's attractive to women, right? You fit. You're sexually strong. Women can get that vibration off of you and it's attractive to them, right? Walk in the door, man, and it hits the women, right? So there she go, man. Raul's in there, and Raul say, hey, let's go to lunch. She go, nah, I'm married. Raul said, man, we just going to lunch. I ain't trying to take you away from your husband. I'm just going to lunch. She said no a couple of times. Finally, she say, husband make her mad one night. She say, okay, let's go. That's where it started. That's all you need is to get your little foot in the door. And before you know it, pumping and sweating in the shed, right? Now, this thing with Raul is going on for months and months and 6 months. You don't know nothing about it, right? But all you know is your sex is falling off, right? Right? Because you asking her, oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm on my period again. That's the third time this month, right? That's the third time this month. Well, can you do something else? Oh, I'm tired. I've been to work all day, man. It's tough. It's tough out here, right? You get every excuse for about 6-7 months a year, right? Finally, she leave her phone laying around. You see Raul hitting her up like, hey, when can we get down? Hey, oh my God. This is why I fell off, right? This is why I fell off. Because of this dude. Well, that's when the door is open, man. You can walk out the door. But you gotta have balls to do that, man. You gotta have balls to leave. When you see something that's out of pocket or the vows have been broken, most people don't have the balls to leave, right? You gotta have balls, man. You gotta say, hey, you know what? I deserve better than this. Right? Especially in a marriage that's under 10 years. What is the person gonna get from you? Nothing, hardly nothing, right? A little bit of equity, maybe a little alimony, max, right? Some child support. You're gonna have to pay child support. And ain't no way of getting around that. But you pay the child support, you pay the little bit of alimony, whatever, and you done. You done with it. You can move on with your life. It's a little more complicated when you got 20, 30 years involved and you got property together, you got assets together. That's a little more involved, right? That gets a little more complicated than just say, I'm out, right? You've been through so much, you got a lot of invested. So it may take, it ain't as quick, you shouldn't be as quick to just look at it and say, oh, I'm gone. Is there any way we can put the genie back in the bottle? Is there any way we can do it? Right? If there's not, hey, you got to be for yourself and respect yourself enough to say, I'm gone. Or respect enough to say, if I stay, this is the level of drama I'm gonna take. When the drama gets over this level, I'm out. It gets too much, I'm out. Reporters and news and all this stuff. When it goes over that line, I'm out. Okay. So we talked about Adam Jumper 22. He's a complete idiot. He's a complete idiot, man. Anybody that would let their wife sleep with another man for money or not for no money, just to say that you are with it to sleep with another man, you sick. You sick. You need some help. You sick. And you got to recognize you sick. And you sitting around a bunch of sick people. These are the people you taking advice from? You taking advice from people that's telling you it's okay for your wife to sleep with another man. And they telling you, she's your wife. She's your wife. She's not going anywhere. Who cares if she goes anywhere? Of course she's not going nowhere. She got a millionaire sitting at home letting her get destroyed by other men. Where's she going to go? You crazy? But see, I'm like Patrice, man. I ain't never seen this type of thing end well. The swinging situation, nor the poly situation. I ain't never seen it end well. I never seen it end well. I've always seen it end ugly, right? But hey, good luck to everybody trying to do it. You know, hey, if you want to try and do it, put yourself through it. Hey, that's on you, right? Right? In Islam, we got to say, you know, you can have more than one wife, but one wife is better. That's the best situation for you, right? One wife is the best situation, but you welcome to try and do whatever you think you can do, but if you know one wife is better for you if you knew, right? But anyway, so we talked about Adam Jumper 22, and we talked about, should women just be quiet? Should women, if they seeing a man and they walk into a place and a man start wilding out on them, should she just be quiet? I say yes. Matter of fact, I say yes for not only women, but I say it for men too. You notice that a person has a mental issue, right? A normal person is not going to want to fight you in a chicken shack. A normal person is not going to do that. You got to recognize when you see crazy people, you got to say, okay, is it worth me stabbing and killing this person, or shooting this person, or killing them, or them killing me, or risking that happening, whatever, some harm to any of my people, my family? Is it worth it? I ain't got to prove nothing of these people to show them that I ain't gonna let nobody talk to me, right? But see, that's why, listen, fellas, listen. I'm gonna give you one last bonus thing. Sometimes you with a cowboy. What's a cowboy? That's a woman that got a lot to prove, right? She got to prove that ain't nobody gonna tell her nothing. You ain't gonna be telling me. You ain't gonna fuss at me. You ain't gonna say nothing to me. And she willing to get the whole chicken shack shot up just so she can say, you ain't gonna say nothing to me, right? Stay away from these cowboys. Stay away from the cowboys, because the cowboys get you shot up, right? I ain't gonna let him flip me off. I'm gonna follow him, to the and then you follow the man into the park. He drive all the way to the back of the park. He let off in the old minivan, right? How many women got caught? See, some of these men, like I said, they walk around here undiagnosed. They crazy. What do you mean crazy, Clarence? That's a general term. That's a vague term, Clarence. What do you mean crazy? What I mean crazy is they do not have the discipline to do the mathematics to determine whether this is a frivolous situation or not. They're going to attack it as if it's a very serious situation, right? Oh, you didn't give me enough ketchup condiments. I'm going to tear the whole place down because they're crazy. Some people are out here and they're undiagnosed, right? They done gotten over because why? They still live with their mama. They got people taking care of them, whatever. You don't know they wearing regular clothes. They come up to the door, order their food. Yeah, give me a filet of sole dinner and some potato salad. They're ordering like a regular person until they have some type of flashback or some type of PSD situation, and then they just What? What you say? You ever heard that? Had that ever happened before? I was working at Foot Locker one time, man. I was helping this customer, man. I'm talking to this customer. M80s. I'm talking to this customer. There was a customer sitting about 2 feet away from that customer, and he said, "What you say to me?" I said, "I didn't say nothing to you, sir. I was talking to this person." He said, "You did say something to me. I know you did." And he wanted to go off. He wanted to go off on somebody, right? Black man says it's never the time to let go. You crazy, man. Black man, you're crazy. If somebody's abusive, it's time to let go. If somebody's, you don't think that if somebody's being physically abused, that it's time to let go? You still got to hang in the relationship after dude's beating your ass every day? In marriage? Not in marriage? You don't see marriages where dudes beating the hell out of the woman every day? Or vice versa even. The woman is beating the hell out of the man. Should the man stay in that situation? You of all people should know that. Well, should you stay? Bro, if you're there, you're supposed to protect this woman. If you can't protect her and you can't protect yourself, you're supposed to protect yourself first and then everybody else around you in a marriage, right? If you can't protect yourself, you're breaking your marriage vows. Once the marriage vows are broken, that means the door is open for you to go out the door. Yeah, you should vet. You should vet, right? You should vet. But what if something get by you, right? You can vet, but what if something gets by you, right? Look at all this junk that got by Shirley Strawberry, right? All this stuff that got by Shirley Strawberry. Okay, look, I'm about to close up the shop, but let me tell you something. I'm gonna put the link out there, black man. You come and tell me when that it's okay for a woman to be for physical violence to be happening in a marriage, and you're supposed to stay. Okay, there you go, brother. Come on up here, because I disagree wholeheartedly with you. I disagree wholeheartedly with you, brother. You come up and explain to me how there's many situations where now you're in trouble, black man. Patrice came back to.
Oh yeah, I got to be privy to this conversation because this is gonna be interesting. Hey, black man.
Yeah. Hey man, shout out to Black Man. Black Man is the only one that invites me anywhere, man. He's the only one to say, "Hey, Clarence, here's a link, man. If you get a minute, come on over to join us." Right? Thank you. Shout out to you, Black Man. What's going on, brother?
Man, what's going on? How y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, brother.
Okay, yeah. No, what I'm saying is, when I first got into this scene and I was talking about marriage, and I was all for leave. However, I will say the caveat is this. What happens in a marriage when this is normal? I'm not going to go to any extremes here. If I'm married and I get married and I'm blissfully married for 10 years, okay, and on year 11, my wife punches me in the mouth, just out the blue. Okay. Just out the blue, punch me in the mouth. Then do I just say, you know what, I'm going to take this abuse and I'm going to leave? Or would I be the man to say, think critically and be like, it's something that caused this. There's something in her now that was not in her for the last 10 years. So basically, the question would be, should I throw away 10 years because she punched me in my mouth in year 11? Or should I try to find out what's going on with my wife and get her the help she needs so she can come up out of this funk so we can find out what it is that caused her to be this physically violent after 10 years?
Obviously, right? But let's say you go and find out, hey, she got some prior arrests for doing that. And she got triggered into doing something like that with you. Go ahead.
No, well, that's the vetting process. I'm not going to be with no woman and not know that she's been locked up. Now, I don't know what kind of person would be with a person and not know their history and where they've been, and they've been arrested. That's all a part of the, like you said, some things will slip past, but not no criminal past, because I'm going to figure it out. Baby, why we can't go nowhere? Why you can't get a passport? Why you can't do, you're going to figure out things. Baby, we can't travel across seas. Why? You can't get a passport because you got a felony? A felony for what? right? So you're going to figure out that these people have a history and a past and a history of violence. But if a person has been rocking for 10, 12
Not all
years,
the time, man. Not all the time. Some people hide this stuff.
oh Lord, have mercy on them. You know,
And some people have never been brought up on charges, especially women. Especially women.
And I don't know what happened with the Strawberry thing. I haven't caught up with it yet. So explain to just give me a quick rundown of what happened with Miss Strawberry. What did she find out? She was cheating on her or something?
No. Well, yeah, he was cheating on her, but that wasn't the big issue. The big issue was he got brought up on these child prime charges.
Oh yeah.
And there's more coming.
Yeah,
and the feds are involved.
Yeah.
And you know the feds don't get down unless they got an airtight situation. They don't get involved unless it's airtight. So
well, I don't know, Brother Clarence. They get involved as airtight because Brett Favre's still at home. I don't know now. But anyway, I don't know now.
that wasn't the feds. That was the state. So the feds get on you.
Yeah, if he did that, man, if he's that person, I ain't gonna say because of YouTube purposes and policies, but if he's that kind of guy that when it comes to children, I don't think she needs to leave him. I think she needs to donate him over to me and to you and to a few more men, and where we can just tie him up and drive him down the highway. Yeah. I mean, because I think any man that harms children in any type of way, sexually or anything like that, allegedly, he needs to be strung up.
He ain't convicted yet. He ain't been convicted yet.
But they got proof. The feds got proof on him, though, right?
I mean, the feds don't usually get involved unless it's a lot, and they about to drop 15 more. He already got 4 child prime charges. Plus, he got an open case in California. Plus, he got an open case in another state for something else, for some other stuff, right?
What's wrong with
already convicted of bank robbery and already convicted of writing bad checks and all kind of different business situations, right? So,
what's wrong with this damn man?
I don't know. Well, see, I think he presented well, and guess who?
Exactly.
Guess who introduced them to? Steve Harvey introduced them, right? Steve Harvey introduced. Matter of fact, Steve Harvey walked them down the aisle.
Walked her down the aisle.
Walked her down the aisle and gave her to this man, right?
So Steve Harvey didn't know about this man either.
I don't think so.
That's the part that is questionable to me, black man, unfiltered because of Steve Harvey's own shady past, right?
Absolutely.
So my situation is saying that from a woman's perspective, I pray to God that this sister didn't already know about this situation with her husband when it came to the child thing. Now, she may have known about the other charges and stuff and just looked over that. I don't know, but the child stuff, if it come out that this sister knew about this, that's problematic, right? Because that's one of those things that I talked. Right, that's what I talked about earlier about how we like to sweep that part of stuff in our community under the rug, right? And women protect the pedos and stuff in their families, like I talked about there earlier. So I'm gonna give this sister right now the benefit of the doubt and say she did not know, because she wrote this letter to the judge begging the judge to go lenient, let her husband out. I understand as his wife that right now he has not been convicted. So he is proven innocent. He's innocent until proven guilty. So I understand.
You know better than that. He's guilty until proven innocent.
well, he's a black man for one. So yes, it's the revert. But I'm going to be logical and say he's innocent until proven guilty. If convicted, to me, that's where she draw the line. I believe she hanging in there right now because that is her husband, and she's trying to believe that he is innocent for the sake of conversation, right? I'm gonna say that, right? But when you said what you said, black man, about you marry your wife the 10th year, 10th year everything was heavenly bliss, and then 11 years she all of a sudden she punches you in the face, and I say yes, that is a total sign of something is wrong. So let's see what's going on with you. Let's go to therapy. Do you got anger management? Has something triggered you from maybe your childhood? There could be a lot of things, right, that in that scenario. but we're talking about when it's a history of physical abuse. Then I'm not going to encourage anyone, male or female, to stay in a consistent physical abuse relationship, because a lot of times we see what sometimes that end result can be. I lost a very good girlfriend. Her husband ended up murking her. Right? So I'm never, ever going to encourage a man or woman to stay in a physically abusive relationship, because I got girlfriends that went back to their men and their husbands. They'll go back 2 and 3 times, because sometimes they just got to get it. But sometimes they're getting it be too late for them, because they end up getting murked. And it can work both ways, but I'm saying predominantly it has happened to women, have lost their lives to the hands of their spouses or their boyfriends that couldn't take rejection, or when they did break up, they got order protection. The order protections didn't even protect them, right? My girlfriend's mistake was that she wrote a letter telling her husband that she was gonna leave. That's the worst thing she could have done. She should have just left and not wrote the letter. He found the letter before she got a chance to leave, and they got to fight, and he murked her. Right? So again, I will never be in any circumstance of a relationship with a friend, a relative, and I know that there's abuse on either end, whether it's a woman that's the abuser. I'm not finna tell no man stay with no woman that is abusing him. I'm not gonna tell no woman to stay with no man that's abusing her. Like that right there for me, yeah, I will encourage that person to get out, because I know what the end result can be for that.
Right. Well, no, because I wanted you to be clear whether you are saying that even in an abusive situation, the man or woman should stay. I wanted you to be very clear on that. What is your position on that?
If a man is being abusive to his wife, a man, and with a man's strength and what a man can do to a woman when he's enraged, that woman should remove herself from the situation.
Okay.
Right? She should remove.
Okay, so you in that incident, you were just saying you was talking about a one-off situation, right? Like it was no sign of abuse prior to that, and then all of a sudden she put her hand on you. Then yeah, that's a situation that wants a deeper conversation and a deeper say, hey, something's wrong, because this is not like you. This is not who I married or whatever. But let's be real. Let's be real, because I've said this on the platform many times. You can vet a person to death. You know this. Years and years, we've had couples that have been married to each other, been together forever. And soon as that divorce hit, and there's an ugly divorce, there's an ugly custody battle, and what you see happening? One of the spouses is hiring a hitman to off that other person. Yeah. Now, this is somebody they once loved, had children with, had a life with, and everything. But now when it gets ugly, oh, I got to get rid of you. I got to get rid of you because I don't want to pay alimony. I don't want to pay palimony. I don't want to pay child support. I don't want to, you better off to me deleted than you are alive, because now I can benefit from your life insurance. Let's just be real. And these are people that were together for years in holy matrimony. So how much can you vet a person, and then years later, people change. They are somebody else.
Absolutely. But what's your position, black man?
So again, my position is a woman who is going through an abusive situation with her husband should remove herself from a situation, and she should get around people who will keep her safe, and keep her away from him. When it comes to him, because see what needs to happen, Brother Clarence, you've been around a long time. I remember when I was a kid, when men got an order, group of men would get together and go beat the dog hell out of them. Right? Yeah. You hit your wife, the men would get together. And
now that's the old school I come from, especially if you harming women and children.
Right. And I remember. It didn't matter if it was brother, sister, family, cousin. It did alike. Yeah. I remember being a little boy and wondering why my daddy and my other uncles are beating the hell out of my uncle. It's because my uncle got drunk and slapped his wife. And they didn't have that problem anymore. If you put your hand on your wife, that liquor is causing that problem. We better not catch you drinking no more. And if she come over here again and tell us you hit her again, we're gonna beat your ass again. That's what the old. We don't do that no more. Everybody's like, I'm minding my own business now, right? Everybody don't really want to be the village anymore. And I think that that's important because a lot of men got straightened out back in the day when they got
I
out,
agree.
when they got out of line.
We had a neighbor, man, listen, we used to play cards with this guy. My brothers and them, we used to have fun. Cool guy, had daughters. Man, it came out that this man was emming his own daughter, man. Let me tell you, he ended up getting out on bond or something, got bailed out or something. And this was back in, I want to say 90s. Man, the minute he got out and came on that block, I'm gonna just say this: all the men on that block sent him to the hospital. Okay,
Yeah.
it was no joke.
Yeah.
And you know what he ended up doing? Leaving the whole neighborhood and disappearing before he went to prison.
And you know what else, Brother Clarence? I saw a video. I'm telling you, somebody else don't play that either. Cross seas, they don't play that. There was a man over there that had the same allegation as Mr. Strawberry. They took him out in the middle of the street, butt naked, and let the pit bulls tear him up.
Where is this?
This was in like Pakistan or.
Oh yeah.
They took him out in the middle of the square and let them pit bulls go, and they ate him up.
Yeah.
So I just, Brother Clarence, I just don't I think today, men, like I said a few weeks ago, today men are just cowards. You know, when it comes to the abuse thing, and a lot of hurt, and I know the phrase hurt people. And I think that men should go sit down on somebody's couch. I think that women should go sit down on somebody's couch because the other day I saw a video of a woman beating up a man because he wouldn't pay for her friend's dinner on their first date. And she just beat his head onto the concrete. The man could barely walk. He was crawling to his truck. And he didn't want it. You could tell that he had an opportunity to knock her all the way out, but he didn't defend himself. He just let her hit him because he said he didn't hit women. And that man crawled to that truck bloody and beat.
That's crazy right there.
No, ain't no way that would have went down. In my book, at least because men, even if in that sense, black man, he didn't want to hit her. He got enough strength to subdue her, so he could have even did that. If it just really came down to him not wanting to hit that woman, he could have subdued her easily because he's stronger than her physically.
And on the video, it's the third girl because the girl wanted dinner too, and he said I'm not paying for it. Well, I paid for mine, pay for yours. That's it. So the two girls jumped him. Because he was walking toward his truck, and she hit him from behind, and he fell. And her and the girl was jumping and stomping him all in the head. I said, what kind of hell is going on?
Black people, right?
Yep.
Okay. Just making sure. That sound like it, but just making sure.
Yep. So, Brother Clarence, at the end of the day, man, I'm not saying a woman to be in a repetitive situation or a man, because men are getting whooped too.
Right.
Don't be in a situation consistently where every other day when that person gets mad, inebriated, upset at something at the job, and they come home and take it out on you. Because what I said, men are cowards. I'm talking about there's some hurt men out there that need some help. But when you become a coward when you go to your job and your boss says something to you, and you go to your car and take a breath, but when you go home and your wife says something, you punch her in the mouth. That's a coward.
Yeah. Or your kids, yeah.
That part, that part. Absolutely, and it's a lot of that. Unfortunately, is going on in our community. I mean, even the guy in Chicago, he has a history of doing that to women. Yeah. He had a history of it.
Well, see, here's the thing I wanted to ask, black man though, Patrice. I want to make sure we get clear that. So you are saying that abuse opens the door for someone to walk out of the marriage, right? Or wrong? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what we was trying to get clear. Because I was like, "What is he talking about?"
No. If she gets her ass whooped every day, she needs to go because one day that ass whooping may turn into an obituary.
Correct. That was our point, right? That was our point. So yeah, well, because I wanted to make sure now, as far as the same thing with the men, right? Same thing with a man, right? In an abusive situation, he should be able to walk out of leave the situation, right?
Yes, he should be able to leave the situation as well.
Okay.
But the climate that we're in right now, Brother Clarence, women ain't letting men do that. You remember a few months ago, OG, y'all probably remember the case in Mississippi where the woman was beating up on him in front of his kids, and he said, "You know what? I'm finna leave and just go to work early."
Yeah.
He turned around, walked out the house. She said, "Oh, you don't want to me."
She shot him. Yeah.
Got the gun and shot him in the back of his head.
Saw enough did. Sure did.
Twice in the back of his head, and he was walking away from her, leaving. He said, "You're
Yep.
not gonna be whooping up on me. I'm going to work early. I'm out." And when he
I
walked,
remember.
yeah, you're not gonna walk away from me. Pow, pow, in the back of the head.
Oh yeah, and she'll never need to see the light of day. She need to get exactly what's coming to her when she get to prison too. Like whatever.
And she did it right in front of his kids, and right in front of them.
Sure did. I remember that. Yeah, it goes both ways when it comes to physical abuse. You know what I mean? And she had the history of, first of all, you know, her mother gets involved and come over there and downing him as a man and telling him what he ain't doing. And you know, listen, we know we got these type of you know, toxic drama, you know, women, in-laws, that we allow this type of thing in our marriages when we shouldn't. That, like, there should be boundaries that you should not allow your mother or your father-in-law to come in your marriage and be coming in your house and telling your husband or whatever about what he ain't doing and what he need to do. Like, that's not her place to do that. That's me and my man or me and my husband's place to have that conversation about what he ain't doing or what he should be doing, right? But see, that's the whole scenario of that situation. You can tell the toxicity of women like that, right? And there is women that's like that, like all over the board, right? That are very toxic like that, and that will definitely degrade and put men down and be verbal and physically abusive towards men. It does happen to men. I'm not excusing that. That's why I say I absolutely agree. When it's the roles reversed and it's a woman, it's the same scenario. I'm not going to discriminate just because I'm a female, she a female. Wrong is wrong.
And you know what? When I saw that statistic where it says 3 out of 6 men don't even, they being abused by women and they won't even call the police.
Yeah.
They just deal with it. Get that?
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's true, and it's unfortunate because a lot of men meet their demise because they didn't never tell nobody, kept to themselves, didn't tell the police, there's no paper trail, you know what I mean? So there's nothing to fight, you know, basically, you know what I mean? So, but with this situation, oh yeah, that was cold-blooded N-word. That man was walking away, walking out, leaving the situation, probably leaving the relationship. He was tired of it, you know, and that's the thing. People are not able to handle rejection very well. They can't handle, you know, like I said, don't know how to resolve conflict resolution. They can't handle rejection. They can't handle misplaced anger.
Yep.
And that's that sister situation, just like it is a lot of men's situation.
Right. And even did you see the guy that he went viral? It's all over YouTube where where him and his wife was together and she got angry about him spending more time with the baby than her or something stupid. And she went in the room and got the gun and shot at him and missed him. And she walked up to him with the gun loaded, with the baby in his arms, and pulled the trigger on his head and the gun jammed. The man said he knew then God gave him a second chance. He said he immediately took the baby. She got arrested, went to jail for 2 years, right? Assault with a deadly weapon. 2 years. She got out of jail. He got full custody of the child.
Wait, just 2 years? That should have been attempted murder. Are you kidding me?
I mean, you know, come on now. 2 years. She got out of jail after her 2 years was up. And guess what happened? He said he was watching the news one day, and the news said, breaking news. Local lady deletes fiance after a dispute. And they put the picture up. It was his ex-wife.
Man.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot going on.
God spared him. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So this was our point, black man. This was our point. There's going to be issues that come up, unforeseen issues that come up, right? For the most part, we should at least try to make it work. We should try. We should put our best foot forward, right? Somebody get a diagnosis, they get the big C, or they get diabetes, or they get something, or they have a tragic car accident, man, and quadriplegic. We should at least try to make it work, because this is what we signed up for better or for worse. We're not saying that you just walk away on the first swing. No, you try. But when it gets to the point where you can no longer serve the relationship in a good way, and the other person can't serve it in a good way, now the door is open for you to explore your other options, and that's all we saying. That's all we saying. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, well, like you said, you gave a good example, right? The first hit, that one time in 10 years. Okay, that's one time in 10 years. Okay, that's something, something's going on, man, because, you know, this girl don't normally do stuff like this.
Right.
So you could take the time.
Yeah, that's a one-off. Yeah, it could be the same thing with a woman. I don't think she'll necessarily walk away if the husband, after 10 years of marriage, slap her, you know, or whatever. I think she'll probably look at him like, hey, oh, what's going on here? This is not you. This is not who I married. Are you having anger issues? Is something going on in your work life? Is something going on in your personal life that I don't know? Something's going on, because this is not my man, or this is not my husband. This is not the behavior that you've shown me for 10 years. But in Sister Shirley's case,
now that was all I was question.
Yeah. Now in Sister Shirley's case, now you don't know what you don't know, right? So she could not have known that. And again, for the sake of conversation, I'm gonna pray to God this sister did not know that this brother was doing this type of nefariousness to underage children.
Or Steve.
Or Steve,
I'm
gonna say or Steve, but I'm saying I would believe it more with him because of his rocky past with that whole DL underage stuff too. I'm just gonna say. Well, I'm telling you based off of, you know, stuff I know through Hollywood. But anyway, when it come to her, like even more has come out, like you said, more cases. And the fact that this man was trying to leave the country. First, he was trying to leave to go to Florida where the side piece was. let's keep that a buck, right? Like, if she didn't know about the side piece, she know now, right? That lives in Florida. Then he tried to escape to go to a home owned by Steve Harvey in Dubai. So again, that's why I'm saying it's shaky for me with the Steve Harvey part of it. Like, he's literally tried to escape to go to Dubai to stay at a house owned by Steve Harvey. So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, my question to Black Man is, in this situation right here you're looking at, right? This stuff just pops up on Shirley. I'm gonna imagine that most of this stuff, I'm pretty sure she knew some of his activities, because, you know, that stuff's gonna come up after a while, right? You can only hide that kind of stuff for so long, right? Charges and investigations and stuff like that. You can only hide that stuff for so long. So I'm sure she knew some of this stuff. But now that this major stuff is coming up, right? The CP stuff and 15 more charges coming. Should she hang in there?
Yes, she should hang in there until she know otherwise. Because what happens if this man go all the way through? I'm just saying this for hypothetically. If he go all the way to the end and they say not guilty, then you've left your husband based on something that was not true. That happens a lot. A lot of people, you see these men getting out of prison after 26 years and they were innocent and they lost their wife and hadn't seen their kids in 20 years. Kids don't want them to do with them. Wife left them, remarried to another man, and they just got out of jail 26 years later. And they like, I told you I was innocent.
Right.
Right. So be there, rock with him, be there to support him, be the wife you need to be, because baby, you ain't gonna be able to be married to him anyway. If they convict him, he gone.
I just said that, Black Man. I said that if it is proven in a court of law through proof, through evidence, through DNA, through stuff on your computer, deeper rooted stuff that now these other 50, if you are proven to be guilty of this and get convicted, she can hang it up.
Yep.
And at that point, she should walk away. But like I said, for the sake of innocent until proven guilty, that is her husband, I understand her stance right now, currently with standing by him until then.
But you know what? You know what I'm looking at, OG? I just pulled this up. They say in these type of cases, and I know you ain't gonna want to hear this, I didn't either. Over 10% of women know that their husbands are in that doing that activity.
Yeah, I don't believe.
Listen. Black man. I'm not surprised at that. I just said earlier, did I not, bro Clarence, about how women are a big part of hiding and sweeping things under the rug when it comes to this type of nefariousness. When it comes to their man and their husbands. We've been doing it in our families for decades.
Yeah.
Let's start with the uncle pedo. Let's start with the brother or the grandfather or the male friend next door or the babysitter. Come on. Yes.
I remember an ex, I'll say this and I'll land my plane. I remember one of my exes a long time ago, when I was probably 17, 18 years old, told me that. She said her mom found out about her uncle, doing that to her since she was a baby, 10 years old. Right? And so she said she told her mom about it. And she said her mom said, girl, stole that damn line. You just want some damn attention. You ain't finna break up this goddamn family over no damn line.
Oh my God, man.
Listen. Now, if this is true, this is my friend's Bobby Brown's sister, Leola, just told a hell of a story on her platform about what allegedly, I'll say, Whitney Houston mother allowed to happen to her. And she was a big part of it.
God.
It'll blow your mind. Okay. Wow. So it does not surprise me. Okay. When women have been a major part of this fucking problem with covering up shit. It has started with our mamas in the household, the aunties, the sisters have don't listen, keep this in our don't tell. And they, like I have said this, and bro Clan, I've said this on your platform many times. We'll sit up and when that pedophile uncle die or whatever, we'll sit up and talk about how good of a person he was in the family and how this and that. We know he was a piece of crap that emmed almost all the women in the doggone family. But we'll sit up and talk about how nice he was, how good of an uncle he was, how he did this and did that. We know that we have been doing this in our communities and in our families for decades. And it starts with the women covering the crap up because what goes on in this house stay on in this house type of mentality.
Yep, I did a show about that about 2 months ago that says what happens in this house stays in this house. And we had that conversation, and Beautifully Animated came on and talked about her situation, what happened with her.
Who Black man?
Beautifully Animated. She came on the panel and she talked about what happened in her household when she was a baby with her uncle. And she just broke down on the panel. She just started screaming. She didn't even mute her mic. You just hear her screaming in the background of her mic with her camera off because it brought back so much pain to her that nobody listened to it when she was growing up.
Absolutely. And it happened to so many women. I mean, let's look at for what it is. Look at the situation with Nicki Minaj and her brother. Look what he did to his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter. He in prison for it right now. But look what Nicki Minaj was doing, bailing them out, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on attorney fees and all. But that ass was guilty because semen was found in that girl panties. Stop it, stop it, women.
And guess what, OG?
That's why I have no goddamn respect for her. I don't give a what nobody say. Women like that, I have zero fucking respect and tolerance for. I don't care how popular you are. I don't give a fuck about your nothing. You're a piece of garbage when you allow that crap to go on and you say nothing and then you defend that behavior.
You know what, OG? Now, even if you go look at allegations now, even the man she just married has allegations.
Boom. That part. Boom. Absolutely. That's why she's a double piece of it, if you ask me.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh.
But I didn't know you've been on for 8 hours and 30 minutes, Brother Clay. I thought you just came on. My God.
No, man. I've been out here all day, but I just keep getting people who adding stuff to the pie. So I just keep keeping the oven, opening the oven and keeping it going, man. Like, I got to shut it down, man.
I understand. Well, hey, man, much love to you, Brother Clarence. And
you too, brother.
OG, man, I appreciate you guys so much. And make sure y'all like
all right, Black man. You too.
All right, y'all be good.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to Black Man. If you guys get a chance, go on over, check out Black Man Unfiltered. Only person that invites me anywhere anymore. The only person that just me, right? But shout out to Black Man. Good dude. All right, so Patrice, We got to get out of
Yes,
here.
exactly. but listen, I had to come up because that led for good conversation again, and I'm glad we got to talk about that side of it and the things in our community that we allow to happen, that we should not allow to happen, that we need to be speaking up on and having the conversation about. So thank you for that. Again, I digress again, and I will be excused from the panel, sir. You can close out again.
All right, I'll see you later, girl. All
right, bro. Love you.
Love you too. That girl know I love her. That's why she keep on messing with me. She come up here. I'm coming up there. She'll do a Sister Annie. I'm coming back up there. Right. But shout out to everybody, man. All of y'all that hung in there for 8 hours and 30 minutes. The ones of y'all that did, man, shout out to y'all, man. Stop. Go do something else. Go listen to the rest of this on the replay, man. Listen to different parts when you get a chance, man. But the 5 of y'all that hung in there, man, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. We are getting ready. We are closing down, man. I'm not even saying another word. Thank you to Black Man for stopping by. I appreciate you, man. Go check out Black Man Unfiltered. All right, so anyway, y'all, we're going to get out of here. Chat's where it's at. Chat did an awesome job today, as always, man. Everybody did a great job, man. I didn't see Risa in the building today, but that's okay, man. Risa got to get a day off sometime, right? So Risa got the day off. But Risa's going to be in the building. But even without Risa in the building, man, just people knowing that she comes through here, they know not to come through here trolling, man. So shout out to Risa. Shout out to everybody in Mills, same thing. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Chat's where it's at. Glad to have everybody that stopped through. Everything went hunky-dory, man, as always. No bots, no nothing. Strong performance from the chat. Very solid as always. Okay, y'all, real quick, let's run down who was on the panel today. First of all, he was the last one on, but he came strong again today. Black Man Unfiltered came through, man. What do y'all think about him? See, now I was questioning Black Man because Black Man was saying, well, it's never the time to let go. And so I knew better because I know the kind of dude Black Man is. So I said, maybe we got a misunderstanding because I know him better than that to say, oh, well, I don't mind if somebody's getting abused. I knew better than that. That's why I drug him on the carpet so he could be clear about what he was saying, man, because I know him better than that, man. I mean, I don't know him, but I know I've spent enough time talking to the brother to know that, he's not the type of dude, at least in my opinion, that's going to sit back and say, oh, yeah, man, if somebody's getting abused, so what? Stay in it, stick in it. You signed up for that, and whatever's going on, that's it. I know Black Man is a little better than that. So that's why I try to be very clear. And he said, nah, Clarence, of course not. Nobody should stay and know. He said, I'm just talking about something breaks out, right? Something breaks out. And then, you don't want to just throw in the towel just because something broke out. I can get with that. That makes sense to me, right? I can get with that. But, I was like, hey, bro, you mean you okay with people getting abused? He said, of course not, Clarence. I ain't with nothing like that. So we got that understanding under control. Of course, Patrice had to come up and say, hey, bro, let me see. Let's get it straight. Are you with the abuse or not, right? So she said, no, let me come up here, man. Let me tell you how it's really going down, man, if you really with that. But I knew better than that, man. I just had to give him a chance to explain it. So, but shout out to Black Man. Glad he stopped by, man. What do y'all think? Very solid performance as always, right? Very strong performance from Black Man Unfiltered, man. Go over there and check him out, man. He brought a lot to the game even at the end, right? What about Von Bryant? Oh, Black Man. Solid performance, very strong performance from Black Man Unfiltered, as always. What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant came through, right? Von Bryant said, hey, tomorrow's my birthday, right? Tomorrow's my birthday. Tomorrow's your birthday, Von? Yeah, tomorrow's my birthday. We said, okay, we're going to send the fire department over there just to be on standby because we know all them candles you got to put on the cake, man. Might have a third alarm fire over there. You might have a third alarm fire over there, bro. You got that little cake, and you got all them candles to put on it, man. We might have a third alarm fire, so we gonna have a fire department sitting in front of your house, Vaughn. Well, how did Vaughn do today, man? Very solid as always. Very strong, man. Very strong, man. Vaughn is always strong. What I like about Vaughn is, Vaughn is just say how you feel about it, right? He say, this is how I feel about it. That's what it is, good. And we can have a good conversation. But it's all good, man. It's never, not issue or nothing like that, man. We just have a good conversation, man. Whether he agree with me or not, we still gonna, at the end of the day, we gonna be like, all right, bro, I'll see you next time. Love you. But shout out to Von Bryant. How do you do today? Very solid performance from Von Bryant, as always. What about New Growth? New Growth, the young fella came up here, right? And he, as always, man, he takes the conversation. What I like about New Growth is New Growth can stay on the topic, but he can take the topic in a couple of different directions, right? While at the same time, we can still stay on the topic, but he can kind of bring some other elements to the situation. So shout out to New Growth, man. Glad to have him in the building, man. Go over, check out Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul. Check him out on his channel, man. He's got some videos over there too that you guys need to be up on, man. Good channel, good content creator. Good dude, man. Good dude, man. Shout out to New Growth. Who else was on the panel? Patrice. Remember that lady, Patrice? Remember that lady, Patrice? Remember her? Let's try to remember. Was she on the show today? Yeah, Clarence, twice, right? Yeah, man. Well, Patrice came up, very strong performance the first time. Then another strong performance on the second time, right? Shout out to Patrice, man. They're double dipping today, right? Wait a minute, she did Sister Any. Wait, I'm coming back up there, right? Shout out to Patrice. But very solid performance from Patrice. And you know, man, Patrice, one of the things I like about Patrice coming up here is Patrice will keep the conversation going, and she gives us the feminine side of it. She gives us the female version. Like, I may talk about just the male version because I only see the male side of it. I try to see both sides of it, but I haven't gotten that good enough to where it's clear, right? So, you know, you seeing both sides. Sometimes I'll lean a little bit more on the male side, right? But Patrice comes, bring that female side of it. Hey, Clarence, this is going on as well, right? Sim, you hung in there, man? Shout out to Sim, man. Glad that he can't. Oh, he's only doing a 2-day show, but I still say every second word. Thank you, Sil, man. Sil, man. Shout out to Sil, man, for hanging in there, man. And everybody who hung in there, man. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you so much. All right. Shout out to Sim Simmer, man. If you have any issues with trying to get your web page more viewership, more anything like that, go see this brother, Sim Simmer. See this brother. That brother's got a lot of good ideas, man, and he can help you. He can help you with your page, man. Go see Sim Simmer, man. Anyway, man, and in Sim, if you know, in the back, you know, email me a page where I can send people to, man. They can get more information. You can help them, and you know, why should we go pay people in Fiverr when we got somebody here that can do it? You know. Anyway, who was I talking about? I remember it was a girl I was talking about. It was a girl on the page today. Who was it? Oh, Patrice. Yeah, Patrice. Yeah, she came up here, did double dipped, and still kept a song. And one of the things, like I said, what I like about Patrice, man, Patrice will bring in the female side of it, man. And maybe we lean a little more on the male side. She'll bring the feminine side, kind of even it off. So shout out to Patrice on that one, man. And how she do today. Very solid as always. Very solid as always. Even on both times, right? Even up both times. Patrice. That girl, man. She make me laugh sometimes, but then she make me think, right? She'll say something that make me really, really think. That's what I love about her, man. They say that people that are very smart, they got a good sense of humor, and they can make you think, man. So shout out to Patrice on that one. Man, glad to have her. Very solid performance, very strong as always. What about Brother Bolo? Brother Bolo, man, he only dipped his toe in, right? Dipped his toe in for a minute, man. You know, came to encourage the crew. You know, shout out to Bolo. You know what I mean? But, you know, he came in, did a solid performance. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, The Village, go on over there and subscribe to him, man. Check him out. You know, you might hear something that might change your whole perspective, man. It might change your whole thing. You over there listening. Just like here, man. You might hear something that change your whole thing, right? We don't know everything, and Bolo is quick to tell you they don't know everything. But they trying to find out because they all in that word, right? We do the word sometimes too, but I let people that's better at it be really in it than me, right? I'm just a person that studies on my own, but I let people that, you know, that are really more versed in it have the, you know, hit it every day, right? We may hit it sometimes every now and then. We do a Bible reading every now and then. I just like to read and interpret and get different perspectives on the same thing. 3 of us see the same thing. 3 of us are going to see it from 3 different angles. So I like to get that, especially when we read the Bible. Anyway, man, shout out to Bolo TV, man. How did he do today? Very solid, very solid, very solid performance, very strong. What I like about Bolo is he tries to always come in peace and leave in peace and leave. He reminds me of myself. He tries to leave the situation in a better state than when he found it, right? He tries to leave it in a better situation than when he found it. But shout out to Bolo, very strong performance today. As always, all we got to do is get that brother to, just return calls in a timely fashion. If we can get that, right? I text the brother on a Wednesday, I get something back on a Saturday, right? I'm like, but I understand. Brother's got family, got work, got other stuff like that. I'm just kidding with him. Of course, I understand that, man. Anybody can get busy. We can all get caught up with work and family and stuff, man. I'm just teasing the brother, man. I love that brother too, man. He's a good dude. Good dude. Shout out to Brother Bolo. Very solid performance, very strong. And last but not least, of course, we had Sister Annie comes up there. Excuse me. I'm coming up there. When I get home from the store, I'm coming up there, right? Sister Annie came up. How do you think Sister Annie did? Very solid. As always, man. As always, man. And I like the fact that Sister Annie could come up, right? And she could look at things. One of the gifts that Sister Annie has that she shares with us a lot is that she can see it from a different perspective and word it in a way and ask a question where she's not, divisive, but she's just asking a question from a different perspective. And that's a gift that she has. So nobody feels like, huh? Girl, what you doing? Question me, right? Nobody has that opinion of her, right? And even when she's questioning something, she can make it sound like she just needs some information, because that's what you're really doing. You just need some information when you question somebody. But some of our people, man, they got such issues, man. They might take a question as disrespect, and they it's just a sad situation. But anyway, that's one of the gifts that sister has, man, is that she can word things. She has a ability to word things in a way where nobody feels threatened or anything like that, and that allows her to get a lot of information out. So shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have her in the building. How'd she do today? Very strong, very solid performance as always. As always, very solid, very strong. All right, gang, that's everybody, man. That's everybody top to bottom. Everybody did a great job. 8 hours and 43 minutes. Rico is going to, assassinate me, man. I got to get out of here. But hey, I'd rather do 8 hours on Sunday and take some days off during the week. It makes me stronger, for be able to go, I don't want to go 8 hours. I'd rather go about 4. So I got to work on cutting it down, right? I got to work on cutting that down, but that's my issue. I'm going to work on that, y'all. But anyway, y'all, that's it. Maybe we'll be Tuesday. If whatever day we do, we won't do Tuesday. We do Tuesday, and then we won't do Thursday. Or we don't do Tuesday, we do Thursday. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Y'all will see Tuesday what's going to happen. If I put something up, I put something up. If not, I guess we're not doing nothing on Tuesday, right? But I'm going to have to start taking some time for myself. All right, y'all. So anyway, love y'all. Thank y'all for hanging in there, and we'll see y'all in the next one. Peace. Thank you, Sim, for staying and hanging in there for the whole time. And everybody else who hung in there for